FPMT Education Services. The Sutra of Great Liberation. Translated by Ben Yilden. The Sutra of Great Liberation. Anyone who hears the name of the Sutra of Great Liberation, one or writes, reads, prints, or keeps a copy of it, collects much more unimaginable merits than filling numberless 3,000 galaxies with wish-granting jewels and offering them to the Buddhas, or making charity of them to sentient beings. By reciting this sutra, all the heavy negative karmas, the 5 heavy negative karmas without break, including the very heavy karma of abandoning the holy dharma, get purified, and you achieve nirvana, enlightenment. If you write or recite this sutra, the people and animals around you will be protected by the devas on the white side and the protectors who like the people practicing the dharma. Anyone who memorizes, holds, or keeps this sutra will also become free from suffering, will never get reborn in the lower realms, and will be in a place of happiness. Wherever in the world this sutra abides, there the Buddha abides. Lamazornpaka 2. Lord Sakyamuni Buddha. FPMT Education Services. The Arya Matawayana Sutra called the All-Expansive Great Liberation, purifying negative deeds through cleansing remorse, perfectly arranged for the accomplishment of Buddhahood. Translated by Ben Yilden. Foundation for the Preservation of the Mahayana Tradition, Incorporated. 1630 to Southeast 11th Avenue, Portland, Oregon 97214 USA. www.fpmt.org. Copyright 2023 Foundation for the Preservation of the Mahayana Tradition, Incorporated. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system or technologies now known or developed, without permission in writing from the publishers. Set in Calibri 12 over 15, century Gothic, Helvetica Light, Lydian PT, and Mundlam Uni Augen 2. Image of Sakyamuni Buddha on page 6, courtesy of Lamazornpaka. 9. Contents. A Guide to Pronouncing Sanskrit 10 Translators Introduction 11 Mantra to Increase the Power of Recitation 14. The Arya Mahayana Sutra called the All-Expansive Great Liberation, purifying negative deeds through cleansing remorse, perfectly arranged for the accomplishment of Buddhahood 15. Appendices Table 1. Attested proper Sanskrit names 139. Table 2. Unattested proper Sanskrit names 144. Notes 169. Sutras published by FPMB 185. A Guide to Pronouncing Sanskrit. The following points will enable you to easily learn the pronunciation of most transliterated Sanskrit terms and mantras. 1. SM produce sounds similar to the English sh in shoe. The difference between the two is where the tongue is positioned in the mouth. 2. C is pronounced similarly to the ch in chap. Ch is similar but is more heavily aspirated. 3. H are retroflex letters and have no exact equivalent in English. These sounds are made by curling the tongue towards the front section of the palate. They correspond roughly to the sounds tra aspirated tra h dra aspirated dra h and nra. 4. All consonants followed by an h are aspirated, kh, gh, ch, jh, th, dh, ph, bh. Note that th and h are pronounced like the t in target and tr in trap respectively, not like the th in the. The ph is pronounced like the p in partial, not like the ph in arrow. 5. Long vowels with a dash above them a, I, u, and take approximately double the amount of time to pronounce versus their short counterparts they, I, u, and 6. Indicates a nasal sound. At the end of a word it is generally pronounced as an m indicates an h sounding aspiration. Is pronounced similar to the ri in cringe. Is pronounced similar to the ng in king. For more information, please consult the FPMT Translation Services, A Guide to Sanskrit Transliteration and Pronunciation, available online, https://fpmt.org/wp-translation/guide_to_sanskrit_translation_and_pronunciation.pdf. 11. Translator's Introduction. The Tibetan Buddhist canon is recognized as the largest of Buddhist canons. having received texts from both India and China and combining them into one singular, translated, Tibetan canon. This sutra named the area all-expansive Great Liberation, purifying negative deeds through cleansing remorse, perfectly arranged for the accomplishment of Buddhahood, was translated into Tibetan from the Chinese. The original Sanskrit version, from which the Chinese was translated, is lost to the vicissitudes of time. I bring up this idea of the original text and translation because language, and more importantly, the expression of symbolic sound which we categorize as language, is important to this sutra. The Buddha taught many different types of sutras, some detailing the complicated ideas that scaffold all Buddhist philosophical thought, some giving lists of regulations or observations that offer guidance about how to apply that philosophy in everyday life, and more. This particular sutra combines many different elements, including proclamations of the names of many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, descriptions of the marks and signs of an exalted being, descriptions of various realms of existence, and an extensive exploration of how to practice virtuous dharma, among others. At its heart, though, this is a soteriological, or salvific, sutra. The Buddha explains the immense benefits to merely hearing the name of this sutra, never mind contemplating it, meditating on it, reciting it, or sharing it with others. This is one of the reasons why this sutra gained cultural importance in Tibet. It was widely recited, not just on holy or merit-multiplying days, but also for the benefit of the recently deceased, by those experiencing obstacles or difficulties. 12. And by devotees who understood and appreciated the power this sutra has in combining the streams of knowledge and faith, teaching important philosophical ideas while simultaneously harnessing an unimaginable salvific potential. It is most likely for these same reasons that Kayaj Lama Rinpoche advised students to recite this sutra, and requested for it to be translated into English. Rinpoche particularly stressed the importance of this sutra, expounding on its benefits and giving the oral transmission of it, during the extensive series of teachings that he gave from Kopan Monastery, in Nepal, during the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of the benefits highlighted by Rinpoche are cited in the epigraph of this publication. It is noteworthy that even keeping the copy of this sutra, let alone reading it, creates vastly unimaginable merits for us. In many ways this sutra finds itself circling ideas of language and expression. Throughout this text there is the repeated use of the Sanskrit term dharma. The reason for keeping this term in the Sanskrit instead of attempting an English translation is because it has too many layered and simultaneous meanings to find justice in a single English term. Up through the mid-19th century it was almost exclusively translated as magical formula, or something similar, which makes sense, as the term is sometimes used to refer to a mantra, or sometimes to an actual magical spell, and is often found in tantric texts. However, later scholarship recognized the term to have a meaning, at least in many instances, more akin to memory. In his 2009 article Studies in Dharma Literature revisiting the meaning of the term dharma, scholar M. Davidson says, consequently, the category dharma is polysemic and context-sensitive, capable of being applied within all the various activities so often included within the method of dharma: memory, recitation, protective mantras, inspiration, summary texts, and extended Mahāyanist works. Not only does this sutra present various individual dharma, it identifies itself as a dharma in its opening paragraph. 13. In order to protect and defend the scriptural collection of the Dharma, he took up this Mahāyana Sutra as dharma, and, with the roar of a lion, he proclaimed a great thunder of dharma to the 10 directions. What is shared across the multiple uses of dharma is an act of creative transformation of the physical and mental activity of realizing or creating something. And in this creation, the expression of the words that combine to be what we recognize as this sutra, there is a power, one to liberate yourself and all sentient beings. That brings us to language, and the idea of an English translation of the Tibetan text, itself translated from Chinese, which was translated from the Sanskrit, which itself was translated from whatever local language or dialect the Buddha expressed when he gave this teaching. And yet, the words of this sutra, as they exit your lips with a heart of faith, are powerful. This is not because of any skill on my part as the translator, but instead, despite my many flaws and misunderstandings, the language doesn't always flow as poetically in English, especially to the contemporary ear, as one might expect of such a powerful text, or speech. as these are the words of the Buddha, regardless of how many translators have interpreted them before reaching me. I have made every effort to stay as true to the Tibetan, with as little poetic interpretation as possible. The words of the Buddha are powerful, and this sutra is not only a reminder of how powerful, but a call to action. This sutra wills itself into existence, it expresses and embodies the immeasurable power of infinite Buddhas, and it will lead us, kicking and screaming, to liberation. Mantra to increase the power of recitation: the ADYADHA/ODHAREDHAREDHARESDAHA 7x. 15. The Arya Matavayana Sutra, called the All-Expansive Great Liberation, purifying negative deeds through cleansing remorse, perfectly arranged for the accomplishment of Buddhahood. In Tibetan, Thangpon Arpachan Pokhog Suyaya Podyo Chankyi Dig Jangti Sangyaya Sudrab Parnampar Ko Pothepachan Poid. In English, the Iramahalana Sutra, called the All-Expansive Great Liberation, purifying negative deeds through cleansing remorse, perfectly arranged for the accomplishment of Buddhahood. I prostrate to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Thus have I heard at one time. The Bhagavan was dwelling in the great city of Rahagha, along with a great Asaka of 80,000 fully ordained monks and the Asaka of 36,000 Bodhisattvas. They were all obstructed by only one more birth, 3 completely free from all obscurations, and endowed with the might of splendor and fortune. As for the Tathagata, he urged them on with the skillful means of the secret meaning, he thoroughly purified the Buddha field, he spontaneously accomplished the deeds of a Buddha, and, through the blessings of all the Buddhas, he made this perfect display. In order to protect and defend the scriptural collection of the Dharma, he took up the Smathalana Sutra as the lion, with the roar of a lion, proclaimed a great thunder of Dharma to the 10 directions. 16. The rank of the good qualities of all those bear is like Mount Meru. Their wisdom is profound, vast and great, like an ocean. They have tamed the hosts of Maras along with their armies. They gather all the Tirthikas, and settle their minds in complete purification. Since they are powerful and strong, they have no obstacles to their complete liberation. They blissfully abide in equality. They have completely taken up mindfulness and meditative stabilization. They have faith in the teachings and are intelligent. Since their learning in the 4 ways of attracting disciples, the 6 paramitas, and skillful means is limitless, there is no phenomenon whose meaning they don't possess. In order to fulfill the wishes of all beings, they turn the irreversible wheel. Since they have the knowledge that understands what exists and what doesn't exist, they are learned in the enumeration of phenomena. They abide in the clairvoyant meditative stabilizations, and with the 5 eyes, for they comprehend the faculties of all sentient beings. Their splendor and glory are limitless. Since they have trained their minds with the concentration and wisdom of most beings, they are adorned with the excellent marks and signs and become possessed of the supreme accomplishment. Their minds are like the sky. Since they have completely relinquished their worldly bodies and color, they are learned in the Dharma of all phenomena. 5. With their self-aware wisdom they know sentient beings' goings and comings in Saro. Since they possess all meditative stabilizations, they approach the unequaled. Since they have cultivated the root of virtue for a long time, they have achieved the might of the Buddhas. They possess wisdom, the 10 powers, 6 the 4 fearlessnesses, 7 and the 18 distinctive qualities. 8. They open the door of excellent transmigrations and shut the door of bad transmigrations. In order to teach all sentient beings, whom they care for equally as one would their only child, they are born and appear 9 among the 5 types of transmigrators. 10. In order to liberate all sentient beings from 17 afflictions, they disguise themselves like the king of doctors and abide in Saro. Since they are learned in the rituals for recovering from disease, having given medicine that is in accordance with the cause of the disease, they perfectly liberate from Saro. There is no one that hears them and is not liberated. They have limitless good qualities like that. They have made offerings to countless past Buddhas. They perfectly know the essential nature of Buddhas. They know that the Tathagatas abide for a long time. Moreover, it is simply the case that they always explain the existence of the essential nature of Buddhas to sentient beings in this way. The 36,000 Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, such as the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Manjusari, 11 the Bodhisattva Unwavering Light, the Bodhisattva Naga tree, the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, the Bodhisattva Mahasthamapramta. 12. The Bodhisattva Bhiharaja, the Bodhisattva Supreme Doctor, the Bodhisattva Samandabhadra, the Bodhisattva Dharmasvararaja, the Bodhisattva Tdasi Hagdo 8, the Bodhisattva Hidra, the Bodhisattva Ratnakosa, the Bodhisattva Incessant Effort, the Bodhisattva Anra, Least Continuing, the Bodhisattva Faith in Signs, the Bodhisattva Invincible, and the Bodhisattva Maitreya. 80 quadrillion 13 powerful gods, and fully ordained monks and nuns, male and female householders, gods, nagas, yakas, humans and non-humans, and so on, together. With infinite countless gods like Brahma and Indra, were all settled there in the sky. Flowers of divine jewels fell, and the music of limitless, countless instruments and symbols also rang out of their own accord, and the god Brahma burned sweet, smelling Sambhava 14 incense. Heaps of offering clouds for the Tathagata completely pervaded the realms of the infinite worlds in the 10 directions, and offerings and offering water were profusely invoked for all the Buddhas of the 10 directions, all the Dharma of the 10 directions, and all the Sangha of Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions. Moreover, all the gods presented offerings like that for the purpose of seeking the unsurpassable Moggallana path. 18. At that time, the Bhagavan, together with the great, innumerable, limitless retinue that surrounded him, arrived at a place beside a great sal tree 15 on the 15th of the middle spring month, 16 just before his nervy age. Then, through the blessing of the Tathagata, Maitreya, intending to gather together and protect all sentient beings, spoke out to all sentient beings in their own language with a great mellow, diffuse voice, the sound of which pervaded the 10 directions. Today the Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha passionately considers sentient beings. He intends to guard and protect sentient beings. He intends to gather together and accept sentient beings. He views all sentient beings equally, for example, as one would look at their only child, and will support those who are without support. He causes those who have not seen the embodiment of a Buddha to see one. He will separate from their afflictions those who are not separated. He will produce happiness in those who are without happiness. He will completely liberate the unliberated. He will endow with resources those who are without resources. He will divorce from doubt those who are not separated from doubt. He will purify through contrition those who have not purified their minds through contrition. He will shepherd beyond sorrow those who have not passed beyond sorrow. 17. At that time the earth to the left and right of the path became leveled like an excellent plain and was completely purified. Auspice, usually, that area was equally 100,000 yojanas long and white. The Bhagavan, having observed the area, immediately stayed put and said to the fully ordained monks there, this location is an appropriate place to preach the Dharma. The fully ordained monk Ananda said to the Bhagavan Tathagata, in the past you were always pleased with places where there were mountains, groves, clean water flowing down, orchards of fruit trees, and flowers. Here now, there is no water flowing, and also no trees or groves, nor townhouses, orchards of fruit trees, nor ordinary people. Bhagavan, what is so? 19. Pleasing here that you would reside here and preach the Dharma. It is far from being ordinary. Sentient beings tormented by the sufferings of hunger and thirst don't sustain even their lives here. When there is food there is life, when there is life there is a body, and when there is a body there is also a Dharma path. When there isn't food there isn't life, when there isn't life there isn't a body, and when there isn't a body there also isn't a Dharma path. Since there is nothing at all that is pleasing to the mind like this within these ill conditions, why does the Bhagavan preach the Dharma here? Then the greatly wise Sarvabhauma, 18 through the blessing of the Buddha, spoke to Ananda. There is no need to contemplate the other types of previous requests for the sake of Dharma. Not only is the Tathagata endowed with the 10 powers and the 4 fearlessnesses, the Tathagata is endowed with limitless powers, limitless omniscient wisdom that has no fear of anything at all, and limitless majesty and miraculous powers. He serves as a support for all those who are without support. He causes those who haven't seen an embodiment of a Buddha to see one. He divorces from their afflictions those who have not been separated from their afflictions. He brings those who are without bliss into contact with blissful sensations. He completely liberates those who are not liberated. He endows with resources those who have no resources. He entirely moves beyond sorrow those who have not gone beyond sorrow. Since the Tathagata is endowed with limitless miraculous powers such as these, why do you have such fabricated sorrow? 19. Regarding the Tathagata, I recollect when the eminent early scholar Vimalakirti was teaching the Dharma to many beings such as Bodhisattvas, Asravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, strong and powerful gods, and Nagas came from other world systems and assembled in his house. When they had settled there, since no food appeared at that time, I wondered, how will food for these many beings be acquired? As a result of that thought, Vimalakirti spoke to me. 20. From the early lineage of Asravakas who were of lesser intelligence in contemplating the authentic Dharma and onward, who has had thoughts about illusionary substances such as food, cloth, thing, and seats. When the great scholar Vimalakirti said that all the gods and humans obtained the Dharma path, and I was ashamed. What you have just said is similar to that. Then the Bhagavan said to Ananda, Nanda, what was spoken by the supremely intelligent Sarvabhauma is true. Since the body of the lineage that contemplates the Mahayana is bliss, it is not imaginary. As soon as he had spoken that he entered into Samadhi. Immediately through his blessing, a single golden flower, which had a height of 400,000 yojanas, opened and emerged from there. It masterfully covered all world systems, which were then completely covered with nets of Viurias 20 and also golden flowers. Under the flowers were jeweled bathing pools that were completely filled with pure waters endowed with 8 qualities. 21. The numerous varieties of flowers on all 4 sides of these were like this, limitless flowers of numerous varieties, such as upula flowers, kumuda flowers, lotuses, and eureka flowers. 22. Perfectly adorned those jeweled pools and grew there. When some by merely seeing those golden flowers and jeweled pools perfectly obtained the Dharma, what need is there to mention those who entered and bathed there? If they entered and bathed, they were perfectly purified and attained the patience regarding 9 arisen phenomena. 23. Beneath the golden flower there emerged a lion's throne made from jewels that was 100 yojanas in height. Then the Bhagavan, having sat on that jeweled throne, emitted great light rays from all the pores and limbs of his body. Since the Tathagata's light rays, which were, moreover, the same color as the golden lotus, arose in the 4 directions, they pervaded all of the Buddha fields in the 10 directions. Also, all the mountains, valleys, and earth in the locations where those light rays were perceived. 21. Having been equally struck by them, all became golden in color. As it painlessly struck them, all hell beings were also pacified, and all hungry ghosts were also liberated except for those who engaged in wrong conduct. 24. And those who denigrated the holy Dharma. By the blessing of the Tathagata, all other worldly realms became the same as this central realm. There was no differentiation. All of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, having seen the light rays, praised the Bhagavan Sakyamuni in one voice with excellent, and said, excellent, excellent. These light rays emitted by the Bhagavan's great love 25 are not like any previous light rays. In the past, the light would arise in the eastern direction, but this light today simultaneously arises and is seen in the 4 directions and pervades the 10 directions. This light extracts all suffering sentient beings from the 3 realms and actually shepherds them beyond sorrow. Then all the Buddhas of the 10 directions spoke to each of their retinues of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, sons of the lineage. It is like this. When the Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha Sakyamuni from the Sakya world system emits great light rays, when he is undeniably teaching the holy Dharma and liberating all sentient beings from suffering, it is appropriate that all of you, having gone to that world system and made offerings to that Buddha, ask questions regarding all your doubts, listen to the enumeration of the Dharma, and make requests. There are sentient beings of that world system who are completely unwholesome, short-tempered, mendacious, and deceitful, and since they don't have faith in a single vehicle, the Tathagata Sakyamuni, with great love and with various skillful means, differentiated 3 vehicles in order to liberate the 3 types of beings. 26. However, since it is taught as 3 vehicles, it is virtuous at the beginning, virtuous at the middle, virtuous at the end, has excellent meaning, has excellent expressions, is unmixed, thoroughly pure, and thoroughly pristine. 22. That Buddha Bhagavan will not be seen again for a billion eons. All the enumerations of the Dharma that are spoken will not be heard. Those retinues will also not gather together. The Bhagavan Sakyamuni who resides on a throne and the special golden flower will also not be seen. Therefore, all of you, having gone to that world, when you have seen that Buddha and express your doubts, will achieve merit, you will benefit all beings, and you will become blissful. As soon as that had been spoken, each of the 100 lion bodhisattvas from each of the Buddha fields of the 10 directions arose from their respective places and, having prostrated to their respective Buddhas, proceeded all together. Each bodhisattva held up 100,000 varieties of musical instrument and, after releasing an excellent rain of supreme jeweled flowers, went to the location of the Bhagavan Sakyamuni. Having made prostrations to the Bhagavan and circumambulated him 7 times, they sat down at the same time. Then they each, together with one word, one voice, one sound, made a request to the Bhagavan. Bhagavan, when we make requests and accusations, then in order that we may be physicians to all beings and for the sake of their happiness, we pray the Bhagavan will clarify and explain. The Bhagavan spoke to all those bodhisattvas who had given forth that request. Sons of the lineage, if you have doubts then ask them all, and I will explain to you all the particulars. The bodhisattvas thus made this request to the Bhagavan. Bhagavan, our own Tathagatas only spoke of one vehicle. What is the purpose for which the Bhagavan here explains 3 vehicles? The Bhagavan, with his unobstructed wisdom, replied to the bodhisattvas, sons of the lineage, since it is excellent that, for the sake of the benefit and happiness of sentient beings, you have asked like this, listen. Sons of the lineage, it is like, for example, how one person has 3 names. When they're young they are 23, called child. When they are 20 years and above, they are called adult. When they have gone past 80 years and above, they are called senior. My 3 vehicles are similar to that. For Sravakas, whose mental capacity is smaller, I teach the small be clean. For Pratyekabhadachas, whose mental capacity is middling, I teach the middling vehicle. For Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, who enter the great path, I teach the great vehicle. All you sons of the lineage, again listen. In brief, the 2 extremes do not exist, and they converge in the singular direction. Although different in terms of understanding, they gather together to the same point. Sutra is the single vehicle, even though, through the practice of skillful means, it is divided into 3. The Sravaka and Pratyekabhadacha vehicles are also included within the great vehicle as the great vehicle is the Buddha vehicle. Therefore, the 3 vehicles are also one. When he taught this term, 10,000 bodhisattvas obtained the patience regarding 9 arisen phenomena. 800 fully ordained monks obtained the fruition of arhathood. 20,000 gods obtained the perfectly pure Dharma. Among humans, 1 billion immediately generated the mind of unsurpassable, perfectly completed enlightenment. The bodhisattvas who had come from the 10 directions, having paid homage with folded hands to the place directly in front of the Bhagavan, made this request to the Bhagavan. Bhagavan, having come to this realm through the power and blessings of the Tathagata, we have, in addition to gazing upon the face of the Bhagavan, also heard this Mahālāna Dharma and have adopted this enumeration of the Dharma. Please grant us permission to hold it as the I. For the sake of the Tathagata Nirvana, we will gather together in the many places where the Dharma is taught, such as in the mountains, forests, groves, orchards, abodes of knowledge holders, villages, towns, cities, provinces, hermitages, charnel grounds, stupas, temples, and the dwelling places of the 24 Saka, and also in the individual homes of individual household, ERS, in this world system and other world systems, and spread it far and wide, doing this uninterruptedly. What's the reason for this? If this enumeration of the Dharma abides for a long time, then all lower rebirths will be stopped. Because it has been taught 27 by the previous Tathagata, it is said to cut the doorway to the realm of hell beings, and therefore it is listened to. Anyone who recites a word from this sutra will overjoy the gods and have a pleasant rebirth. They will always be waited upon and venerated, and will naturally practice virtue. Whoever hears this all-expansive great liberation sutra and, having become joyful, with minds of faith and respect, writes a letter or causes someone else to write a letter of it or reads it aloud, or recites it, adopts it, holds on to it or prostrates to it, and expresses the name of a single Buddha or the name of a single Bodhisattva within this enumeration of the Dharma, that person, in this very life, will achieve bliss. They will not experience any negativities, and moreover, when this life ends and they transmigrate, all us bodhisattvas will go before them on the path, leading them, and they will be born into one of the completely pure abodes in one of our worldly realms. Why is this? It is because they adopt this sutra and hold it as a dharma. Adopting this sutra and holding it as a dharma is holding the body of a Buddha. Holding the body of a Buddha is manifesting as an actual bodhisattva, and therefore, all those who do so have the same training as us. Because of those causes and conditions, all those who hold this sutra as a dharma aspire to be born in one place and not to be separated. Then countless, limitless beings, such as Mahabharata, the gods of the 33, the 4 great kings that are the world protectors, the Lord of Secrets Vajrapāli, the great commanders of the Akshas, such as Asajanya, the Naga kings Nanda and Upananda, demigods, Garus, Sarasvati, Haritype, the god of the mountains. 25. The god of the fields, the god of the rivers, the god of the oceans, the earth god, the water god, the fire god, and the wine god all rose from their respective seats and, having respectfully prostrated with hands together in front of the Bhagavan, said this to the Bhagavan, we will always protect and uphold this all-expansive great liberation sutra that the Bhagavan has taught. We will always recite praises in front of any place where this sutra resides, thoroughly purifying it. It is appropriate for this sutra to abide in a stupa or a dwelling, or a layperson's home or a monastery. If some people pick up this sutra with unclean hands, or read it aloud or recite it disrespectfully, we will make them unhappy in body and mind during all 4 types of daily activities: walking, standing, sitting, and sleeping. We will bring about fear, fright, and adventitious harm anywhere they abide. They will have various unhappinesses in this life, and when they transmigrate they will be made to fall to the realm of hell beings. When anyone who respects this sutra picks it up and holds it with clean hands, or performs ablutions, or burns incense and reads it aloud, or recites it, or holds it, or grasps it, or writes a letter or causes another to write a letter of it, or recollects it, and doesn't perform negative dharma, then we will attend to that person for the sake of protecting this sutra. We will protect them. Even when that person sleeps, we will be there in front of them, and bad omens will not come. Again, like that, they will not be harmed by any pernicious enemy or pernicious harmful spirit. We will protect whatever home they abide in, or wherever they travel we will follow behind them and connect them with whatever they are looking for. Wherever they go in the 4 directions they will continuously realize virtuous dharma without any obstacles, and when they transmigrate from this life they will be born as gods. Due to these causes and conditions, they will recognize Buddhas and not lose the Mahayana. 26. The Bhagavan replied to the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas, gods, lord of demigods, and so on, it is so, it is thus, it is just as you have said. Further, if they do not even hear this sutra, it is not possible for them to realize it. If they desire to pick up this sutra, or grasp it, or hold it, or read it aloud, or recite it, then after having taken the purifying bath and put on clean clothes, they are to make offerings with various incenses, sandalwood, powders, and ointments, and prostrate in a clean, isolated dwelling that they have adorned with pennants, victory banners, and parasols. Having begun the first of 6 daily sessions in that way, then every day for 7 days they are to read this sutra aloud, have indefatigable awareness, indefatigable mindfulness, indefatigable investigative thought, indefatigable contemplation, indefatigable holding it as dharma, indefatigable practice, and indefatigable teaching and training. During the 6 sessions of day and night they are to prostrate to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and to the 12 divisions of scripture that come from this sutra, and then read it aloud or cause another to recite it, and if they're able to act with belief and respect, then all their heavy negative actions will be purified in just the same way as appears within this sutra. Do not doubt or be of 2 minds about it. Why is that? This sutra of all-expansive great liberation is the practice performed by the Buddhas. This sutra of all-expansive great liberation protects and guards since it is the mother of all Buddhas. This sutra of all expansive great liberation is the king of all sutras. This sutra of all expansive great liberation is the ultimate essence. This sutra of all expansive great liberation is the path of all bodhisattvas. This profound sutra of all expansive great liberation is similar to the six greats in the world because it is inconceivable. What are those six? They are great earth, great water, great fire, great wind, great sun, and great sky. This sutra is like great earth because it serves as the vehicle for all, pure or impure, excellent or bad. This sutra is like great water because it washes away all impurities and 27. Filth. This sutra is like great fire because it burns all afflictions, filth, and defilement. This sutra is like great wine because it blows away impurities and filth. This sutra is like the great sun because it illuminates any and all darkness that exists. This sutra is like great sky because it contains all things that are excellent or bad. This Moggallana Sutra, all expansive great liberation, is unequaled. At its top are bodhisattvas, in the middle are the Sravakas, and at the bottom are all embodied transitory beings 28. There is no being that is not contained in it. Therefore, all of you, take up this sutra as a dharma. Hold it. Spread it everywhere. Share it with faith and respect. All you bodhisattva mahasattvas, penetrate the Buddha wisdom and actually realize the nature of Buddhahood. All you gods also adopt this sutra, and when you hold it you will continuously see me, and you will also see all Buddhas that haven't arrived yet. You will turn the wheel of Dharma, and abide in the great Mahayana. Then, the bodhisattva from among that great retinue known as faith in signs rose from his seat within the assembly. Putting his upper robe over one shoulder, he prostrated with his head to the feet of the Bhagavan, and spoke this to the Bhagavan. Bhagavan, when we make requests and ask a question, we pray for the benefit of limitless beings and for the sake of their happiness that the Bhagavan may clarify and explain. The Bhagavan said this to the Bodhisattva faith in signs, most excellent, son of the lineage, if you have a question then ask whatever you want, and I will explain to you the particularities and specifics. Your asking questions, moreover, will become benefit and happiness for limitless sentient beings. The Bodhisattva faith in signs said to the Bhagavan, I remember that previously, a long time ago, there was a Tathagata named Ratnasakan, and I heard it said that if you heard his name one time you achieve birth as a god. Not long after the time of that Tathagata, there was a great lake within a forest hermitage in the 28. Kingdom of King Devalsvaraprantha, whose water had dried up. There were 10,000 great fish there that were tormented by the sun and close to death. The scholar called Jalavadhana, 29 having approached that place and seen them, developed great love and compassion for those sentient beings. Although he gave them water and food, he doubted if they would live even a few nights. Since he sought for them to have very long lives, he pronounced the name of Bhagavan Ratnasakan 3 times. It is said that as soon as the fish heard it, they passed away and were born as gods in the Deva Elm heaven of the 33. Here today, Bhagavan, for the sake of this whole retinue and for that of later sentient beings, teach the names of the Buddhas. Upon hearing the name of Bhagavan Sakyamuni there is benefit, happiness, limitless merit, and continuous marvelous enjoyments, and limitless beings have the direct realization of the Buddha essence, so please teach them for the sake of that. Please explain them for the sake of the total liberation of all sentient beings, who have degenerated the root of their vows and are confused by afflicted minds. Then the Bhagavan said this to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva faith in signs, son of the lineage, if I expounded upon the names of the Buddhas of the 10 directions for even a billion eons I would not exhaust them. Though it is tenable to count and know every drop of water, there is no knowing the enumeration of all the names of all the Buddhas. Though it is tenable to measure the weight 30 of all the Mount Merus, there isn't such an enumeration of the names of the Buddhas. Though it is tenable to know the final boundaries and limits of space, there isn't such an enumeration of the names of the Buddhas. By my briefly teaching you the names of the Buddhas of the 3 times, whoever's ear they fall upon just one time, as soon as that person transmigrates from this life, they will be born in the abode of the gods. Having heard it, if you also generate devotion and respect, and ride it, express the name, and prostrate. 29. then you will purify countless eons of samsara's negativities and achieve limitless merit. Furthermore, when that person dies, they will be reborn in whichever realm of the 10 directions world temps they have faith in. They will also see me and, in the future, see all of the Buddhas of the excellent eon. Then the Bhagavan said to that large assembly, all of you, properly arrange your garments, prepare an indefatigable body, indefatigable contemplation, indefatigable mindfulness, and indefatigable investigative thought, and if you desire to hear the Dharma, concentrate your mind single-pointedly. I prostrate to the Bhagavan lamp that is the king of Sumeru. I prostrate to the Bhagavan Maharaja. I prostrate to the Bhagavan Ratnasakan. I prostrate to the Bhagavan Amartayus. I prostrate to the Bhagavan Vikasin. I prostrate to the Bhagavan Prajnatartana. I prostrate to the Bhagavan Sakamuna. I prostrate to the Bhagavan collector and upholder of all dharma. I prostrate to expression beyond measure. I prostrate to unequaled. I prostrate to boundless dharma. I prostrate to difficult to be encompassed by thought. I prostrate to strongest of the strong who abides in strength. I prostrate to imperishable 10 powers. I prostrate to chief of the 3 realms. I prostrate to great teacher who leads everyone. I prostrate to breaker of all bonds. I prostrate to gone to the limits of the far shore. I prostrate to already passed beyond all worlds. I prostrate to completely separated from the continuum of samsara. 30. I prostrate to complete liberation through samadhi. I prostrate to unobservable like space. I prostrate to king of dharma among the multitudes. I prostrate to destroyer of the collection of 4 maras. I prostrate to great love like that of a father for his only son. Through your successions of deaths and transmigrations, wherever you emerge, wherever you are born, may you, always seeing the face of a Buddha and always clearly recognizing the Buddha essence, reach the great nervy age. Why is that? All those who possess the transitory collection 31 have the Buddha essence. O great assembly, join your 10 fingers and palms together and properly listen, and make offerings from the depths of your heart. Listen while I explain the names of the Buddhas of the 3 times and 10 directions, and generate actual release from negativities and from even the 5 actions of immediate repercussion. Although I will explain and elucidate this to those persons who have no roots of virtue, they, however, will not be able to understand it. When those whose nature is that of a burnt seed have left, then only the wise and steadfast will remain. Having eliminated the lesser vehicle, only the great vehicle will remain. Having eliminated the dual vehicle, there will be the solitary vehicle. Those persons who have no roots of virtue will not hear this sound. Those who have made offerings to countless Buddhas will hear the names of the Buddhas from the beginning. 31. Those who receive this and take it up, even the mere portion of it, will be completely liberated and blissfully abide on a perfectly pure ground. Once again, practice this dharma of mine, which is the entire practice of the Buddhas. When you prostrate to the names of the Buddhas, adopt this sutra, recite it, and embrace it, then you will be free from the activities of the maras, and you will purify the negativities associated with the 4 roots, the 5 actions of immediate repercussion, and wrong conduct. Such persons will, in the future, definitely attain the Arahant path. Anyone who does not produce faith will fall to the 3 bad transmigrations. Those who produce authentic faith and prostrate with joyful effort will see limitless Buddhas. Therefore, prostrate single-pointedly and aspire to purify negativities. As such, respectfully prostrate. The whole large assembly joined their palms together, and perfectly listening, they single-pointedly concentrated their bodies and minds. Without any carelessness they touched their 5 limbs to the ground, and listened from the depths of their hearts. The Bhagavan then expressed and proclaimed from the names of the Buddhas. I prostrate to the limitless past Buddhas. I prostrate to the 20,000 Buddhas named Chandrasekhara Pradipit. I prostrate to the 30,000 Buddhas named Dipik era. 32. I prostrate to the Buddha Supreme Unobstructed Wisdom. I prostrate to the 16 Buddhas named Prince. I prostrate to the Buddha Gajanaraja. I prostrate to the Buddha Prajnatartana. I prostrate to the Buddha King of Lamps that is Lord among the clouds. I prostrate to the Buddha King of the sound of generosity. I prostrate to the Buddha Amitabha. I prostrate to the Buddha virtuously contemplating. I prostrate to the Buddha Nirmanakaya. I prostrate to the Buddha glorious brilliance of the sun and moon. I prostrate to the Buddha wisdom king of constellations pure lotus. I prostrate to the Buddha king of completely pure ornamentation. I prostrate to the Buddha king noble Naga. I prostrate to the Buddha king thundering cloud. I prostrate to the Buddha wisdom lotus king of constellations thundering cloud. I prostrate to the Buddha Maharaja. I prostrate to the Buddha king Sol tree. I prostrate to the Buddha king glory and splendor of the highest jewels. I prostrate to the Buddha king of bright light. I prostrate to the 10 million Buddhas named immovable light. I prostrate to the Buddha far-reaching light. I prostrate to the Buddha Candra Prabha. I prostrate to the Buddha sandalwood incense. I prostrate to the Buddha king of excellent mountains. I prostrate to the Buddha Mount Sumeru possessing the divine top knot. I prostrate to the Buddha light equal to Mount Sumeru. I prostrate to the Buddha shape of the moon. 33. I prostrate to the Buddha perfect mindfulness. I prostrate to the Buddha stainless. I prostrate to the Buddha desireless. I prostrate to the Buddha Nagata. I prostrate to the Buddha immovable ground. I prostrate to the Buddha supreme flower. I prostrate to the Buddha supreme Vajra flower. I prostrate to the Buddha color of Vajra and gold. I prostrate to the Buddha treasury of gold. I prostrate to the Buddha lineage of the earth. I prostrate to the Buddha reflection of the moon. I prostrate to the Buddha melody of the sun. I prostrate to the Buddha lotus complete liberation. I prostrate to the Buddha completely adorned by light rays. I prostrate to the Buddha clairvoyance of an ocean-like mind. I prostrate to the Buddha water light. 32. I prostrate to the Buddha great melody. I prostrate to the Buddha free from stains and illusions. I prostrate to the Buddha who has abandoned sadness. I prostrate to the Buddha blazing jewels. I prostrate to the Buddha utmost vertex. 33. I prostrate to the Buddha establishing as a hero. I prostrate to the Buddha upholder of the quality of wisdom. I prostrate to the Buddha eclipsing both the sun and moon. 34. I prostrate to the Buddha Vajra light of the sun and moon. I prostrate to the Buddha unsurpassed Vajra light. I prostrate to the Buddha chief among the very supreme. I prostrate to the Buddha awakened flower. I prostrate to the Buddha clear moon. I prostrate to the Buddha sunlight. I prostrate to the Buddha king of colored flowers. I prostrate to the Buddha moonlight in water. I prostrate to the Buddha clearing the darkness of doubt. I prostrate to the Buddha liberated from suffering. 34. I prostrate to the Buddha pure belief. I prostrate to the Buddha foregone excellence. I prostrate to the Buddha majestic miracle. I prostrate to the Buddha wisdom of Dharma. I prostrate to the Buddha sound of the swan. I prostrate to the Buddha sound of the lion. I prostrate to the Buddha sound of the naga. I prostrate to the Buddha abiding in the world. I prostrate to the Buddha Isvara. I prostrate to the Buddha Amitatus. I prostrate to the Buddha Amitabha. I prostrate to the Buddha infinite light. I prostrate to the Buddha unobstructed light. I prostrate to the Buddha unrivaled light. I prostrate to the Buddha king of light blazes. I prostrate to the Buddha blazing light. I prostrate to the Buddha blazing brute. I prostrate to the Buddha completely pure light. I prostrate to the Buddha very joyful light. I prostrate to the Buddha wisdom light. I prostrate to the Buddha uninterrupted stream of light. I prostrate to the Buddha light that is difficult to contemplate. I prostrate to the Buddha inexpressible light. I prostrate to the Buddha noble light of sun and moon. I prostrate to the Buddha excellent marks the color of refined gold. I prostrate to the Buddha lengthy analysis. I prostrate to the Buddha treasury of jewels. I prostrate to the Buddha limitless melody. I prostrate to the Buddha flavor of honey. I prostrate to the Buddha victor of Nagas. I prostrate to the Buddha power of victors. I prostrate to the Buddha lion's melody. I prostrate to the Buddha light devoid of stain. 35. I prostrate to the Buddha supreme glory. I prostrate to the Buddha mountain of gentle splendor. I prostrate to the Buddha king of Vajras. I prostrate to the Buddha unsurpassed flower. I prostrate to the Buddha king of the power of fearlessness. I prostrate to the Buddha Lord Sovereign of Nagas. I prostrate to the Buddha king of the majesty of lions. I prostrate to the Buddha Isvararaja. I prostrate to the Buddha pervasive light. I prostrate to the Buddha Samantalaka. I prostrate to the Buddha completely immaculate. I prostrate to the Buddha Tamalakautrakantanagandha. 35. I prostrate to the Buddha sandalwood incense light. 36. I prostrate to the Buddha victory banner of jewels. I prostrate to the Buddha essence of very joyful pile of jewels. I prostrate to the Buddha great and unsurpassable effort. I prostrate to the Buddha victory banner of jewels, light of the lamp. I prostrate to the Buddha illuminating lamp of wisdom. I prostrate to the Buddha glorious illuminating light of the ocean. I prostrate to the Buddha solid and enduring Vajra. I prostrate to the Buddha one who will completely disperse golden light. 37. I prostrate to the Buddha great and powerful effort. I prostrate to the Buddha disciplined heroes. I prostrate to the Buddha light of compassion. I prostrate to the Buddha king of the power of compassion. I prostrate to the Buddha king of the essence of love. I prostrate to the Buddha king who has completely arranged the innermost sandalwood. I prostrate to the Buddha chief among the great and excellent. I prostrate to the Buddha excellently awakened. I prostrate to the Buddha king completely arranged. 36. I prostrate to the Buddha jeweled parasol of the golden mountain. I prostrate to the Buddha mark of the golden flowers blazing light. I prostrate to the Buddha illuminating light of the great lamp. I prostrate to the Buddha canopy of jewels, king of the sovereign of the power of analyzing emptiness. I prostrate to the Buddha golden flowers light. I prostrate to the Buddha light of the flower that is the jewel of the sky. I prostrate to the Buddha king of completely arranging Vairya. I prostrate to the Buddha light entirely manifesting the body. I prostrate to the Buddha unchanging light of wisdom. I prostrate to the Buddha annihilator of all kings of Maras. I prostrate to the Buddha 1000 illuminating lights. I prostrate to the Buddha victor wisdom of love. I prostrate to the Buddha clear light of love. I prostrate to the Buddha pure light of the world. I prostrate to the Buddha virtuous isolation melody of the moon. I prostrate to the Buddha supreme reverend king of wisdom. I prostrate to the Buddha abiding on the king of the jewel of parasols. I prostrate to the Buddha unsurpassable lineage of Nagas, king of the chief of wisdom. I prostrate to the Buddha light of the sun and moon. I prostrate to the Buddha jewel light of the sun and moon. I prostrate to the Buddha king of supreme adornments wisdom pennant. I prostrate to the Buddha king of stainless treasury. I prostrate to the Buddha mark of illuminating light. I prostrate to the Buddha illuminating blazing light of gold. 37. I prostrate to the Buddha treasury of illuminating golden light. I prostrate to the Buddha king of the sovereign of the power of the sound of a lion. I prostrate to the Buddha king of holy supreme melody. I prostrate to the Buddha eternal pennant light. I prostrate to the Buddha king of lamps conceptualizing the world. I prostrate to the Buddha obtaining kingship of the clothing of wisdom. I prostrate to the Buddha king of holy characteristics of Dharma. I prostrate to the Buddha light of Mount Meru. I prostrate to the Buddha light of the Shumana 38 flowers. I prostrate to the Buddha light of the Utpila flower. I prostrate to the Buddha king of holy power and might. I prostrate to the Buddha king of the power of wisdom. I prostrate to the Buddha very joyful undisturbed light. I prostrate to the Buddha king limitless melodies. I prostrate to the Buddha light of intelligence. I prostrate to the Buddha light of golden ocean. I prostrate to the Buddha king of the sovereign of oceans and mountains of wisdom. I prostrate to the Buddha light of great liberation. I prostrate to the Buddha king constantly filled with all Dharma. I prostrate to the Buddha he who doesn't teach foolishness. I prostrate to all the Nirma-akayas of the Buddhas of the past. When you prostrate to a single past Buddha, or to 10, 100, 1000, or 10,000 past Buddhas, all the intolerable negativities performed in Sarah over countless Limerick Bitlissians will be purified. 38. I respectfully prostrate to 100,000 Buddhas, to 1 million Buddhas, to 10 million Buddhas, to 100 million Buddhas, to 1 billion Buddhas, to 100 quadrillion Buddhas, to countless, limitless Buddhas as numerous as the grains of sand in the Gaga river. If any person hears the names of the countless, limitless past Buddhas, they will not fall to the suffering of the hell realm for 800,000 eons. Therefore, I respectfully prostrate. Whoever respectfully prostrates to the names of the past Buddhas will attain intelligence and purify negativities, will henceforth have the power to restrain from the 10 non-virtues and 5 actions of immediate repercussion, will always hear the holy Dharma, and will be endowed with Moggallana ethics. Therefore, I also prostrate now in that way. The 2 types that are not included are those who disparage the Moggallana Dharma and those who view it as wrong conduct. When someone has a mind that is itself perfectly pure, they will not engage in so-called wrong conduct. They will constantly see limitless Buddhas, and if they are able to repent, with a pure mind, the 4 root negativities and the 5 actions of immediate repercussion, then that is the proper way to abide. Therefore, I also respectfully prostrate. Since it purifies the karma of the 10 non-virtues and attains the Moggallana ethics, therefore, I respectfully prostrate. 39. When he had spoken all those names of the past Buddhas, 10,000 bodhisattvas attained the patience regarding 9 arisen phenomena, 800 Yasravakas generated the Moggallana mind, 5,000 fully ordained monks accomplished arhathood, and 100,000 gods and humans attained the perfectly pure Dharma. I prostrate to the countless, limitless presently abiding Buddhas. I prostrate to the 1,000,000 Buddhas named praised not yet. I prostrate to the Buddha stainless refined gold dust. I prostrate to the Buddha limitless illumination. I prostrate to the Buddha king illuminating light like the mahalo of the sun. I prostrate to the Buddha heaped incense. I prostrate to the Buddha body of 100,000 lions. I prostrate to the Buddha complete play of lions. I prostrate to the Buddha king of mountain of completely radiant good qualities. I prostrate to the Buddha king of jewels, blissful abode of good qualities. I prostrate to the Buddha king perfectly adorned with jeweled flowers. I prostrate to the Buddha bearer of hardships. I prostrate to the Buddha mark of Sumeru. I prostrate to the Buddha becoming King Sumeru. I prostrate to the Buddha Ratnasari. I prostrate to the Buddha Ratnakandra. I prostrate to the Buddha blazing jewel. I prostrate to the Buddha Ratnaviha. I prostrate to the Buddha withstander of hardships, the roar of lions. I prostrate to the Buddha King Great Light. 40. I prostrate to the Buddha unchangeable. I prostrate to the Buddha Bhagaraja. I prostrate to the Buddha perfectly ornamented. I prostrate to the Buddha gone to the floating palace. I prostrate to the Buddha parasol of moons. I prostrate to the Buddha pervasive light. I prostrate to the Buddha Maharaja. I prostrate to the Buddha Vipassina. I prostrate to the Buddha Sikhan. I prostrate to the Buddha Vesvaghu. I prostrate to the Buddha Krakuchkanda. I prostrate to the Buddha Kanakamuna. I prostrate to the Buddha Cassiopeia. I prostrate to the Buddha Megaraja. I prostrate to the Buddha Dharmagarbha. I prostrate to the Buddha sandalwood flower. I prostrate to the Buddha sandalwood petal. I prostrate to the Buddha supreme mind. I prostrate to the Buddha peerless subduer. I prostrate to the Buddha Brahm of honey. I prostrate to the Buddha Vipassina. I prostrate to the Buddha illuminating light of the sun and moon. I prostrate to the Buddha invincible light. I prostrate to the Buddha king endowed with perfect ornamentation. I prostrate to the Buddha rays of light, king of completely pervasive qualities. I prostrate to the Buddha king of the sound of the lion that destroys the four maras. I prostrate to the Buddha fearless Vajra. I prostrate to the Buddha Vidyur light. I prostrate to the Buddha king Mount Sumeru. I prostrate to the Buddha king of immaculate light rays. 41. I prostrate to the Buddha Bhadrasari. I prostrate to the Buddha limitless light rays. I prostrate to the Buddha complete play of Dhara. I prostrate to the Buddha king of power of the heroically going forth Samadhi. I prostrate to the Buddha king sovereign of virtuous, seeing Samadhi. I prostrate to the Buddha unsurpassed qualities. I prostrate to the Buddha sovereign of miracles. I prostrate to the Buddha formlessness of marks. I prostrate to the Buddha scattered body. I prostrate to the Buddha unmarked by stain. I prostrate to the Buddha unmarked by sickness. I prostrate to the Buddha unmarked by contact. I prostrate to the Buddha sovereign of Samadhi. I prostrate to the Buddha sovereign of wisdom Samadhi. I prostrate to the Buddha sovereign of the precious body. I prostrate to the Buddha condenses all. I prostrate to the Buddha completely radiant with glorious kindness. I prostrate to the Buddha Sikhan. I prostrate to the Buddha Vesvaghu. I prostrate to the Buddha Krakuchkanda. I prostrate to the Buddha Kanakamuna. I prostrate to the Buddha Cassiopeia. By prostrate to the Buddha mind attached to pleasant sound. By prostrate to the Buddha Supriya. By prostrate to the Buddha Lafkyobu. By prostrate to the Buddha mark of Mount Sumeru. By prostrate to the Buddha lion's melody. By prostrate to the Buddha lion's mark. By prostrate to the Buddha sovereign of clouds. By prostrate to the Buddha always peaceful. By prostrate to the Buddha mark of the sense powers. 42. By prostrate to the Buddha Anantavadasa. 39. By prostrate to the Buddha mark of Brahma. By prostrate to the Buddha gone beyond all worldly suffering. By prostrate to the Buddha Tamalapatrakandanagan. By prostrate to the Buddha form of Mount Sumeru. By prostrate to the Buddha king of the sovereign of clouds. By prostrate to the Buddha destroyer of all worldly fears. By prostrate to the Buddha Nirma Akaya Sakamuna. 40. When you respectfully prostrate to one currently residing Buddha, or 10, 100, 1000, or 10,000 currently residing Buddhas, all of the heavy negativities from countless eons in Samsara will be purified. By prostrate to 100,000 Buddhas, to 1 million Buddhas, to 10 million Buddhas, to 100 million Buddhas, to 1 billion Buddhas, to 100 quadrillion Buddhas, to countless, limitless Buddhas as numerous as the grains of sand in the Gaga river. When anyone hears the names of the countless currently residing Buddhas, they will not fall to the hell realms for 600,000 eons. Therefore, I respectfully prostrate. When you prostrate to all the Buddhas currently abiding in the 10 directions, you will be completely liberated from all negative karma. You will purify the negativities of the 5 actions of immediate repercussion. You will always reside on perfectly pure ground, and you will also happily abide in Salkamunas. At the end you will be separated from the 3 lower rebirths. Also, you will see Buddha Maitreya, and you will also see 1,000 Buddhas. Therefore, I also prostrate in that way. 43. You will also see the Buddhas of the 10 directions. You will always be born in perfectly pure lands. Also, you will hear the holy Dharma, and you will always clearly see the Buddhas. When he had spoken all those names of the presently abiding Buddhas, Bodhisattva was as numerous as all the grains of sand into Gaga rivers entered into the door of Dhruva, and 4,200,000 gods and humans generated the mind of unsurpassed enlightenment. By prostrate to the limitless Buddhas of this excellent eon who have not yet come. By prostrate to the Buddha Maitreya. By prostrate to the Buddha completely pure body. By prostrate to the Buddha flower light. By prostrate to the Buddha perfected flower. By prostrate to the Buddha illuminating light. By prostrate to the Buddha name and sign. By prostrate to the Buddha golden light of the Jambu river's gold. By prostrate to the Buddha illuminating Dharma. By prostrate to the Buddha Ratnavarbhasa. By prostrate to the Buddha pervasive illumination. By prostrate to the Buddha complete marks. By prostrate to the Buddha Samana Prabha. By prostrate to the Buddha mountain and ocean of wisdom. By prostrate to the Buddha king of the sovereign of miracles. By prostrate to the Buddha perfect arrangement of jewels. By prostrate to the Buddha foremost being. By prostrate to the 10 million Buddhas named king achieving sovereignty. By prostrate to the Buddha bejeweled characteristic. By prostrate to the Buddha Priyadarsana. 44. By prostrate to the 20,000 Buddhas named king completely adorned by marks of lights. By prostrate to the 30,000 Buddhas named entirely glorious concordant marks. By prostrate to the Buddha Maharaja. By prostrate to the 48,000 Buddhas named unchanging light. By prostrate to the Buddha king of jewel moon. By prostrate to the Buddha light devoid of stains. By prostrate to the Buddha holy form. By prostrate to the Buddha light rays of holy form. By prostrate to the Buddha destroyer of all hordes of obstructing entities. By prostrate to the Buddha collection of scents. By prostrate to the Buddha collection of sounds. By prostrate to the 80,000 Buddhas named completely arranging light rays. By prostrate to the 80 million Buddhas named completely arranging light rays. By prostrate to the Buddha completely adorned by jeweled flowers. By prostrate to the Buddha king of supreme qualities. By prostrate to the Buddha illuminating light of refined gold. By prostrate to the 500 Buddhas named lotus light of prophecy. By prostrate to the Buddha fearless son of non-craving. 41. By prostrate to the Buddha completely adorned with excellent flowers. By prostrate to the Buddha sovereign of Vajrasamadhi. When you prostrate to one Buddha who has not yet come, or 10 Buddhas, 100 Buddhas, 1,000 Buddhas, or 10,000 Buddhas who have not yet come, then you will purify all heavy negativities of countless eons of Sa. 45. Whoever listens to the names of 100,000 Buddhas, of 1,000,000 Buddhas, of 10,000,000 Buddhas, of 100,000,000 Buddhas, of 1,000,000,000 Buddhas, of 100 quadrillion Buddhas, of countless, limitless Buddhas as numerous as the grains of sand in the Gaga River, will not fall to the hell realms for 400,000 eons. Therefore, by now prostrate. When anyone, apart from those abiding in wrong conduct, respectfully prostrates to those Buddhas who have not yet come, all their negativities of the 3 obscurations and the 5 actions of immediate repercussion will be purified. They will happily abide in the Buddha's Dharma, they will see limitless Buddhas, and they will also always hear the holy Dharma. Therefore, I respectfully prostrate in that way. When anyone prostrates to all the Buddhas of the 3 times and 10 directions, then whatever wrongdoings, whichever of the 10 negative actions, they have done in the past, future, and present will presently be actually purified, and in the future they will see the essential nature of the Buddhas. Therefore, develop devotion toward that. If someone recites, writes, reads, or prostrates, then whatever life occurs, wherever they're born, wrong views will not arise. They will reach the continuum of complete liberation. 46. They will not be born in a borderland. They will not be born in bad countries. They will not see an unsuitable king, and for 4,000,000 eons they will not be born as a hell realm being. When someone respectfully prostrates in that way, they will purify the 10 negative actions and will perfectly attain the great Dharma. When the Bhagavan proclaimed the names of the Buddhas that had not yet come, 50,000 bodhisattvas was achieved the ground of irreversibility, 700 fully ordained nuns became arhats, and 6,200,000 gods and humans attained the perfectly pure Dharma. I prostrate to the great Dharma and to the 12 collections of scripture. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of general discourses. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of prophecies. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of proclamations in verse. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of proclamations in song. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of special aphorisms. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of declarations. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of biographical narratives. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of narratives of parables. 42. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of narratives of former births. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of extensive discourses. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of narratives of marvels. I prostrate to the scriptural collection of narratives of established doctrines. I prostrate to all the divisions of the Mahayana scriptural collections. 47. Anyone who, when they hear the names of those 12 scriptural collections and the perfection discourses, praises them, prostrates to them, utters them, generates devotion toward them, adopts them, or holds them, will not fall to the realm of hell beings for 200 eons, and they will be endowed with the wisdom that remembers past and future lives. Therefore, respect, fully prostrate. When the Bhagavan had spoken the names of the 12 scriptural collections, 85,000 bodhisattvas was attained the Vajrasamadhi, 1,000,000 Sravakas generated the Mahayana mind, 10,000 fully ordained monks and fully ordained nuns became arhats, and limitless gods and humans attained the perfectly pure Dharma. I prostrate to all the bodhisattva mahasattvas of the 10 directions. I prostrate to the bodhisattva youthful Mandasari. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta. 43. I prostrate to the bodhisattva constant effort. I prostrate to the bodhisattva unsent continuing. I prostrate to the bodhisattva jewel in hand. I prostrate to the bodhisattva bhigaraja. I prostrate to the bodhisattva effort of heroes. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Ratnakandra. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Kandra Pradha. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Purakandra. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Mabila. I prostrate to the bodhisattva limitless strength. I prostrate to the bodhisattva noble 3 realms. I prostrate to the bodhisattva the Drapala. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Maitreya. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Ratnakua. I prostrate to the bodhisattva guide. 48. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Srigurb. I prostrate to the bodhisattva devotion to teaching. I prostrate to the bodhisattva Naya trunk. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva sandalwood jewel flower. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva highest deeds. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Anantakarika. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva perfectly arranged deeds. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Visadakaraka. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Uridhara. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Vajra non-craving. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva always respectful. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva flower of the previous king. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Priyadarsana. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva foremost melody. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva strength of effort and good qualities. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Alaskayamatai. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva perfectly pure heart. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva perfectly pure ice. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Samanabhadra. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Manjasari. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Maitreya. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva the excellent thought. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva non-empty. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva miraculous flower. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva clear light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva clear light of wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva highest wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Jnanabhaya. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva pacified senses. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva prayer for wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva reflection of incense. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva clear jewel. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva abiding in the middle. 49. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva deeds of cessation. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Vimukti. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Dharmadharma. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva equally conceptual. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva equally non-conceptual. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva equally and unequally conceptual. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of the Sovereign of Samadhi. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of the Sovereign of Dharma. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva characteristics of Dharma. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva mark of light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva adorned by light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva great ornament. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Ratnakue. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva staffed up minds. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel in hand. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel in hand mudra. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva continually raising their hand. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva continually lowering their hand. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva endowed with constant loving kindness. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Lord of Joy. 44. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva King of Joy. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva melody of the mind. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva holder of the jewel and lamp. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel hero. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel views. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva net of truth. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva illuminated net. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva understood is free from faults. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva staffed up wisdom. 50. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Ratnasue. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Deborah. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva completely conquering demons. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva glory of lightning. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of sovereigns. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva perfectly adorned with the mark of good qualities. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Siddhagyo. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Megasvara. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva sound of the quaking of Mount Muslinda. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Gandhahastan. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva white Gandhahastan. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva foremost birth. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Thayutagmaita. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Brahmajala. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jeweled staff. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva invincible sound. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva ornament of the field. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Himasue. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jeweled vertex. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva youthful ornamented light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Kadhara. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva emerging appearance. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva victorious over austerities. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva virtuous qualities. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva flower light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jeweled sandalwood flower. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva hidden dharma. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Dharmasvara. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva chief of glory. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva non-blinking. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva glorious crown protrusion. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva previous virtue. 51. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva root of virtue. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva supreme army. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva foremost being. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Si-ha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva lion's melody. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva clean knowing. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva excellent non-craving. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva virtuous mind. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva actually perceiving. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva completely protecting. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva flash of lightning. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Priyadarsana. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva mark of appearance. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva foremost mind. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Alaskayamatai. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva profound wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva mark of peace. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Asaga. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva highest virtue. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Payuyakitara. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva lotus ornament. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva essence of qualities. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva highest moon. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel in hand mudra. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of jeweled crown protrusions. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva devoted to truth. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva perceiving wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva becoming king. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva profound king. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king flower. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva foremost form. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva skilled in questioning. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva skilled in answering. 52. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva actual realization of characteristics. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva definite mark. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva definitely stacked up. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva produced through joy. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva happily abiding. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva fearful Chamaras. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva giver of wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva refuge giver. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva noble state of wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva courageous giving. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva observing wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva wisdom prayers. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva four types of gathering. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva melodious teacher. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva supreme ocean. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva joyful Dharma. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Bodhisattva. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Supradhara. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of love. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Masvara. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Brahmagdoa. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva foremost color. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva sandalwood growth. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva lion's melody. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva supreme sound. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva form of foremost color. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva assorted adornments. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Sakya's victory banner. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Amurthajatas. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of appearance. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Mahaprabha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva fearless. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva stacked up secrets. 53. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva glittering flower. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva supreme chief. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva completely demonstrates with the body. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva clairvoyance. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva glorious ocean. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva infinite body. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Lord of the King of Medicine. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Cassiopeia. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva King of Stainless Treasury. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Visvaghu. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Lord of Glorious Prominent Honorability. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Vajrayapradha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Fearless. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva King of Oceans. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Si-Hagdoa. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Faith in Signs. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Gandhara. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Ornament of Light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Rasmai. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Mahapravidhana. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Matrabala. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva great compassion. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of the basis. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva strength of the basis. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva glory of the basis. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva complete benefit. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva completely grasped. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva the unchanging light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Samana Prabha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva authentic light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Krakuch Candid. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Devaprabha. 54. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva King of Jewels. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva completed light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva scholar among teachers. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva great patience. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of flowers. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva the Yuhaku. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva wisdom light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva ocean of wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Spiramatite. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva lineage of the Sakya. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Sudar Abha. 45. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Subar Agarb. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva always compassionate. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva highest Dharma. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva treasure of jewels. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva mountain light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva wisdom mountain. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva great luster. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva completely grasping. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva powerful mountain. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva mountain peak. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva mountain victory banner. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva mountain king. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva tamer of Maras. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Megasvara. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of rain. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva king of clouds. 46. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva precious wheel. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva glittering jewel. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva primary jewel. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva treasury of jewels. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Ratnavarbasa. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva unchanging jewel. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel Madra. 55. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel Mahela. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel ornament. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel lake. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Ratnaprabha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva blazing jewel. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva revealing jewel. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel maker. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva conviction Indrama. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva completely pure king. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva mark of crown protrusion. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Sudar Abha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva jewel top nut. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Sadasaresu. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva lightweight. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva intellect. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva realizing moon. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Kandra Prabha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Dharma wheel. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva pure light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva investigating generosity. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva complete glory. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva pervasive luster. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva foremost victory banner. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva smooth melody. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva blazing with splendor. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva light of marks. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva moon of the ocean. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Sagaragarbha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva foremost moon. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva immaculate wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva noble light. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Kandrasarai. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Suryaprabha. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Vajra. 56. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva blazing victory banner. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva glorious respectability. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva clear ocean. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva extensive ocean. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva conceptualized object. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva clear wisdom. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva good qualities. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva freedom through appearance. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva teacher of secrets. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva Suddhata. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva powerful body. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva great subduer. I prostrate to the Bodhisattva concealed body. by prostrate to 1 bodhisattva, or 10 bodhisattvas, 100 bodhisattvas, 1000 bodhisattvas, 10,000 bodhisattvas. When one prostrates to 1,000,000 bodhisattvas, 2,000,000 bodhisattvas, 3,000,000 bodhisattvas, 4,000,000 bodhisattvas, 5,000,000 bodhisattvas, 6,000,000 bodhisattvas, 7,000,000 bodhisattvas, 8,000,000 bodhisattvas, 9,000,000 bodhisattvas, or 10,000,000 bodhisattvas, all of one's heavy negativities of limitlessness within Sara will be purified. When one prostrates to 100,000 bodhisattva mahasattvas, 1,000,000 bodhisattva mahasattvas, 10,000,000 bodhisattva mahasattvas, 100,000,000 bodhisattva mahasattvas, 1,000,000,000 bodhisattva mahasattvas, or 10 quadrillion bodhisattva mahasattvas, one will purify all the inexhaustible negativities of limitlessness Sara. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in the Ga river. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand into Ga rivers. 57. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 3 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 4 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 5 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 6 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 7 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 8 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 9 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 10 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 100 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 1,000 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 10,000 Ga rivers. By prostrate to as many bodhisattva mahasattvas as there are grains of sand in 10 hexillion 47 Ga rivers. When you prostrate to all of them, then all the heavy negativities of countless infinitions Saras will be entirely purified. Whoever hears the names of these bodhisattva mahasattvas will not fall to the suffering of the hell beings, and will not belong to the realms of the 3 realms of existence for 40,000 eons. They will always belong to the realm of complete liberation. They will not be born in a borderland. They will not be born in a bad country. They will not receive a bad body. They will not have wrong views. They will not be born in a wrong family. They will not 58. Be born as a heretic. Their organs and limbs will be complete. They will always hear the holy Dharma. Even then they don't receive the ethics of restraint. They will always have ethics, and they will always see the beautiful Moggallana path of action and also actual Buddhas. Therefore, respectfully prostrate because you will blissfully abide in the Dharma, and in the future life you will attain the accomplishment of Buddhahood. When he had spoken the names of those bodhisattva mahasattvas, 8,800,000 faithful sons of the lineage and daughters of the lineage attained the result of non-returner. 9,400,000 gods attained the result of once-returner. 7,800,000 fully ordained monks who had lost consciousness gained their minds once again and attained the result of arhathood. And 1,000,000 bodhisattvas attained the great Nirvana and in the future will be actually enlightened. Then the Bhagavatam spoke to the bodhisattva faith in signs, son of the lineage. When any sentient being who is tormented by suffering hears the name of that past Buddha called Ratnasakin one time, then they die and transmigrate. They will be reborn as gods, as you yourself have said. Even now you have requested that I explain the names of all the Buddhas, and you desire all sentient beings to be free from suffering and to move beyond the worldly state. For this reason, I also completely explained to you and all beings the names of the 3 jewels. This is because, in the ultimate sense, through the power of instructing on one jewel all 3 are explained. Anyone who has heard those names should remember them from the depths of their heart. At the time of death, when some virtuous friend encourages the dying person to deliberately say the names of the 3 jewels by reciting 3 times, Nam-bodhidhaya, Nam-bodhidharmaya, Namosagghaya. Then after they have died, they won't go to the three lower transmigrations. Instead, whichever worldly realm of the 10 directions. 59. That they have faith in, that is where they will be born. They will successively serve every Buddha, and they will recognize every Bodhisattva. They will hear Manjusari and Samanthabhadra explain to Moggallana Dharma the expansive great liberation, and, having heard it, they will also immediately attain the patience regarding 9 arisen phenomena. Son of the lineage, since the persons will have perfectly accumulated countless eons roots of virtue, they will hear the names of the primordial 3 jewels. Then the Bodhisattva faith in signs said to the Bhagavan, Bhagavan, in just what way are we to speak of the 3 jewels? Are they one entity, 2 entities, or 3 entities? Furthermore, if they are one entity we go to a single refuge, but if they are 3 entities that becomes 3 refuges. If there are 3 refuges, the Buddha and the Dharma also become distinct spheres, and it is also similar for the Sangha. If it is the case that there are 3 refuges, then since all beings see them as 3 aspects, even though they practice Dharma for 3 eons, they will not comprehend a single vehicle. Bhagavan, please explain this to me for the well-being and happiness of all sentient beings. After I have heard that, please explain the specifics to all beings. Bhagavan, for the sake of nirvana, if anyone hears the names, they will obtain the abode of highest enlightenment. The Bhagavan replied to the Bodhisattva faith in signs, excellent. Son of the lineage, excellent, excellent. The capacity to question me about this important meaning like this is exceedingly excellent, exceedingly excellent. Son of the lineage, for you to ask me a question about the important meaning like you have, that is a question asked by a great being who is not abiding on the first ground, nor the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, nor 8th ground, but by a great being who abides on the 10th ground. Dharma cloud, that is who asks the Tathagata about the important meaning in this way. Listen well, and I will explain the specific details. 60. Son of the lineage, all beings have been veiled with ignorance since beginningless time. They have been revolving in the prison of the 3 realms, tormented by various sufferings. Those who are totally moving to and fro among the 6 types of beings, 48 since they don't have any refuge or basis of support, seek out refuge in the direction of non-human spirits. The Turpikas bind their own arms and legs and give their lives, and although they seek refuge, they have no liberation from suffering. They throw themselves into fire and lakes, and although they sacrifice their lives, there is no time when they are free from sorrow. Therefore, the great Lord Tathagata through the samadhi of love contemplated with compassion on all beings with such erroneous mental continua, and he thus taught the names of the 3 jewels. In order to serve as an authentic basis of support, he taught the beginner students who were all Sravakas and Prayaka buddies, as the 3 jewels, moreover, as 3 different entities, just like stepping stones. After that, to all the excellent beings practicing celibacy for a long time, he taught that the authentic, perfected 3 jewels are, in fact, one entity, that is, he taught that the Dharma jewel and the Sangha jewel also exist within the singular Buddha jewel. Son of the lineage, why are they called jewels? For example, just as a pile of the 7 varieties of worldly jewels 49 provides impoverished beings sustenance, similarly, the 3 jewels also arouse the dharmakaya of all beings in the world and increase their wisdom, and are hence known as jewels. As for the 3 jewels as different entities, when the Buddha emanated a body in Rahagha, and took the aspect 50 of being a bodhisattva in order to liberate all sentient beings, he resided in the vows and undertook austerities. When he had achieved complete enlightenment in front of the Bodhi tree, it is said he enacted the welfare of self and other, and is hence called Buddha. A Buddha is one who is awakened from the sleep of ignorance. 61. The so-called Sangha is an object of offerings. Since the disciples, plurals, discover meaning from the teacher, they are called Sangha. 51. There are 2 aspects to the Sangha, the harmonious and the uncompounded. As for obtaining the uncompounded, it is the characteristic of wisdom that is liberated in emptiness by means of perfect emptiness, which is uncompounded. The exhaustion of the mistaken and uninterruptedly emerging contaminations is also known as uncompounded. After having ceased all contamination, nations they gather together with all their beings in one place, and being without dispute, they are harmonious. 52. Anything that has both of those meanings is called Asaka, son of the lineage. As for dharma, there are all the virtuous and negative dharmas. 53. As well as all that is compounded and uncompounded. Abandon negative dharmas and increase virtuous dark mass. Moreover, everything observed by the mind is known as the dharma jewel. Therefore, the two, Buddha and Asaka, are not one entity, and moreover, they have different natures. Dharma is a dimension included within Asaka and Buddha, hence it is difficult to separate them. In what way is it difficult to separate them? Supposing one designates the names of the Buddha and Asaka as synonyms, one engaging in analysis could say that attaining the aggregate of complete liberation, as well as all virtuous qualities, are both known as the Dharma jewel, but that meaning is not the case. Why not? It is through the power of virtuous qualities and merit that you attain the human body. When separated from Dharma, there is no human body, and how could there, moreover, be the so-called Dharma jewel independent from humans? This discourse here today gathers humans together into one with Dharma, although they are different, and it is through the power of Dharma that human bodies are established. Since Dharma goes forth under the power of humans, then for that reason, the aggregate of complete liberation, the 10 powers, the 4 fears, lessnesses, the 32 marks, the 80 excellent signs, the paramitas, and so on, even the countless samadhis, are explained. 62. As the Buddha jewel, the aggregate of Nisravaka's complete liberation is explained as the Asaka jewel. All these good qualities are enumerations of compounded and uncompounded dharma, and the practice which observes the reasoning is said to be the Dharma jewel. Fundamentally, there is only one dimension. However, through the explanation of the two meanings, the dimension of Dharma also has the distinctions of Buddha and Asaka. Therefore, they are included within the Dharma jewel. Having explained the 3 aspects in that way, when sentient beings take them as refuge and support, those in the 3 realms will be liberated from the fears of samsara. Although they will be liberated from the coarse sufferings of all activities, their subtle suffering will not be exhausted. Therefore, the authentic, perfected 3 jewels will be explained. As previously explained, a Buddha has control over suffering, Dharma is impermanent, and Asaka is also impermanent. If it is said that if something is suffering, then it cannot be an authentic basis and support, then this explanation here today is a constant support. All practitioners of Yoga 54 call that which directly engages reality emptiness, which is separate from the 8 distortions 55 and which is the authentic basis and support that has neither arising nor cessation, the Buddha jewel. The perfected practice that observes all permanent dharmas that can be found is the authentic Dharma jewel. The practitioners who enter within the reality of authentic Dharma and perpetually accomplish the uncompounded abode are known as Asaka. Moreover, perpetually free from the 8 distortions, all era beings and ordinary beings gather together, and also have no disputes at any time. They are called the Asaka jewel. Previously, the 3 jewels were explained as differentiated between humans and Dharma. Here, since the Dharma and also the Asaka have arisen upon the single entity of the Buddha, it is for that reason that I have explained to you the 3 jewels as one entity, and will turn all beings toward a single vehicle. 63. Then the Bodhisattva faith in signs said to the Bhagavan, Buddha Bhagavan, what is to be conceptualized in order to accomplish the Mahayana? The Bhagavan replied, son of the lineage, contemplate the 3 realms as impermanent, and you will accomplish the Mahayana. The Bodhisattva faith in signs asked, how does one conceptualize them as impermanent? He replied, when one conceptualizes impermanence, then all afflictions are completely abandoned, and you apply yourself to correct mindfulness, starting first with love and compassion. Those who explain the Dharma to all beings and liberate them, yet don't want anything in return, are known as bodhisattvas. One who, in that way, does not give up on all sentient beings will accomplish the Mahayana. Son of the lineage, imagine a large city that is 1 yojana in circumference. It has many doors. The paths that lead to them are mostly on steep cliffs, and dark and very frightening places. However, if one gets there, one has great bliss and happiness. There is a person whose only son is very dear to him, but since he has heard that in that city there is an immeasurable wealth of bliss and happiness, then desiring to go to that city, he abandons his dear son. Then using various methods, he clears the path from its terrors, but upon arriving at that city's gate, when he had stepped one foot inside but hadn't yet lifted the other one, he remembers his son. He thinks, I have one son, why didn't I guide him when first setting forth? Now, who will take care of him henceforth? And with the thought, he leaves that city and returns directly to his son. Son of the lineage, the love and compassion of a bodhisattva are like that. For the sake of love and compassion they meditate on the five clairvoyances. Having thus meditated, and exhausted all contaminations too, there is moreover nothing knowable that they do not grasp. Why is that? For the sake of compassion toward sentient beings, they abandon their exhaustion of all 64 contaminations and their clairvoyances, so they can travel the earth as an ordinary being. Son of the lineage, the example of the city of bliss and happiness represents great, perfect liberation. The examples of the many doors represent the 84,000 doors of samadhi. The example of the very frightening paths represents Maras and interfering forces. The example of arriving at the city gate represents attaining the five clairvoyances. The example of having one foot lifted up, crossing the threshold, represents wisdom. The example of having one foot not lifted up represents bodhisattvas who have not achieved complete liberation for the sake of others. The example of one's only son being left behind represents the five classes of sentient beings. The example of recollecting the son represents great compassion. The example of turning back to go directly to the son represents taming sentient beings and working to attain complete liberation for them. The example of not wanting to receive anything in return represents skillful means. Son of the lineage, all those comprise the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas' great love and great compassion. Those that they have not forsaken are inconceivable. Son of the lineage, it is also like this. The holy being of a Bodhisattva, from then they first generate Bodhicitta until they meet the essence of enlightenment, will, on behalf of sentient beings, constantly cultivate the 10 virtues. What are the 10? Not ending a life, not taking what wasn't given, not engaging in sexual misconduct, not telling lies, not engaging in divisive speech and science, not speaking harsh words, not speaking meaningless words and idle talk, not having a covetous mind, not having a harmful mind, and not having wrong views. Similarly, when the Bodhisattva practices marvelous love and compassion, it is through the love that they demonstrate virtue and establish others in bliss, and it is through the compassion that they liberate from suffering and save from the hell realms. Then they see that beings don't understand the way of desiring. 65. To achieve freedom from sorrow, then the Bodhisattva meditates on the mind of compassion for those beings. Since, through the power of compassion, the door of nirvana is opened for all sentient beings, it directly indicates the abode of bliss. Achieving the result of the Mahayana is known as performing the activity of Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. Then the Bodhisattva faith in signs ask the Bhagavan, what is correct mindfulness? The practice of the unproduced non-ceasing term, he replied. He asked, Bhagavan, what is term's non-production? What is non-ceasing? He replied, Son of the lineage, do not produce negative dark mass, and do not cease virtuous termas. Anyone in the 3 realms who engages in that type of practice will not be sullied by the stains of the imprints of the 5 types of desire. 56 Son of the lineage, if you are traveling in the 3 realms and desire to liberate sentient beings, you should travel in the 3 realms with these 10 dharma aspects. Although following conventional words and letters the 3 realms are indeed taught to exist, since unsurpassable enlightenment doesn't fall into either category. Rise of enlightenment not abiding in the 3 times or perfected enlightenment, what's the point of mentioning the 3 times and 3 realms? What are the 10 dharmas? 57 1 Your mind should neither go up nor down because of praise or blame. 2 Your mind should not discriminate one from the other when hearing something pleasant or unpleasant. 3 Generate compassion similarly toward those who are wise and toward those who are deluded, for view sentient beings impartially whether they are high or low. 5 Don't allow your mind to differentiate between those who make offerings with respect and those who are disrespectful. 6 Don't deride others' faults and defects. 7 Although you see the various vehicles, view them as one vehicle. 8 Although you hear the 66 sounds of the 3 lower rebirths, don't be afraid or worried. 9 View all bodhisattvas as the same as Tathagatas, and 10 Consider it wonderful and marvelous that a Buddha emerges during this time of the degenerate eon. If you are endowed with those 10 dharmas, then the imprints of a bodhisattva's afflictions will not become afflictions. When a bodhisattva, a holy being, travels within the 3 realms, because it is based upon great compassion, then even the dirty ground they trod upon becomes mixed with light such that not even one speck of dust remains. Therefore, it is said to be difficult to conceive any being in the pure world who has tightly guarded their ethics for up to an eon. That being, in a mere instant, is excellent and supreme through their practice of love. For anyone in this world, all the negativities of body, speech, and mind they have carried out that would definitely result in falling into one of the 3 lower rebirths will quickly be purified through the mind of love. When a bodhisattva is born even in a negative world, they are free from fear and doubt, and even any negativities they have that would send them down to a lower rebirth will be purified through the mere headache. Anyone who desires to sever their bondage or desires to abandon the afflictions and obscurations, even when they are born in this negative world, by their protecting the holy dharma, their wisdom will increase. 67. Because of having practiced pure ethics for 100 eons in a pure land, henceforth, for many tomorrows, it is easy for them to abide even in this world. Why is this the case? I have seen 2 exceptionally pure worlds, the immovable world and the world of great bliss, wherein there isn't even the term suffering, and amassing merit in those realms isn't considered to be difficult. When whoever is in these worlds practices patience with those things that are unbearable and also causes others to practice patience, that is excellent, supreme merit. Therefore, all bodhisattvas, then they travel in this negative world, lead all sentient beings to not partake of any afflictions or sorrow. Then they generate a stable mind of perseverance, they quickly attain the unsurpassable enlightenment. Then the Bodhisattva Mahasatthi Akasagarbha asked the Bhagavan, Bhagavan, may all of us inquire here and now, what are the Bodhisattva's causes and conditions for enlightenment? If the Tathagata gives the opportunity to ask, it will generate inspiration, so we are asking. The Bhagavan replied, excellent. Son of the lineage, you have generated roots of virtue upon many hundreds of thousands of previous Buddhas, you are knowledgeable about the methods and activities of bodhisattvas, and for the sake of all bodhisattvas, you have asked about the stable perseverance of the bodhisattvas. 68. Conduct. Excellent. Ask as you desire, and I will explain the specific details. After the Bhagavan granted the opportunity to ask, Akasagarbha asked the Bhagavan, Bhagavan, how do bodhisattvas abide in discipline and undergo austerities without it bringing about mental torment? How do bodhisattvas not experience dejection regarding definitive terms? 58. How do bodhisattvas increase their roots of virtue? How do bodhisattvas not become afraid and stray from propriety? How do bodhisattvas perfectly accomplish holy dharma? How do bodhisattvas excellently practice the first ground through to the 10th ground? How do bodhisattvas become perfectly skilled in means? How do bodhisattvas become the teachers of sentient beings? How do bodhisattvas not squander the mine of enlightenment in each and every lifetime? How do bodhisattvas make use of a single type of mental practice instead of a variety of types? How do bodhisattvas excellently accomplish the precious dharma? 59. How do bodhisattvas emerge from misdeeds forbidden? 60. By their ethics and discipline. How do bodhisattvas cease all afflictions? How do bodhisattvas become harmonious with all great assemblies? How do bodhisattvas excellently open the door of the generosity of dharma? How do bodhisattvas not lose the roots of virtue collected through the might of their previous power? How do bodhisattvas naturally practice the 6 perfections without being dependent on what has been taught by others? How do bodhisattvas take birth in the desired realm, having forsaken concentration and samadhi? How do bodhisattvas become irreversible from the Buddha's dharma? How do bodhisattvas, having increased their roots of virtue and traveled in the 3 realms and taught sentient beings, not sever the continuum of the Buddha essence? 61. Then the Bhagavan exclaimed to the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha, excellent. That you even have the capacity to ask the Tathagata about all the actions of a Bodhisattva is exceedingly excellent, excellent. Listen well, and directly commit this to memory. 69. Bhagavan, we aspire to listen in accordance with your instructions. We will listen and contemplate, he replied. The Bhagavan replied to the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha, son of the lineage, When a bodhisattva has 4 dharmas, then abiding in discipline and undergoing austerities will not cause them mental torment. What are the 4 dharmas? The 4 are to generate compassion for all sentient beings, generate perseverance and not engage in laziness, understand the cycle of birth and death to be like a mere dream, and contemplate the Buddha's wisdom with an authentic mind. Bodhisattvas who have those 4 dharmas will have no mental torment because of practicing austerity and abiding in discipline. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will not prematurely become dejected regarding definitive words. What are these 4? The 4 are the expression of definitive words of directly engaging the selflessness of phenomena, the expression of definitive words of the unreasonableness of generating the discrimination of faith in all birthplaces, the expression of definitive words that are a continual praise of the Mahayana, and the expression of definitive words through which the results of virtuous and negative karma are not lost. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will completely increase their roots of virtue. What are these 4? The 4 are to safeguard their ethics, to listen extensively, 62 to practice generosity, and to go forth into homelessness. 63 When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will have no fear and not stray from propriety. What are these 4? The 4 are to not stray even when overcome by the loss of wealth, by infamy, by being cast down low and inferior, or by suffering. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will perfectly accomplish white dharma. What are these 4? The 4 are teaching conviction and virtuous and negative karma to others, giving without wishing to receive, protecting and guarding. 70. The holy dharma, and using great wisdom to teach all bodhisattvas. Son of the lineage. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will perfectly understand from the 1st ground to the 10th ground. What are these 4? The 4 are generating roots of virtue for a long time, eliminating all misdeeds and faults, perfectly understanding skillful means, and dedicating any virtuous effort performed to enlightenment. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will be perfectly skilled in means. What are these 4? The 4 are acting in accordance with the minds of sentient beings, generating a mind that rejoices in others' merit and good qualities, if there are negativities, regretting and purifying them, and requesting all the Tathagatas to continue turning the wheel of Dharma. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will be a teacher of sentient beings. What are these 4? The 4 are always benefiting sentient beings and establishing them in bliss, entirely giving up one's own joy, acting with a pliable, good-natured mind, 64 which is to say, meditating on patience, and abandoning laziness. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will not squander the mind of enlightenment in each and every lifetime. What are these 4? The 4 are always remembering all of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, dedicating all merit performed to unsurpassed enlightenment for the sake of sentient beings, depending on a spiritual friend, and wholly proclaiming the Mahayana. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will make use of a single type of mental practice instead of a variety of types. What are those 4? The 4 are abandoning the mind of a Sravaka, abandoning the mind of a Pratyeka, not becoming disheartened with accomplishing the Dharma, and teaching others any Dharma that they have learned. 71. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will excellently accomplish the precious Dharma. What are these 4? The 4 are generating the discrimination of the Mahayana Dharma as being precious like a jewel because it is rare, viewing the Mahayana Dharma as a medicine because it eliminates all mental diseases, viewing the Mahayana Dharma as a wealth of jewels because it is never exhausted, and viewing the Mahayana Dharma as that which causes suffering to cease because it moves beyond sorrow. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will emerge from degenerated ethics and afflictive misdeeds. What are these 4? The 4 are attaining non-ceasing patience regarding phenomena, since all phenomena will not come, attaining non-ceasing patience regarding phenomena since all phenomena have not gone, attaining the interdependently arising patience regarding phenomena since all phenomena are understood to arise from causes and conditions, and attaining non-abiding patience since there are no mental continued that are distinct. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another 4 dharmas, they will cease all afflictions. What are these 4? The 4 are directly engaging correct mindfulness, controlling all the senses, being able to generate the strength of virtuous dharma, and abandoning the distraction of worldly affairs and having faith in isolated places. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another for terms, they will be harmonious with all great assemblies. What are these four? The four are not accomplishing the distinguished attainment, even though accomplishing the Dharma oneself, always generating the minds of veneration and respect without laziness, seeking only the benefit of the Dharma and not boasting about oneself, and not seeking gain, veneration, or fame, even when teaching the virtuous Dharma to others. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another for dharmas, they will excellently open the door of offering the dharma. What? 72. Are these four? The four are completely protecting and guarding the holy dharma, benefiting one's own wisdom and teaching others, always practicing ethical dharma, and not conceptualizing perfectly pure and impure phenomena. 65. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another for dharmas, they will not lose the roots of virtue collected through the might of their previous power. What are these four? The four are not making presumptions about others' misdeeds and faults, always meditating on love with regard to those who are hateful, always explaining all phenomena as interdependent, and always remembering unsurpassed enlightenment. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another for dharma, they will naturally practice the six perfections without being dependent on what has been taught by others. What are these four? The four are always giving others the generosity of dharma, not speaking about others' misdeeds, gathering sentient beings through the dharma and being skilled as their teacher, and completely understanding the profound dharma. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another for dharmas, they will directly take birth in the desired realm, having forsaken concentration and samadhi. What are these four? The four are acting with an affectionate, good-natured mind, acquiring the might of the root of virtue, not forsaking all sentient beings, and being able to continuously meditate on the power of wisdom and skillful means. When a bodhisattva is endowed with another for dharmas, they will become irreversible from the Buddha's dharma. What are these four? The four are not generating the mind of sadness even though experiencing the cycle of birth and death countless times, always making offerings to immeasurable Buddhas, meditating on immeasurable loving minds, and generating devotion to the Buddha's immeasurable wisdom. Son of the lineage, when a bodhisattva is endowed with another for dharmas, they will not sever the continuum of the 73. Buddha essence. What are these four? The four are not giving up prayer for the sake of all sentient beings, having faith in the practice of generosity, having aspiration toward great perseverance, and continually practicing the Buddhacharya dharma with a profound mind. The bodhisattva travels in the three realms and makes use of these enumerated categories of fourfold practices. When one meditates on benefiting sentient beings and making them happy, and meditates on making them happy and passing beyond the world, the continuum of the Buddha essence will not be severed. At that time, when the various sets of four types of Moggallana dharmas were explained, 40,000 gods generated the mind of unsurpassed enlightenment. From among the humans, 25,000 attained the patience regarding 9 horizons in DNA. 48,000 bodhisattvas attained the perfection of patience of the Dharmadhatu and directly entered into the wisdom of a Buddha. Also at that time, the Bhagavan said to the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha, son of the lineage, grasp this sutra well and hold it. When he had thus spoken, the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha asked, Bhagavan, what is the name of this sutra? How do we grasp it? The Bhagavan answered, the name of this sutra is the all-expansive great liberation that destroys the realm of Mara, disassembles the army of Tripikas, clears away all afflictions, liberates from the bondage of distorted views and the 5 desirable sense objects, raises the prison of the 3 realms, frees from sorrow and liberates into moving beyond sorrow, moistens the cause of the supreme seed that has dried out, sends down the rain of the Dharma of the 6 perfections, which are the great causes and conditions, increases and expands the sprout and flower of the 3 vehicles for sentient beings, and establishes the supreme result of enlightenment as the singular vehicle, so grasp it. 74. The Bodhisattva Akasagarbha then asked the Bhagavan, before the eyes of countless past Buddhas, and within countless assemblies and limitless collections, although I have heard various kinds of dharma, various kinds of purposes, various kinds of signs, and various kinds of vehicles, I have never heard amazing and wondrous dharma like that, amazing and wondrous purposes like those, amazing and wondrous signs like those, and an amazing and wondrous great vehicle like this. Having heard this here now, I will not sever its continuing. The Bhagavantagata is continuous, and Dharma and Asaya will not cease. After the sentient beings of the three realms bring about their own birth and their own cessation, it is said that since they haven't seen the Buddha, and since they haven't seen the Dharma and the Asaya, their passing beyond sorrow will be obstructed. We all, with the blessing of the Tathagata, will travel in the three realms and pursue ordinary beings, and speak the name, passing beyond sorrow. Bhagavantagata, in order to pass beyond sorrow, we all will attain the Dharma body of the great being that enters the wisdom of the Buddha through 80,000 vehicles. We will spread this sutra to all sentient beings included within the Dharmadhatu. We will grasp it, hold it, read it aloud, and recite it. We will meditate just as you have explained, and we all will, at the same time, be established as Buddhas. We will not give up this sutra. Bhagavan, when any son of the lineage or daughter of the lineage who, in order to move beyond sorrow in this degenerate time, grasps this sutra as their I, or reads it aloud, or recites it, or writes it down on the pages of a book, or causes it to be written down, how much merit will they attain? The Bhagavan replied, son of the lineage, anyone who hears the mere name of this sutra will, because of it, have limitless merit even greater than that of giving precious jewels enough to completely fill the great billionfold world system. Anyone who, having arranged this sutra into a book, merely holds it will have, because of that, limitless merit greater than that of even giving precious 75 jewels enough to completely fill 10,000 world systems. Anyone who writes or even causes another to write a single word, a single verse, or a single page from within this sutra, which expansively spreads the Mahayana, will have, because of that, limitless merit greater than that of even giving precious jewels enough to completely fill the world systems of the 10 directions. Anyone who, from the depths of their hearts, reads aloud or recites one page of this sutra will have, because of that, limitless merit even greater than that of giving jewel 67 enough to completely fill numberless world systems. Anyone who, from the depths of their heart, understands the meaning of one word of this sutra and then teaches the meaning of one word or one page to another will have, because of that, limitless merit greater than that of even protecting the lives of enough sentient beings to completely fill all the world systems. Why is that? Giving of material things is the giving of the esrava, because it only generates life and resources but doesn't liberate from samsara. Giving the Mahayana Dharma generates sentient beings' roots of enlightenment and combines together the vitality of the wisdom of the three vehicles. Son of the lineage, reading aloud and holding this sutra, even if you were previously an evil person endowed with negativities, makes you now one endowed with virtue. Even if you previously had suffering, now you have resources. Even if you previously had shackles, now you have freedom. Even if you previously did not overcome, now you overcome. Even if you previously were foolish, now you are a scholar. Even if you previously had contamination, now you are free from contamination. Even if you previously had the behavior of an ordinary being, now you have the behavior of an Arahata. Even if you were previously in contradiction with the path of Dharma, now you enter the path of the Arahatas. Even though you have the body of an ordinary being, because of reading aloud and holding this sutra, your mind has the wisdom of an Arahata. Even though you previously had afflictions, because of reading aloud 76 and holding this sutra, you have the passing beyond sorrow that is similar to that of a Buddha Bhagavan. The Bodhisattva Akasagarbha said, if it is as the Bhagavantagata has said, that because of reading this sutra aloud and holding it, those who previously were ordinary beings now have the activity of Arahatas, and those who previously had afflictions now have the passing beyond sorrow that is similar to that of a Buddha Bhagavan, then is it the case that those who have destroyed their ethics, and those who have engaged in the actions of imitate retribution, and even those who have disparaged the holy Dharma, by merely reading this sutra aloud, abandon their afflictions and indeed are in concordance with passing beyond sorrow. Since that meaning is difficult to understand, Bhagavan, please teach the details. The Bhagavan replied, excellent, excellent. Son of the lineage, since you have properly asked, then I will properly explain. Son of the lineage, because they do not see a Buddha, all sentient beings have wrong views, have degenerated their ethics, and have disparaged the holy Dharma. When a Buddha resides in the world there is no degeneration of ethics and no disparagement of the holy Dharma. How is that the case? For example, there was a nobleman who had an only son who was utterly precious and dear to him. When the father was there, since the father taught him and gave advice day and night, all the son's actions were without contradiction to that advice. The son, moreover, had great reverence for his father, and he listened to his father's words and didn't create misdeeds. Once, the father traveled far away, and when he did not return after a long time, the son, having forgotten his father's teachings and advice, again and again created many misdeeds. As the father had not returned after a long time, the son said, "My father is dead," and he wailed and slowly became deranged. Having lost his mind and also oppressed by sorrow, having forgot what his father instructed, he engaged only in contradictory behavior, such as disparaging the Dharma. Then at the time when 77, his father returned home after being away for a long time, the son again became very joyful and contented. Having remembered the teachings and advice that his father had previously taught, and having embraced it as right, he no longer engaged in misdeeds. From seeing his father, from then until his father died, he wasn't again known as one who had fallen from conviction. Because he no longer behaved in ways contradictory to his father's instruction, he was no longer known to be disparaging it. Son of the lineage, the nobleman is the Tathagata. The only son is all sentient beings. The father's teachings and instructions are ethical discipline. Having gone far away is when the Tathagata has gone to other realms to turn the wheel of Dharma. Not seeing the father is saying, he has passed away from this life. Being oppressed by sorrow is being defiled by the obscurations. Not holding it as I is destroying ethical discipline. On account of saying, he died, there is the performing of misdeeds. Since the meaning is mistaken, it is an act of disparaging. Sentient beings seeing the Tathagata after he has returned from other realms is conviction that the Tathagata did not pass beyond sorrow. After the Buddha has taught the Dharma, on account of their again discovering the nature of the mind, there is no degeneration of ethical discipline. Conviction that he did not pass beyond sorrow then is the absence of committing an infraction. Acting in a way that is not contradictory to the teachings and understanding their meaning is non-integration of the Dharma. Son of the lineage, when this sutra is read aloud and held in mind, all of the heavy negativities of countless samsara's afflictions will be purified. Whoever hears this sutra hears the name of the Buddha. Whoever sees this sutra sees the face of the Buddha. Whoever holds this sutra holds the body of the Buddha. Whoever practices this sutra practices the activities of the Buddha. Whoever explains this sutra explains the activities of the Buddha. Whoever understands the meaning of this sutra understands the meaning of the Buddha. Whoever practices the activities of the 78 Buddha and excellently realizes the meaning of the Buddha, that one brings about the complete non-existence of afflictions. Why is that? Because this sutra has come into their hands, their afflictions are completely abandoned. Son of the lineage, if we count 80,000 yens as a single day, and then 30 of those days are a month, and 12 of those months are 1 year, when 10 hexillions of such years have passed, one Buddha will arise and be encountered. Compared to meeting that single Buddha that arose after that enumeration of eons has passed, for someone to meet with this sutra is even more especially rare. For anyone who meets with this sutra it is the same as meeting with all the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times. Therefore, when intelligent ones adopt this sutra, hold it, read it aloud, recite it, transcribe it, cause others to transcribe it, and teach it to others, they will completely purify their wrong views, afflicted ignorance, and contaminated negativities. They will abide in the field of merit, and they will imbibe 68 limitless worldly offerings. Akasagarbha asked, Bhagavan, if even the Pratyekabodhachas don't speak of imbibing worldly offerings, how is someone like an ordinary being going to imbibe those offerings? The Bhagavan replied, it isn't the case that Pratyekabodhas do not imbibe the offerings. Even though they aren't able to explain the Dharma to sentient beings and liberate them in that way, nonetheless they enter into dhyana and samadhi, and, Eris, king from samadhi, perfectly emanate great miraculous displays, thereby liberating sentient beings, and therefore they will imbibe offerings. Then the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha said to the Bhagavan, Bhagavan, in some sutras it is said that it is inappropriate to dwell together in the same realm as those who have negative views or degenerated ethics, and it is also inappropriate to use water from the same river as them. Indeed, during the purification and reconciliation ceremony 69 it is said that such a person has given up 79. The era path and is not to be included within the Asaka. Since that is the case, how is it that here today you say that even those with degenerated ethics will imbibe offerings? If they imbibe offerings, then they are no different than the Tathagata, just like Arahats and Pratyekabuddhachas. Bhagavan, I pray for you to explain the specifics of just that. I, for my part, having heard your explanation will teach the same to all sentient beings. I will completely liberate them. The Bhagavan replied to the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha, excellent, son of the lineage, since like you, those here today have marvelous love and compassion, you think compassionately about all sentient beings. It is especially wonderful that you have asked this for that reason. Since from my side I will explain the specifics, carefully listen in contemplation. Asravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas are not known to be the appropriate object for this enumeration of Dharma. Maras, Tirthikas, and ordinary beings are also not abodes for this thought. It is the wisdom of the Buddhas, and it enters into only you. Son of the lineage, I always teach to those who have generated the mind of awakening. If you give to sentient beings without distinguishing them as good or bad, then it is said that you perfectly accomplish your accumulation of merit. Performing generosity toward animals will accomplish 100 meritorious good qualities. Performing generosity toward wrongdoers will accomplish 1,000 meritorious good qualities. Son of the lineage, when those who have cut the root of virtue die and transmigrate, they go to the class of those who engage in wrong conduct. When those who don't repay others kindness and are shameless die and transmigrate, they go to the class of animals. If even those with the perfectly matured result of wrong conduct imbibe the offerings of those who have merit, what's the need to mention those beings who read this sutra aloud and uphold it? Therefore, the might and splendor of this Moggallana Sutra, the all-expansive great liberation, are unimaginable. Since 80. It completely purifies those who have the negativities of destroying ethics, committing an act of immediate retribution, despairing the holy Dharma, wrong views, and the afflictions. They are also able to imbibe offerings. The Bodhisattva Akasagarbha replied to the Bhagavan Tathagata, it is unimaginable. The might and charisma of the all-expansive great liberation are also unimaginable. The good qualities of that person who grasps this sutra and reads it aloud are also unimaginable. The Bhagavan replied, it is just like that, son of the lineage, it is just like that, it is just as you have said, they will attain infinite, unimaginable good qualities. Then the Bhagavan said this to the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha, I remember that in the previous eon called perfectly pure, even though at that time I made offerings to 90 to quintillion 70 Buddhas, and venerated and served them, since I practiced the way of Asravaka I made many mistakes and there were limitless degenerations of my ethics. Therefore, those Tathagatas did not prophesy about me. 71 After that eon had passed, in the eon called intent on seeing, even though at that time I made offerings to 400 million Buddhas, venerated them and served them, those Buddhas did not prophesy about me. After that eon had also passed, in the eon called melody of Brahma, even though at that time I made offerings to 220 million Buddhas, venerated them and served them, those Buddhas did not prophesy about me. After that eon had also passed, in the eon called joyful, even though at that time I made offerings to 84,000 Buddhas, venerated them and served them, those Buddhas did not prophesy about me. After that eon had also passed, in the eon called refuge from suffering and perfectly ornamented world, there arose the Tathagata, Bhagavan, perfectly completed Buddha, perfect in knowledge and good conduct, 72 Shuddha, knower of the world, the unexcelled helmsman of taming beings, the teacher of gods and humans, Buddha. Bhagavan great generosity. At that time, after 81, I had made offerings to, and venerated and served 400 million Buddhas, I first heard the name of this sutra. However, even though I completely abandoned all afflicted minds, I still did not see this sutra. Then at that time I collected assorted inconceivable offering substances, but even when I offered them those Tathagatas did not prophesy about me. Son of the lineage, to just as many Buddhas as there were in just as many previous eons, I made just as many offerings, and having venerated, served and praised them, I completely abandoned all afflicted minds. I practiced the Sravaka vows, the complete Brahmacharya, 73 generosity, and the training of ethics, and I abandoned pride, hatred, and ignorance. I practiced the qualities of an ascetic, patience, and a loving mind. I exerted effort in explaining everything just as I heard it, and everything that I heard I did not forget. I abandoned all distractions of worldly affairs and lived in seclusion, entered into dhyana and samadhi, and when I arose from samadhi I listened to the Dharma, read it aloud, recited it, contemplated it, and so on. However, those victorious ones still did not prophesy about me. Why was that the case? It was because all the vows I took were broken and degenerated many times over. It was because I was attached to the Sravaka and praised Yakabadache vehicles. And it was because I hadn't heard this Moggallana Sutra, the all-expansive great liberation. Therefore, all Bodhisattva Mahasattvas should abandon the path of action of Sravakas and praise Yakabadaches. When they meditate on the Moggallana Sutra, the all-expansive great liberation, then they will attain a prophecy. Even if I were to explain the names of the Buddhas from one eon to the next, I would not be able to complete them. Son of the lineage, after all those eons had passed, the Tathagata unchanging light explained this enumeration of Dharma, that is the Moggallana Sutra, the all-expansive great liberation, to a huge, limitless congregation. When I saw that, then at that time, I first heard and saw this sutra. From that victorious one I adopted it and grasped it, read it aloud and recited it, and 82. Thought about the meaning, and so on. Having done that, I immediately attained the patience regarding nine arisen phenomena. 74. Tathagata unchanging light prophesied about me, in the future, you will become the Tathagata, Arhat, perfectly completed Buddha known as Sakyamuni. Therefore, son of the lineage, adopt this enumeration of Dharma. If by holding it, reading it aloud, and so on, you will quickly attain the Buddha ground, then as even gods and humans in the world imbibe offerings, what is the need to mention you? Therefore, son of the lineage, I will recite verses of praise to the might and power of this enumeration of Moggallana Dharma, which is like the essence of a jewel, which is inconceivable, and which gives ethics to one who has broken their ethics and gives precious jewels to the poor. When the great vehicle 75 is exemplified as an ocean, the small vehicle 76 is the stream that follows from it. When the great vehicle is exemplified as having the bulk of Mount Meru, the small vehicle is an anthill. When the great vehicle is exemplified as the sun and moon, the small vehicle is a mere spark. This vehicle, which is the great vehicle, is the unimaginable vehicle. For example, it is like the sky, it accommodates all sentient beings. From among all the many vehicles there are none that go beyond this vehicle. From within this great vehicle various, different vehicles emerge. If something has a measurable limit, then it isn't able to liberate all. 83. This unsurpassed vehicle is able to completely liberate sentient beings. As for this sky-like great vehicle, those who practice it are limitless. Just as the sky is without limit, and also has neither form nor shape, the great vehicle, just like that, also has no obstructions and no limits. All the many sentient beings ride this great vehicle. When you conceptualize the characteristics of the great vehicle, it has an enormous size and has room for multitudes. As for the good qualities of the great vehicle and the practices only for this vehicle, even if you were to explain them for many limitless eons, at the end you still wouldn't be able to finish. From among all the many vehicles the Moggallana is supreme of the best. If you adopt this great vehicle from the depth of your heart, you will directly travel to the base of the tree of enlightenment. Having neither fetters nor obstructions, this unsurpassed vehicle, since it is superior to the lesser vehicles, will come to exist in the center of enlightenment. It completely purifies the 12 links of interdependence because of its compassion for all sentient beings. The Great Vehicle Sutra should be explained to all sentient beings of the 10 directions. 84. Any vehicle that is the great vehicle will then increase, and there will be no obstructions. Since, like the sky, it has room for all, the great vehicle is unimaginable. Therefore, all sentient beings should be effortful in familiarizing themselves with it. They will attain all the clairvoyances and they will attain great wisdom. If the assembly of the gods, the Devamras, and the Tirthikas desire to clear away their afflicted minds, Then once they've gone to the refuge of the great vehicle, they should become endowed with the 6 clairvoyances. The 3 knowledges 77 and 3 liberations 78 will conquer the Maras and Turpikas. If one is to also expel wrong views, the great vehicle is supremely needed. Since it destroys all afflicted minds and makes all roots of virtue plentiful, the power of the great vehicle is unimaginable. Therefore, its limits are also very difficult to understand. All the worldly dharmas and all the supramundane dharmas, all that is learned and is not learned, that is all contained within the great vehicle. Any sentient being who engages in behavior that leads to bad migrations, who has wrong views, or relies upon wicked friends, and anyone who doesn't have faith in the great vehicle will not be able to conquer all the maras of the afflicted mind. To abandon those, go for refuge to the great vehicle. 85. Those who desire liberation study the great vehicle. Any being who desires the great purpose and becomes joyful at hearing an explanation of the great vehicle, that one is an actual person on the great vehicle. They have the mind of calm abiding and the clairvoyances, and are also perfectly ornamented by the power of the great vehicle. Anyone who is able to practice the great vehicle doesn't break the lineage of the 3 jewels. Anyone who is inclined toward the 3 jewels obtains merit that is without limit. If you travel to all realms in the 10 directions, making offerings to the limitless victorious ones of the 10 directions and similarly making offerings to this Mahālāna all-expansive sutra, no worldly vehicle holds any comparison. As it is endowed with glory and splendor and it conquers Saro, the great vehicle is difficult to fathom. By it you will obtain a powerful form and sovereignty, and manifestly establish a marvelous Dharmakaya. Anyone who mounts this great vehicle will experience unsurpassable joy. If you meditate on compassion and love through the giving of the body you will obtain the unsurpassable vehicle. Practicing ethics, effort, and celibacy is a miracle that can even obscure the actual moon and sun. 86. Moreover, that is through the power of practicing the great vehicle. One who by their own mind practices with continual effort will therefore obtain the great vehicle. Even if their obscurations that oppress with suffering, through meditating on the great vehicle all of those can be purified. Whoever abides happily in the Dharma of the great vehicle will be like the Buddha in their lifespan and enjoyments. Those who persevere in authentic mindfulness will, through the power of meditating on the great vehicle, gain the 4 miraculous feet, 79 and will also rely on the authentic meaning of the holy Dharma. Through the power of meditating on the great vehicle, you will be endowed with the fearlessnesses and the 10 powers, you will be adorned with the 32 excellent marks, and you will also have all the wisdom of Vajralayana Samadhi. 80. Son of the lineage, anyone who upholds this enumeration of the Mahālāna Dharma whether they hold or recite a single syllable, single word, or single verse will be endowed with this kind of merit. Why? It is like this. Anyone who takes up this sutra will be completely free from all suffering. Also, at the time of death, they will not fall to the bad transmigrations but will go to an abode of bliss. Anyone who hears this sutra, later in the future, at the end, or during the difficult time, will also achieve Buddhahood. This is what I prophesy. 87. Anyone who always endeavors for the victorious one will also always endeavor for them. Anyone who protects the victorious one's Dharma, the victorious one will also protect them. They will attain great miracles, will have ability to turn the wheel of Dharma, will be liberated from the continuum of Saro, and will also have the ability to overcome a host of maras. After I heard this sutra from the victorious one unchanging light, I abided in patience, and it was prophesied that I would become the one called Sakyamuni. Later, after I have passed beyond sorrow, whoever holds this sutra will become perfectly and completely enlightened from me. This is what I prophesy. Whosoever in the future understands the meaning of this sutra and explains it well to foolish beings doesn't cut the lineage of the 3 jewels. Even if Buddhas don't reside in the world, anywhere in the world where this sutra is will be as if a Buddha directly resides at that place, which will be a place to be generated. Why is that? It is because previously, when I received this sutra from limitless Tathagatas, I upheld it, and since I taught it at length to others during this degenerate eon, I also achieved the 32 marks. 88. Then the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha spoke to the Bhagavan, all Tathagatas, moreover, explain the 32 marks of a great being. If the Bhagavan were to also explain the 32 marks here now, then through the power of whatever causal karma is created they will be achieved. Therefore, will the Bhagavan please clarify them and teach them? The Bhagavan replied, the Tathagatas have achieved the 32 marks because they have achieved limitless good qualities. Since, if I were to explain them at length, even if I explained for an entire eon I would not exhaust them, today I will explain them briefly to you. What are they? They are like this. 81. 1. Through protecting pure ethics from the depths of your heart and being resolute in your obligations, you will be endowed with the mark of very well set feet. 2. Through having reverence for welcoming and sending off the Guru, listening to the Dharma, and establishing temples and stupas, you will be endowed with the mark of 1,000 spoked wheels on your hands and feet. 3. Through not demeaning any sentient being you will be endowed with the mark of broad heels. 4. Through completely protecting the holy Dharma you will be endowed with the mark of long fingers and toes. 5. Through meditating on the four means of gathering disciples you will be endowed with the mark of having fingers and toes joined by webs. 6. Through the generosity of giving excellent cloth you will be endowed with the mark of tender and soft hands and feet. 7. Through giving food and drink that is delicious, clean, and sublime you will be endowed with the mark of 7 rounded body parts. 8. Through having joy on hearing the Buddha chatter you will be endowed with the mark of calves like those of an antelope. 83. 89. 9. Through hiding and concealing the deceit and misdeeds of others you will be endowed with the mark of a secret place that retracts into a sheath. 10. Through meditating on the 10 virtues you will be endowed with the mark of an upper torso like that of a lion. 11. Through having thoroughly adopted virtuous dharma and always teaching it to sentient beings you will be endowed with the mark of very broad shoulders. 12. Through providing protection and refuge against all fear you will be endowed with the mark of beautifully rounded shoulders. 13. Through the inclination toward helping establish others' temples and stupas, and not saying to beggars I don't have any possessions, you will be endowed with the mark of long arms such that when the arms are flat on the thighs, your hands cover the kneecaps. 14. Through always accomplishing all virtuous dharmas and having reverence for life you will be endowed with the mark of a tall and straight body. 15. Through giving medical elixirs, respect, and restorative food 84 to the sick you will be endowed with the mark of attaining the faculty that experiences all tastes as a supreme flavor. 16. Through abandoning meaningless words for a long time and speaking at the appropriate times you will be endowed with the mark of jaws like those of a lion. 17. Through the impartiality that equalizes all sentient beings you will be endowed with the mark of 40 identical teeth. 18. Through joy at settling all disputes you will be endowed with the mark of having no gaps between your teeth. 19. Through the giving of jewels you will be endowed with the mark of identical teeth. 85-20. Through thoroughly purifying your body, speech, and mind you will be endowed with the mark of very white teeth. 90-21. Through restraining all misdeeds of speech you will be endowed with the mark of a tongue that is very long and slender. 22. Through always speaking gentle words to sentient beings you will be endowed with the mark of the voice of Brahma. 86-23. Through having meditated on the mind of love, viewing all sides with non-polluted eyes, you will be endowed with the mark of eyes that have clearly separated black and white parts. 24. Through accomplishing the unexcelled enlightenment from the depths of your heart you will be endowed with the mark of eyelashes like a cow's. 25. Through rejoicing in and praising others' merit and good qualities you will be endowed with the mark of a face adorned with a hair tuft. 26. Through having proper reverence and respect for all gurus, such as your father, mother, teacher, and preceptor, you will be endowed with the mark of a crown protrusion. 27. Through the inclination toward teaching the Mahayana Dharma you will be endowed with the mark of a very smooth complex iron. 28. Through giving seats, clothes, buildings, and excellent abodes you will be endowed with the mark of having a golden color. 29. Through abandoning all sorts of worldly talk you will be endowed with the mark of each hair on your body being coiled clockwise. 30. Through perfectly adopting the words taught by virtuous friends, scholars, and gurus, and, having taken them up, actually spreading them and not diminishing them, you will be endowed with the mark of the hair on your limbs twisting upward. 31. Through accomplishing limitless good qualities you will be endowed with the mark of well-arched feet. 32. Through urging all sentient beings to samadhi you will be endowed with bodily proportions like those of a Niagara tree. 87. 91. Son of the lineage, if all Bodhisattva Mahasattvas accomplish limitless good qualities in those ways, they will be endowed with the 32 marks such as these. The Bodhisattva Akatagarbha replied to the Bhagavan, Bhagavan, if I examine all phenomena then there is nothing whatsoever that is established as substantial and characterized, such does not exist. Even if the Tathagata were examined, there is no Tathagata's path of practice, so why should one extensively achieve that path of practice? If I also examine all the phenomena of the three jewels, the four truths, the aggregates, the sense spheres, the realms, the 12 links of interdependence, and the perfections, all external and internal cause and effect is emptiness. There are no characteristics, there are no aspirations. Birth and arising aren't seen, and cessation and disappearance aren't seen. They are like illusions, like emanations, like a blaze, like an echo, like the water's moon. 88 Like the hair of a tortoise, like the horns of a rabbit, like a sky flower, like the child of a barren woman, like putting on a reflection's clothes, and like searching for an illusory elephant. They are like existent things and like non-existent things. All of those exist and don't exist. They also are not existent things and not non-existent things. They are not permanent, not annihilated, not produced, not ceased, not internal, not external, not seen, not known, and are, for example, like space. So, Bhagavan, why am I to engage in those behaviors? If I examine the Tathagata, there is no self, no sentient beings, no life, no nourishment, no beings, no persons, no primordial being, 89 no ruler, no doer, and so forth. 90 There is no I, no form, and no object that is a characteristic of I and form. There is no ear, no sound, and no object that is the characteristic of ear and sound. There is no nose, no smell, and no object that is the characteristic of nose and smell. There is no tongue, no taste, and no object that is the characteristic of tongue and taste. There is no body, no touch, and no object that is the 92. Characteristic of body and touch. There is also no mind, no phenomena, and no object that is the characteristic of mind and phenomena. There is no consciousness, no form, 91 and also no object that is the characteristic of consciousness and form. There is no form, no suffering, and also no object that is the characteristic of form and suffering. There is no I, no mind, no living being, no embodied being, no aggregates, no truth, no falsity, no gathering, no spreading, no arising, and no engaging. It is also similar for feeling, discrimination, compositional factors, and consciousness. There is no going away and no returning nearby. One also doesn't possess an abode to live in, doesn't possess a thought, mind, or consciousness, and doesn't possess a body, speech, or mind. There is no singular and no multiple. There is no past, no future, and also no presently emerging. There is nothing that has stains and nothing that is completely pure. There is no self, no sentient beings, no life, no living beings, no persons, and so forth. There is no permanence, no annihilation, no production, and no cessation. There is no meditation, no practice, no rejecting, and no adopting. What's the reason then that it is said one who has gone beyond limitations, one who has remained for a long time, has accomplished the extensive path of practice? The Bhagavan, after proclaiming to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Akasagarbha, excellent, said, excellent, excellent, son of the lineage, at a previous time you worked for innumerable, limitless Buddhas. You formed the roots of virtue, and after a long time, you entered the consummate meaning of the unsurpassed Mahayana. You also clearly realized all the entirety of phenomena within emptiness, and because you abided for a long time with and also understood Tathagata transcending the limits of reality, son of the lineage, it is like this. Suppose a very pure, bright precise Spyurian jewel is put in a cesspool for 1,000 years. Since it is pure through its own emergent nature, when it is retrieved, 93. It will be just as it was before. Having directly realized the chart, Characteristics of phenomena. You are also like that. Being perfectly pure in nature, even though you now abide in the cesspool of the 5 types of degeneration in the 3 worlds, since you work for Tathagatas and for the welfare of sentient beings, you are unsullied by the cesspool, and it is because of this that you are able to ask questions about the meaning like this. Son of the lineage, again listen, it is like this. All the entirety of phenomena, in actuality, have no real existence. It is explained that phenomena exist because language exists. Language doesn't exist within phenomena, and phenomena also don't exist within language. Language is taught for the sake of thorough dissemination. Enlightenment doesn't exist within language, and also language doesn't exist within enlightenment. However, even though language doesn't ultimately exist, since it is explained that language does exist conventionally, then sentient beings are not able to find the essence of Buddhahood and unsurpassed enlightenment anywhere independent from language. Son of the lineage, what you spoke was true. The Tathagata has no destruction, no birth, no meditation, no practice, and is separate from all meditation and practice. He doesn't enter the authentic term, and he also doesn't exit it either. He also isn't born with one remaining rebirth to abide in Tuita. He doesn't descend from there and reside in his mother's womb. He has no mental placements regarding all phenomena, and therefore he doesn't think, I have escaped birth, aging, sickness, and death. He doesn't pace out 7 strides in each of the 4 directions. He doesn't say, I am an unsurpassed lord in this world. He doesn't delight the least bit with an excellent woman in a supreme city. He also doesn't train in worldly activities such as riding and arithmetic. He doesn't compete in contests of strength and archery. In order for sentient beings to pass completely beyond sorrow, his explicit demonstration of old age repudiates all attachments. 94. To the body. His explicit demonstration of sickness repudiates all attachments to life. His explicit demonstration of the signs of death repudiates attachment and grasping to me and mine. His explicit demonstration of fully ordained monasticism establishes sentient beings to not aspire for the body of Brahma or Indra but to strive for the supramundane, unsurpassable Dharma. His emerging from the supreme city and going forth demonstrates liberation from the prison of the 3 realms, and the non-result. Looking back demonstrates not possessing love or hatred. Therefore, his body is perfectly adorned with the 32 marks and serves as a field of merit for sentient beings. Shaving his head, abandoning his adornments, and sending his horse and faithful attendant Kandaka back demonstrates tearing oneself away from all afflictions. Shaving his facial hair demonstrates non-attachment toward all phenomena. Wearing the saffron robes demonstrates taming sentient beings. His questioning and examining the Isyutaka and Aranta demonstrates defeating his prideful mind. Practicing Terabis for 6 years was to tame the Turkikas. Accepting an offering of food was following after worldly dharmas. Accepting a grass swastika demonstrates contentment. Sitting atop a cushion of grass demonstrates defeating the lack of self-control and idleness. The praise, adulation, and respect given by the gods and nagas demonstrates being established in the result of good qualities. Taming all the maras demonstrates the power of courage. Indicating the earth with his right hand demonstrates the power of merit. The complete shaking of the great earth demonstrates responding with kindness. On account of meditating on the absence of signs in that way, there is the achievement of the path of unsurpassable enlightenment. Having directly understood the characteristics of all phenomena in this way, through teaching all phenomena as equality, 90-1 is called a Buddha. Since the wisdom of a Buddha is uncurable, through teaching the purpose of establishing Buddhahood in relation to all the dharmas that are taught, one is called 95 a Tathagata. Because he directly and clearly perceives and comprehends all virtuous and non-virtuous phenomena, the activities of the 3 times, he is called the all-knower. Because of speaking true and authentic speech he is called the scholar among gods and humans. One who trains and examines like that is called a bodhisattva. One who examines in a way opposite of that is not called a bodhisattva, and is said to be deceiving all the Buddhas. Son of the lineage, all Buddhas are not arising, not engaging, not producing, and not ceasing, but since they usher all sentient beings beyond sorrow, they are said to emerge in the world and are called Buddhas that have passed beyond sorrow. Then the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha spoke to the Bhagavan. Bhagavan, even I recognize that in actuality the nature of all phenomena is emptiness. Since the Tathagata has neither emerging nor subsiding, he is not born in the king's palace. He also doesn't pass beyond sorrow at the foot of the Bodhi tree. Gone beyond extremes, he resides for a long time. Although in order to completely liberate sentient beings he displays practicing austerities and passing beyond sorrow, in actuality, he has no changing and no proliferation, and he abides as the Tathagata sphere of activity. His body will emerge in the three realms, and also the five aspects of the Dharma body 93 will emerge. What are those five aspects? The five are like these. The body has an authentic essential nature, the body is endowed with good qualities, the body is produced from the essential nature of phenomena, the body is emanated and arisen, and the body is like space. Why is the body said to have an authentic essential nature? The body has an authentic essential nature because it abides for a long time in its own realm, beyond all the authentic, supreme resultant marks. Why is the body said to be endowed with good qualities? The body is endowed with good qualities because it performs various types of activities in order to escort all sentient beings beyond sorrow, and it wondrously performs all virtues. Why is the body said to be produced from the essential nature? 96. Of Dharma. The body is produced from the essential nature of Dharma because, having taken all the characteristics of Dharma to heart, it lacks misunderstanding. It is produced from the emptiness that perfectly understands the sphere of activity, and it is perfectly complete. Why is the body said to be emanated and arisen? The body is emanated and arisen because the Tathagata has risen in the world and also directly teaches all virtue and negative activity to the five classes of beings, does it not serve as a refuge, and becomes manifest from an emanated substance. Why is the body said to be like space? Since space is infinite, the Dharma body is also infinite. Since space has no limit or measure, the Dharma body also has no limit or measure. The Tathagata's body is also like great space because it completely escorts sentient beings beyond sorrow. Since he demonstrates those five aspects of the body, it is evident that the Tathagata has no production and has no cessation. All phenomena are similar as the Buddha manifestly emanates and thoroughly spreads the Dharma in order to completely escort sentient beings beyond sorrow. Then the Bhagavan said to the Bodhisattva Akasagarbha, son of the lineage, since you understand the characteristics of phenomena in the same way as a Tathagata, then you have no obstacles or obstructions regarding the sphere of activity. Son of the lineage, at a future time, in the Eden called the completely pure thousand and in the world called prosperous, all the Bodhisattva Mahasattvas there will practice only the Mahayana. If the names Yasravaka vehicle and Pratyekadacha vehicle aren't even heard from the beginning, what's the point of mentioning lower rebirths? In that world, you will arise as the Tathagata, Bhagavan, perfectly enlightened Buddha called perfectly pure ornament. Great beings from other worlds also will travel there to hear the Mahayana Sutra of all expansive liberation, to adopt it, to hold it. Therefore, when any sentient being hears the name Bodhisattva Akasagarbha, if they prostrate and make offerings, they will be born in that world system, prosperous realm. If any 97 sentient being establishes the Mahayana Dharma, they will also attain the patience regarding nine arisen phenomena. Any of those who adopt and hold this enumeration of Dharma will also attain a prediction before the emergence of 10 Buddhas has passed. Then at that time when the Bodhisattva faith in signs had, for the welfare of himself and all sentient beings, requested it of Bhagavan Sakyamuni, the Bhagavan taught the names of the Buddhas of the 3 times and 10 directions, the names of the 12 divisions of sutra, and the names of the Sangha of Bodhisattvas, also proclaiming the lion's great roar. The so-called lion's roar demonstrates the definitive words. The demonstration of definitive words is the Tathagata always nurturing and remaining, since he is understood not to pass beyond sorrow. Additionally, it also demonstrates that all sentient beings have the intrinsic nature of a Buddha, and it humbles the Durvahutramaras, the Tirthikas, and so forth, and brings them under the power of refuge. Thus it is called the lion's roar. Having taught it in that way, having enveloped the entire great billionfold world system with his great tongue, all the world tense moved in 6 ways. Moved in 6 ways is to say that when the eastern direction rose up, the western direction sunk down, when the western direction rose up, the eastern direction sunk down. When the southern direction rose up, the northern direction sunk down. When the northern direction rose up, the southern direction sunk down. When the central section rose up, the rear section sunk down, and when the rear section rose up, the central section sunk down. Those are called the 6 ways they moved. Great light was sent forth from his tongue, and it greatly illuminated the 10 directions. That great illumination made everything impermanent, permanent, made everything impure, pure, made all those with suffering have bliss, and made all the ignorant wise. Then every place that was touched and illuminated by the 98 Buddha's light, such as all the mountains, forests, provinces, river channels, oceans, the surrounding iron mountains, and even hell realms, were made equal, with none higher or lower. Without the dirt of defilement, they were furthermore thus perfectly purified. It is like, for example, they were excellently ornamented like the world in the eastern direction, completely pure full moon. Then at that time, when the Bhagavatamsakhambhana's Nirmākaya descended from the sky, it was like a rain of flowers. When it emerged from under the ground, it was like clouds and mist rising and completely filling the sky, so that the sky wasn't even the slightest bit empty. Every one of the emanations, speaking the same words, said, the Tathagata will nurture and remain because he does not pass beyond sorrow. All sentient beings have the intrinsic nature of a Buddha. Additionally, all phenomena are emptiness. The causes and results of all those paths of action, although they are subsumed into a single vehicle, are perceived by sentient beings as 3 different vehicles. As soon as they had said this, they all disappeared, and the Bhagavan quickly appeared, seated on a cushion. At that time, when the entire great throng saw those Nirmākayas, it had been through the might of the Bhagavatamsakhambhana's blessings. Sakhambhana also, through his love, magically created miracles and splendors like those. At that time within that crowd, Bodhisattvas numbering as many as the grains of sand in 40 Gaga rivers attained the patience with regard to non-arising phenomena. 80,000 Sravakas attained the Mokkhalanic mind generation. 10,000 fully ordained monks attained the Arhat path. 18,000 fully ordained nuns attained the non-returner path. 400,000 male householders attained the once-returner path. 1,000,000 female householders attained the stream-enterer path, and innumerable gods and humans attained the perfectly pure Dharma that has no dust and is free from all stains, which knows their own past and future lives, and knows all compounded phenomena as impermanent. 99. At that time, within that assembly the Bodhisattva Mahasatthasihagho arose from his seat, draped his upper robe over one shoulder, and prostrated, touching his head to the Bhagavan's feet. He then spoke these words to the Bhagavan, if it is as the Bhagavan taught earlier, that if one hears the names of the Buddhas, then negativities are purified, and also if they hear the name of the Dharma, then negativities are purified, and also if they hear the names of the Sangha, then negativities are purified. Is this through the power of the Buddha, the power of the Dharma, or the power of the Sangha? If it is the power of the Buddha, then one makes requests to the Buddha. If it is the power of the Dharma, then one makes requests to the Dharma. If it is the power of the Sangha, then one makes requests to the Sangha. What if one seeks to make requests to all 3? If it is as explained above, that ordinary beings see the single vehicle as 3 different vehicles, as the Bhagavan himself also taught them as 3, what's the point in mentioning that sentient beings see them that way? The Bhagavan replied to the Bodhisattva Mahasatthasihagho, excellent, excellent son of the lineage, it is also especially excellent that you have asked about the meaning like that for the sake of the benefit and happiness of sentient beings. Listen and I will explain the details to you. It is not only the power of the Buddha, and similarly, it is not only the power of the Dharma, and similarly, it is not only the power of the Sangha. It is through the power of the collection of all of them that the Buddha is the parent who is the protector and refuge of sentient beings, and that Bodhisattvas are virtuous friends. If contaminated sentient beings, having grown weary with sorrow after recovering their lost senses, desire, because of their numerous powers of mindfulness, liberation from the ocean of the afflictions in the 3 realms, then they should engage the great boat of liberation by means of this expansive sutra. Furthermore, son of the lineage, the Buddha is also the Dharma. The Dharma is also the Asaka. The Asaka is that which 100 is uncompounded. That which is uncompounded is emptiness, uncompounded emptiness, compounded emptiness, internal emptiness, external emptiness, great emptiness, and also small emptiness are all similar as emptiness, and there is nothing other than those. Son of the lineage, if it is as you say, then why would the type of lineage that is established in a single aspect be established as three? Son of the lineage, it is like this. For example, take a single person that is afraid by the void of space. Wherever they go, although they crouch and hide, they are never separate from space. Son of the lineage, everything that the Tathagatas of the 10 directions have explained and that I have explained does not go beyond the causes and conditions for all virtues, the 3 jewels, and the triple, yet also solitary, vehicle. The Bodhisattva Haghoa replied, excellent, excellent. Bhagavan, as was taught by the era beings, I asked my previous request about the meaning for the sake of sentient beings. Just as the Bhagavan answered, there are not 2, there are not 3. This enumeration of Dharma that is the all-expansive great liberation is the mother of all Buddhas. It is the great trail of all Bodhisattvas. It is the eye of all yogins. It overpowers all wrong views. It protects all who have lost their minds. It closes the door to the 3 lower rebirths. It opens the door of the unsurpassable enlightenment, and it repudiates all asravakas. In order to guide into the Mahayana, I guard and protect, using the mantra of this great Guru I will guard and protect those who don't degenerate their vows, meditate on this sutra, and train in it. If a person serves and venerates this sutra, and practices it for a week, when a wicked Mara goes to disturb them and looks for an opportunity to harm them, the wicked Mara will not find any such opportunity. Bhagavan, I worship this sutra, I will remain for a long time and also, I will remain until the essence of enlightenment. 101. The Bhagavan replied, Son of the lineage, worshipping this sutra is the same as worshipping the 3 jewels. It is also the same as worshipping the founder. Then the Bodhisattva Haghoa, before the eyes of the Bhagavan, spoke this Dharma mantra. NAMBODHAY/NAMBODHARMAY/NAMA SAGHAY/ADA and DIDHARAI/DADYHAKASA BENIVAVIRNI/SARVA Dharma BENIVA/ISA/MABA/TIPASANA/VIRMALA BESUPARI/Dharma BENIKHANA/VARUNICHY TMARLI/KALE/HHU/HU/SIVIT/mantra mantra SDAHA. Recite this mantra 108 times, and at the same time, circumambulate a stupa 7 times. Continue like that for 7 days without contemplating any other sutra. Also, 3 times each day, single-pointedly focus on this expansive sutra without the mind wandering elsewhere. Bhagavan, this Dharma mantra was spoken by 8 million Buddhas, and here now, it has also been uttered by me. If anyone denigrates this Dharma, they denigrate those Buddhas. Anyone who denigrates this Dharma, even if they strive for enlightenment for many lifetimes, will not be established in it, and they will also not go beyond the 3 worlds. 94. Why is that the case? This mantra causes those whose minds have lost consciousness to again find their minds. Those who have heard this Dharma only one time, or, having heard it, write it down while abiding in the vow to refrain from meat and alcohol, abandoning amusing themselves, and so on, and who do not enter into crowded places but continually practice great love and treasure samadhi, will purify the heavy negativities of their limitless 3 obstructions. 95. As soon as someone hears this Dharma, if from the depths of their heart, they adopt it, hold it, read it aloud every day, recite it, and don't forget their obligations, then until they reach enlightenment, they will not fall to the 3 lower rebirths. 102. The Bhagavan replied to the Bodhisattva Haghoa, excellent, excellent. Son of the lineage, you have explained this Dharma mantra in order to worship the 3 jewels, to lovingly cause all sentient beings to leave the 3 worlds, to benefit many countless trainees, to open the door of teaching for the sake of bringing about great bliss, and to refute wrong views and establish authentic views. This is very excellent. Son of the lineage, any sentient being who, having heard the sound of your name and this mantra, generates faith and respect and doesn't denigrate them will also have happiness in this life. Also, then they die and transmigrate, they will always see all the Buddhas, they will also see me, and they will also see you and all the other bodhisattvas. They will also certainly know, by themselves, true enlightenment. There is no doubt. They will eliminate all afflictions, accomplish the path of every virtue, and also see the Buddha nature, all through the power of their perfectly pure faith. The Bhagavatam also said, if, after I have gone beyond sorrow, any son of the lineage or any daughter of the lineage were to, for one day, one time, one night, or even one moment, prostrate to the Buddhas of the 3 times and 10 directions, to the 12 divisions of sutra, and to the great Asaka of bodhisattvas, early reflect on the Mahayana, and contemplate the ultimate truth, then that person, within a moment the mere span of a finger snap, will completely and without exception purify all the 10 non-virtues, the 5 actions of immediate retribution, their disparagement of the emptiness sutras, 96, and their afflicted actions. When any fully ordained monk, fully ordained nun, bodhisattva, or male or female monastic has lost their mind, degenerated their 4 roots or 8 vows, engaged in the 10 non-virtue or the 5 actions of imitai, 8 retribution, or disparaged the emptiness sutras, if they generate faith in the names of the Buddhas, gone to the 10 directions and the 3 times and prostrate, then all their unwholesome actions such as those mentioned will, without exception, be purified. 103. At that point, as soon as he had said that, the one who had been the prince known as virtuous to see at the time of the previous Buddha the unchanging light, arrived there at that moment with 3,000 people, placed his head at the feet of the Bhagavatam and prostrated, and with agreeable words, spoke to the Bhagavatam. He requested, for countless eons we have engaged in afflicted actions, just as you have explained, without end. We have engaged in countless negativities of the 10 non-virtues, the 5 actions of immediate retribution, and disparaging the emptiness sutras. Independence on the Tripaghata's 12 divisions of sutra, we repent all of those before the eyes of the entire Asaka of bodhisattvas. We request to make remorseful purification and, if it is to be, whatever clarification you can give. The Bhagavatam replied, excellent, excellent. Son of the lineage, it is difficult to generate a mind of fear, and it is also difficult to generate the roots of virtue. Regarding the desire to reveal and confess your 10 non-virtues and 5 actions of immediate retribution, since your resources and so forth are also close to seeing the actual nature of the Buddha, then just as you have set your mind to do, repent and confess. Then the 3,000 people, such as Prince Virtuous to see and so forth, having heard the loving words that had been clarified by the Bhagavatam, having put on their garments, brought their hands together and prostrated, folded their upper robes over their right shoulder, and kneeled on their right knee, said to the Bhagavatam, Bhagavatam, we go for refuge to the Buddhas of the 10 directions. We go for refuge to the Dharma of the 10 directions. We go for refuge to the Asaka of the 10 directions. Moreover, it is like this. We prostrate and go for refuge to the Buddha in the eastern direction, without disturbance. 97. 104. We prostrate and go for refuge to the Buddha in the southern direction, Ratnasambhadiyate. We prostrate and go for refuge to the Buddha in the western direction, Amitabha. We prostrate and go for refuge to the Buddha in the northern direction, Dhammakasadi. We prostrate and go for refuge to the Buddha in the upper direction, Gandakuwai. We prostrate and go for refuge to the Buddha in the lower direction, 100,000 reflections. Additionally, we prostrate and go for refuge to the Great Being in the eastern direction, Samandabhadra. We prostrate and go for refuge to the Great Being in the southern direction, Lakadhara. We prostrate and go for refuge to Samandapalakitesvara in the western direction. We prostrate and go for refuge to Purakandra in the northern direction. We prostrate and go for refuge to Akasagarbha in the upper direction. We prostrate and go for refuge to the Great Being in the lower direction, Steadfast Glory. Additionally, we prostrate and go for refuge to our preceptor, to the unchanging light. We prostrate and go for refuge to the essence of the Buddhas who have yet to come. Additionally, we prostrate and go for refuge to the Nirmanakaya Buddhas in the other directions. Additionally, we prostrate and go for refuge to our current preceptor, Bhagavatam Sakyamuni. We also prostrate and go for refuge to the great beings Vimalakriti and youthful Manjusari. We also prostrate and go for refuge to the era beings Nanda and Cassiopeia. 105. We also prostrate and go for refuge to all those who have directly manifested the four era fruitions. 98. We also prostrate and go for refuge to all those who newly generated the mind of enlightenment. We also prostrate and go for refuge to the great scriptural collections of the 12 scriptural divisions of the Buddha's speech, and the other authentic emptiness sutras that exist therein. We also prostrate and go for refuge to the bone relics that were divided into 8 parts as well as the stupas. We also prostrate and go for refuge to all those who now remain in a body. So for great kings of the 4 directions, Brahma, Indra, Lord of the 33 heaven, gods who abide in space, gods of the earth, gods of the mountains, gods of the forests, gods of the groves, sages, those endowed with the miraculous feet, those who have the divine eye, and those who have the divine ear, listen with your ears and understand. We request all your influence. May all the negativities of even all those sentient beings who have not repented and not confessed be purified. Additionally, they said, we have, since beginningless time until receiving our current, lesser bodies, because of mistaken and agitated minds, engaged in countless wrong views, and engaged in afflictions and non-virtuous karma that is beyond description. We make requests in reference to the entire collection of negativities that we have performed. Because we were unaware and ignorant, we greatly expanded our negative minds. Since we were not looking toward future lives but only looking at this life, we were inclined toward afflictive predispositions. Since we were distant from the root of virtue and performed negative actions, we relied on wicked friends, and engaged in unreasonable, inappropriate actions with regard to fully ordained monks and fully ordained nuns. We engaged in unreasonable, inappropriate actions with 106. Regard to our fathers and mothers, and also, through the power of our own corrupt natures, we enjoyed the property and wealth of the Sangha community for our personal gains, and engaged in unreasonable, inappropriate actions with regard to the 5 Divi, science of Sangha. 99. We explained worldly, completely afflicted results to be beyond measure, killed sentient beings who were endowed with the virtuous fruit of enlightenment, and disparaged Dharma preceptors. We disparaged the Dharma by saying that it was not Dharma, and that non-Dharma was Dharma. We said that the Tathagata was impermanent, and that the holy Dharma was also impermanent, and that the Sangha jewel was also impermanent. We were neither inclined to generosity nor wisdom, but had faith in and held on to perverted dharmas. Because of all of that, we now have limitless fear and worry, and our shame and embarrassment are also limitless. Therefore, we go for refuge to the 3 jewels. Since the Buddha Bhagavan is possessed of love and compassion, he is the completely impartial father and mother, and the Bodhisattvas are the virtuous friends. We seek to repent and confess our negative actions performed for countless eons in samsara. We request your discriminating approval, and aspire to not engage in such behaviors from now on. Also, it is like this. Bhagavan, for limitless eons up to now we have engaged in the 5 actions of immediate retribution. We destroyed the training of those who have gone to Buddhahood in the 3 times. We engaged in the behavior of wrong conduct. We expressed harsh words, and we disparaged the holy Dharma. All negative actions we neither regretted nor repented, and neither remorse nor shame came to our minds. Although we have certainly engaged in heavy non-virtuous actions, negativities like the 10 non-virtues and the 5 actions of immediate retribution, having concealed faults, without fear, worry, or minds of guilt and shame from the beginning, even having adopted the worship of the faithful, we neither repented nor confessed. Without planting the holy Dharma for a long time and without minds of reverence. 107. We always made remarks and jeers about it. We engaged in many completely afflicted faults in terms of speech, specifically, saying the 3 jewels don't even exist. Because of all those negativities of the 10 non-virtues and 5 actions of immediate retribution that we have done, now today we have limitless fear and worry, we have limitless guilt and embarrassment, and so we go for refuge to the 3 jewels. Since the Buddha Bhagavan is possessed of love and compassion, he is the completely impartial father and mother, and the Bodhisattvas are the virtuous friends. We seek to confess and repent our negative actions performed for countless eons in samsara. with minds that are without any concealment. We request your discriminating approval, and we aspire to not engage in such behaviors from now on. Also, it is like this. Bhagavan, for limitless eons up to now we have held erroneous views. We explained the four roots to be gross infractions, and the gross infractions to be the four roots. 100 We explained that which disintegrates as non-disintegrating, and that which does not disintegrate as disintegrating. We explained everything heavy as light, and everything light as heavy. We explained everything pure as impure, and everything impure as pure. Additionally, because of our wrong views, we praised and glorified the worldly sciences and had no respect for the Dharma and the sutras, and we always conversed and spoke with harmful speech. We held on to the 8 types of mistakes of not examined. We said that the actual speech of the Tathagata was the words of Maras, and that the actual words of Maras were the speech of Tathagatas. We held conviction in the words of Turkikas called cars, and, having said that since the Tathagatas don't pass beyond sorrow in the end, then the 3 jewels were also impermanent, we had limitless mistakes of body and mind and erroneous views. Because of those, we now also have limitless fear and worry, and also limitless guilt and shame. Therefore, we go for refuge to the 3 jewels. Since the Buddha Bhagavan is possessed of love and compassion, he is the completely impartial father and mother. 108. And the Bodhisattvas are the virtuous friends. We seek to confess and repent our negative actions performed for countless eons in Samsara, with minds that are without any concealment. We request your discriminating approval, and aspire to not engage in such behaviors from now on. Also, it is like this. Bhagavan, for limitless eons until meeting with this body, this life, we stole the general wealth of the Sangha, and the wealth of the Sangha of the 10 directions, and the wealth of the currently abiding Sangha, and the wealth of the 5 Divi, science of Sangha, and the personal wealth of fully ordained monks as well as the wealth of all the benefactors. We appropriated them for our own use. We also spoke about ourselves in such ways as saying that we had attained the holy Dharma, the 4 dhyanas, or the 4 fruitions, which we had not attained. Negative actions like those were conditions that became the causes of non-virtue. Although we had gone forth from our homes into homelessness, we degenerated each of the levels of ethics, from the infractions up to meeting with the defeats, the 4 defeats, the 8 vows, the 6, the 13 remainders of the Sangha, the 2 uncertain dharmas, the 30 downfalls to be abandoned, the 90 downfalls, the 4 actions to be individually confessed, a lot of advice, and the 7 very heavy dharmas. We engaged in the 5 actions of immediate retribution, we disparaged the holy Dharma and the profound sutras, and we engaged in the behavior of wrong conduct, and having done so, we concealed our transgressions. Because we did not have regret or repentance, they increased day and night. We disparaged the holy Dharma, which we heard had been explained by the conquerors in our previous births. We engaged in the 5 actions of immediate retribution and the defeats of the 4 roots, and since we did not confess or repent any of them, we will certainly fall to become hell beings. We said that neither the Tathagata nor the Bodhisattvas, nor the Sravakas, nor even the Pratyeka were able to offer refuge, and that Sangha, parents, gods, and humans were also not able to offer refuge and 109. Protection. Because of that we now have limitless fear and worry, and we have limitless guilt and shame. Therefore today, we go for refuge to the 3 jewels, and to the past Buddha Pratyekaratna, to the 1,000 future Buddhas, and to the currently abiding Buddha Sakyamuni. Since the Buddha Bhagavan is the sovereign of love and compassion, he is the completely impartial father and mother, and the Bodhisattvas are the virtuous friends. We seek to repent and confess all our heavy negativities from countless eons in Samsara until now, such as afflictive obstructions, karmic obstructions, obstructions to home missions, the 4 defeats, the 5 actions of immediate retribution, and the 10 non-virtues, and we request your discriminating approval. Additionally, it is like this. Bhagavan, for the sake of all sentient beings as well as for ourselves, now before the eyes of conquerors of the 10 directions, we seek to repent and confess. For limitless eons up till now, sentient beings have not taken to mind the kindness of the Tathagatas and of their parents, and have not sought out purifying Dharma. They engaged in various virtuous activities and were arrogant about their own lineage. In times of conceit and haughtiness they also engaged in thoroughly afflicted actions with little consideration. Since they didn't see their transgressions, they engaged in foolish actions, relied on wicked friends, agitated their minds with afflictions, and weren't satisfied regarding the qualities of the 5 objects of desire. They engaged in all non-virtuous actions, were seduced by beautiful women, and were tormented and agitated by the afflictions of attachment, hatred, and ignorance. All the negative actions accumulated by means of superimpositions and through the 3 body, speech, and mind that we have done, that we have caused others to do, and that we have rejoiced in the doing of, all of those we now individually confess, we repent, and we do not conceal. Also, all of the negativities of not showing reverence to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. 110. We here now individually confess, we repent, and we do not conceal. Also, all negativities of not showing reverence to Bodhisattvas and Prayatbhutachas, we here now individually confess, we repent, and we do not conceal. Also, all the negativities of not showing reverence, in relation to disparaging the holy Dharma under the power of ignorance and deliberately not embracing the kindness of parents, scholars, and preceptors, we now here individually confess, we repent, and we do not conceal. All the negativities of the various non-virtues done while clouded by stupidity and dullness, and done because of conceit and haughtiness, we now here individually confess, we repent, and we do not conceal. Also, we will not do them again. By means of the patronage we have given and offerings we have made to all the Buddhas of the 10 directions, may all sentient beings without exception be established on the 10th ground, and may they become truly and completely awakened as to Bhagavans in perfectly completed enlightenment. Then the Bhagavan spoke to Prince Virtuous to see, excellent, great being, you are skilled at discriminating your own good and bad actions. Having generated fear and worry on account of your totally afflicted actions, you completely repented all your impious deeds, and on top of that, you have also repented and confessed the many misdeeds of sentient beings, and you are therefore called an authentic holy being. On top of abandoning your own afflictions, you have also separated sentient beings from thorough afflictions for a long time, and therefore you are called an authentic holy being. You didn't pray for your own purpose but instead, from the beginning, prayed to perfectly awaken into unsurpassed, authentic, perfect enlightenment for the purpose of sentient beings, and therefore you are an authentic holy being known as an authentic holy being. Then Prince Virtuous to see and the other 3,000 people, after purifying through their remorse, expressed these verses of praise to the Bhagavan. 111. The Bhagavan is unique, chief, and supreme. The parent of the 3 worlds, the all-knowing who equalizes all that is unequal, by prostrate to the rare Bhagavan. Ordinary beings give for their own sake, they give valuables and expect something in return. Great love, the victorious one, is not like that. He loves and benefits enemy and friend alike, equally. The victorious one is revered among bipeds. With wisdom eyes he sees all that is to be known, other gods don't have that wisdom. I go to him, great perseverance, for refuge. To all the victorious ones, those of the past, the future, and those currently abiding, I prostrate. Similarly, in all victorious ones I seek refuge, and similarly make offerings to the victorious ones of the 3 times. Then all the Buddhas of the 10 directions praised Prince Virtuous to see and the 3,000 other people in verse. All those who desire to accomplish Buddhahood pursue the many teachings heard. After having generated virtuous preceptors, achieving Buddhahood is not far away. Anyone who practices perfectly pure ethics, those who are authentic fully ordained monks, and anyone who is able to meditate on emptiness, they are said to attain samadhi. Anyone who is able to practice perseverance, they are practicing enlightenment. 112. Anyone who will pass into nirvana, they have authentic joy. The fully ordained monks who hold on to their ethics, and the fully ordained nuns who have pure ethics must perform sojong every fortnight, draping their bodies in their religious robes. Having taken up their begging bowls and their katharikas, 101 when they go forth for pure alms all the gods, being overjoyed, place their hands together and respectfully prostrate. We, moreover, cause all gods and people to perform those actions. For example, just as the divine servants respectfully performed acts of reverence to Indra, the ruler of the gods. In the present they give an immediate response, and in the future, limitless times, will become renunciates and uphold ethics, which is known as a repaying the kindness of the Buddhas. Prince Virtuous to see, it is like this. All worldly people, which does not include us nor bodhisattvas, 102 will generate a completely pure mind of faith. All the Buddhas of the 10 directions will always abide, not passing into nirvana. It is the same for the Dharma and Asaka also. Directly understanding that is known as a repaying the kindness of the Buddhas. Prince Virtuous to see, it is like this. All worldly human beings, 113, don't have analytical minds, and don't directly understand the single vehicle. All Buddhas of the past and future as well as all those currently abiding in the 10 directions proclaim only the singular great vehicle. They don't say that there are 2 or 3. All human beings such as those who having generated that kind of mind, don't engage in conceptual differentiation are known as a repaying the kindness of the victorious ones. Prince Virtuous to see, it is like this. There are some people who, when the Buddhas pass into nirvana, always generate minds of faith, and explain that all sentient beings have the Buddha essence. All of those types of people are known as a repaying the kindness of the victorious ones. Anyone who practices a moment of virtue without the hope of receiving a divine result, when they instantly accomplish the unsurpassed path, it is known as a repaying the kindness of the victorious ones. Prince Virtuous to see, it is like this. When the Buddha has passed into nirvana, any person who were to read this sutra aloud for even a brief time, show respect to the 3 jewels, and offer reverence and worship to their teacher, all persons that are like that are known as a repaying the kindness of the victorious ones. 114. When someone entirely gives away some variety of wealth and possession as well as food and clothing, it is known as a repaying the kindness of the victorious ones. Prince Virtuous to see, it is like this. When all my dharma has passed away, whenever someone, having had this knowledge explained to them, listens to this sutra for even a short time, that is better than making offerings to 100 million bodhisattvas. These Moggallana Sutras are also the mother of all Buddhas and bodhisattvas. When one is mindful of the Buddhas, the bodhisattvas, and these sutras, with an equanimity mutually free from both, 103 that is known as a repaying the kindness of the victorious ones. Prince Virtuous to see, it is like this. At the time when this dharma has passed away, if someone who desires to repay the kindness of the victorious ones meditates for a mere moment, that good quality of that meditative concentration is greater than giving life to all the sentient beings in the billionfold world systems. Anyone who disparages this meditation and incites agitation among the Asaka, their negativity, moreover, is exactly the same as killing all the humans that fill the billionfold world systems, and as killing all living beings. 115. When someone disparages and has no faith toward those who are seen to have virtuous conduct, since it is like cutting the lineage of the 3 jewels, that is not repaying the victorious ones. Then Prince Virtuous to see and the 3,000 people, being satiated with joy at the teaching given by all the Bhagavans, receiving the teaching itself with great reverence, 104 replied in verse. The teachings of the Bhagavans, however many they are and how few, and also, however both many and few, none of them are perceived as inherent. Such authentic characteristics are non-contradictory with all phenomena. For the sake of love toward all sentient beings they turn the Dharma wheel of skillful means. Anywhere the Ira beings come from, the Tripagata comes from there also. In whatever way the authentic characteristics exist, the Tripagata also exists in the same way. Just as all Ira beings speak words of truth, the Tripagata also speaks exactly the same. Because of that, the name of the victorious one is known to be the Tathagata. 105. The armor of patience is your stable mind, the durable, powerful bow is your great perseverance, and the sharp arrow is your quick wisdom that destroys the enemy, laziness. 116. You accept the offerings and patronage made by worldly gods and humans. Because of that, the name of the victorious one is known to be the foe destroyer. 106. You cognize the characteristics of great suffering, you also perfectly cognize the cause of suffering, and you totally cognize the characteristics of the pacification of suffering as well as the way to pacify it. Since you cognize the 4 truths of the Ira beings, you realize what is unchanging to be true. Therefore, throughout the 10 directions your name is known as perfectly completed. Since you discovered the 3 supreme knowledges and are endowed with a perfectly pure path of practice, your name, Bhagavan, is known to be possessed with exalted wisdom and feet. Since you completely cognize all phenomena and have completely discovered the holy Dharma itself, on account of your love for all beings you have taken this opportunity and explained using skillful means. You perfectly dispel birth, aging, sickness, and death, and performed the action of going to the abode of bliss. Because of that, the name of the victorious one is known to be one gone to bliss. You went from the world and also cognized the world's boundaries. Because of that, the name of the victorious one is known to be knower of the world. 117. You liberate sentient beings with your great compassion, and with that suppleness you teach virtue and tame them. Because of that, the name of the victorious one is Charioteer who tames beings. Your ethics, samadhi, and wisdom I can't neither be subdued nor surpassed. Because of that, the name of the victorious one is given as unsurpassed. Not having any afflictions, endowed with wisdom, you explain the excellent, supreme liberation. Because of that, the name of the victorious one is given as teacher of gods and humans. In front of the Bodhi tree you completely cognized all that does and does not wander in the 3 times, and also all phenomena remote and not remote. Because of that your name is Buddha. Then all the Buddhas of the 10 directions entered into the great miracle samadhi, their bodies elevated into space, and from their separate mouths they spoke in unison, O Prince virtuous to see and the 3,000 people with you, the nature of all your negativities does not abide internally, nor does it abide externally, nor does it abide in between. Since your minds are stable, the might of your virtue is also stable. Since your minds are calm, completely liberated, the nature of your negativities is also completely liberated. Since your wisdom is emptiness, the nature of your negative negativities is also emptiness. Since the might of your faith is great, the might of your merit is also great. You repented and confessed in just that way, and as such were able to purify through remorse. Because of that, in addition to seeing us, you will also see Buddha Prajnacharitana and also all the Nirmanakayas. 118. Since you purify your negativities with cleansing remorse, you will also continually see me. These days all bodhisattvas practice cleansing remorse in just the same way as this treatise teaches, and so all Nirmanakayas, and also all others, such as the past Buddha Prajnacharitana, are delighted. You will see and worship the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, and they also will be delighted. You will enter into the enlightenment that shall close this Mahayana Sutra. The Bhagavan spoke to the entire retinue of attendants. If those with negativities desire to confess their negativities, then just like the Prince virtuous to see, observe individually the Buddhas of the 3 times, the 12 divisions of Sutra, and the great Asaka of Bodhisattvas. Prostrate to them having generated the same discrimination as meeting me or as seeing me, or having generated the discrimination of seeing a single Buddha, or 2 Buddhas, or 10 Buddhas, or 100 Buddhas, or 1,000 Buddhas, or 10,000 Buddhas, or countless Buddhas. Observe, seeing them is the same as seeing them. 107. And similarly, after having observed each and every one of them, if you mentally prostrate to each, through those prostrations you will also attain limitless merit as well as clear away all the heavy negativities of samsara. Falling to the 3 lower rebirths for countless eons will not occur, and it is also certain, without a doubt, that you will happily abide in the Bodhisattva. Therefore, if you repent and confess all negativity, ties, and generate faith from the depths of your heart, it is undeniable that your negativities will be purified. Then Prince Virtuous to see and the 3,000 people simultaneously responded to the Bhagavan, expressing praises in verse. The Bhagavan is love and great compassion, the Dharma Lord of the Sakya lineage whose lions roar from the midst of the assembly, is all-pervasive, bringing together all sentient beings. 119. He views them all like a father does his only son, and does not differentiate among them. Having seen that he is unsurpassable in that way, we therefore respectfully prostrate. Then the Bhagavan responded to Prince Virtuous to see and the 3,000 people. Sons of the lineage, you all have practiced cleansing remorse. Since you have repented and confessed with minds that do not conceal anything, now you are known as Bodhisattvas, you all will, in the future, undeniably, become Buddhas, sons of the lineage. It is like this. After I pass into nirvana, there will be some who are able, from the depths of their hearts, to prostrate to the Tathagatas of the 10 directions, the 12 Divi, science of Sutra, and the Essaka of Bodhisattvas, and that is known as a repaying the kindness of the 3 jewels. Immediately after that, having purified the negativities of the 10 non-virtues, the 5 actions of immediate retributions, and disparaging the emptiness sutras, those who are suitable to be stream enterers will be bestowed the result of stream enterer. Those suitable to be once returners will be bestowed the result of once returner. Those suitable to be non-returners will be bestowed the result of non-returner. Those suitable to be arhats will be bestowed the result of arhat. Those suitable to be pratyekabuddhas will be bestowed the result of pratyekabuddhas. Those suitable to be bodhisattvas will be bestowed the result of bodhisattva. In that way, within this sutra, all the one rebirth bodhisattva mahasattvas will attain the authentic characteristics and also the rewards of prostrating to the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times. All the 2 rebirth bodhisattvas will attain the dharmadhatu and also the rewards of prostrating to the Buddhas of the 3 times. The bodhisattvas will achieve the authentic, ultimate wisdom mind and also the rewards of prostrating to the Buddhas of the 3 times. Some bodhisattvas will enter into the ultimate truth and also attain the rewards of prostrating to the 120 Buddhas of the 3 times. Some bodhisattvas will be endowed with the samadhi going as a hero and also the rewards of prostrating to the Buddhas of the 3 times. Some bodhisattvas will be endowed with the samadhi treasury of space, and the samadhi wisdom seal, and also the rewards of prostrating to the Buddhas of the 3 times. Some bodhisattvas will be endowed with the patience of non-returning, the patience of giving dharma, the virtue concordant with the dharma, and also the rewards of prostrating to the Buddhas of the 3 times. Some bodhisattvas will be endowed with a mind that greatly remembers their inherent genuine wisdom, and also the rewards of prostrating to the Buddhas gone to the 3 times. Some bodhisattvas will be endowed with the samadhi lion's roar, the samadhi vajra, the samadhi seal of the 5 wisdoms, and also the rewards of prostrating to the Buddhas gone to the 3 times. Some bodhisattvas will be endowed with the samadhi equanimity, with great love, great compassion, the unsurpassed, authentic, perfected Buddha's path of action, and also with the rewards of prostrating to the Buddhas gone to the 3 times. Then the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, Lord of Dharma Manjusari spoke to the Bhagavan. Bhagavan, all sentient beings are agitated by erroneous and mistaken minds. How is it that the many non-virtues and actions of immediate retribution they have done, all those negativities, will be purified? The Bhagavan replied to Manjusari, that is what was explained earlier. Some, having heard the names of this expansive enumeration of the Dharma, the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, the 12 divisions of Sutra, and the Bodhisattvas, will generate joy and great joy, and then with faith and respect, adopt it, hold it, read it aloud, recite it, write it out, or understand it completely. Having made mala in a solitary room in an isolated place, sprinkle it with perfumed water. Having adorned the place with 121 banners and canopies and burned fragrant incense, invite all of the victorious ones and request them to come. Once they've been invited, regardless of however many supplications you have made, wash and purify yourself. Dress yourself in clean clothes, and if you go outside, regardless of how far or near you go, wash yourself once again every time you go out. Erect a lion's throne and visualize this enumeration of the Dharma for a long time. Directly realize that the characteristics of phenomena, such as the views of self, person, and sentient being don't exist. Beginners are to differentiate and clearly elucidate the specifics. Then, burning fragrant incense, clear agitated minds, and with authentic mindfulness and authentic contemplation, single-pointedly contemplate the Tathagata. All practices like these are compatible and in harmony, and hence are supreme. Those which are incompatible and in conflict will not become repentance and purification. That bell lightens destroys everything, and also is contradictory with the path of action. Be mindful of the Mahayana and contemplate the ultimate for a duration of 7 days and nights, during which it is inappropriate to lay down or sleep. Additionally, During one day read this sutra aloud or recite it 3 times, and during the 6 sessions of day and night make offerings with perfume, and prostrate, and then repent and purify. After having heard this sutra, express the names of the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and the 12 divisions of sutra, and be undisturbed from the depths of your heart, be without error from the depths of your heart, be non-distracted from the depths of your heart, exert effort according to the time from the depths of your heart, exert effort day by day from the depths of your heart, generate faith from the depths of your heart, generate joy from the depths of your heart, generate the stages from the depths of your heart, don't sever the continuity from the depths of your heart, be cautious from the depths of your heart, have no separation from the depths of your heart, don't contemplate negative negativity from the depths of your heart, be mindful of the Buddha. 122. From the depths of your heart, be mindful of the Dharma from the depths of your heart, be mindful of the Sangha from the depths of your heart, be mindful of ethics from the depths of your heart, be mindful of generosity from the depths of your heart, and be mindful of the ultimate view from the depths of your heart. In the same way read it aloud, and in the same way prostrate, and in the same way, from the depths of your heart, confess each negativity individually and repent. From the beginning of the first day until 6 days have passed, sprinkle fragrant water in the mornings and also wash your body with perfumed water. Burn excellent incense and make offerings from the depths of your heart. Because of repenting and confessing everything individually from the depths of your heart in that way, those in the 10 directions are exhorted. Then at that time, I as well as limitless Buddhas as numerous as the grains of sand in the Gaga river, joined by limitless Bodhisattvas as numerous as grains of sand in the Gaga river, accompanied by melodious sounds, will have gone into that room and will have performed the consecration of direct realization. If you do just that for 7 days and nights, there is no doubt that you will purify your negativities. How will negativities be purified? Since ordinary beings 108 have still not established the ultimate, 109 investigate the signs of omens in dreams. If you dream one type of dream, then one type of the actions of immediate retribution will be purified. If you dream 5 types of dreams, then the 5 actions of immediate retribution will be purified. If you dream that, in a nighttime dream, desiring to cross a great river you travel over a large bridge, then you have definitely attained complete liberation. If in that dream you are bathed by others, and you dream that rain falls on your body, then you have definitely attained purity. If in that dream you are residing within a throng of Sangha, and you dream that you are seated among them, then you have definitely become an authentic disciple of the Buddha. If in that dream, you reside in a stupa or temple. 123. And you dream that you see the likeness of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, then you have excellently entered the door of Dharma. If you dream that you find fruit and then eat it, at that actual time you will completely manifest the fruition of good qualities. The Bhagavatam also said to Manjusari, if some fully ordained monk, fully ordained nun, male monastic, female monastic, or bodhisattva who is endowed with faith degenerates their mindfulness, and because of mistake and error they destroy or degenerate the individual ethics of their vows, and then they confess and repent them individually in that way, then it is impossible for them not to be purified, unless they are not doing it from the depths of their heart. Then Manjusari replied to the Bhagavatam, when you engage in rituals like this, is it appropriate or inappropriate to be among a lot of people? The Bhagavatam replied, it is appropriate to have 1 or more companions but less than 20. When you practice this ritual, don't contemplate other sutras. After repenting and confessing in that way, if you don't thereafter engage in any faults, it is known as confessing and purifying. Engage in mindfulness in that way. Then at that time, remember like this, since when we die and are reborn it will be similar to how we are now, I will protect my ethics. Now, I will practice joyous effort. Now, I will read aloud and recite this Moggallana Sutra. Pray, from now onward I will hold my vows with the strength that matches of Ashra. Then when you are mindful in that way, the holy being Vimalakirti as well as limitless Bodhisattvas will simultaneously stand up in the space in front of you and bestow consecration. Also, Virasamandabhadra will perform the duties of the preceptor of the practice of purifying through remorse. Also, Virakasyapya will act as the support for the place of request. Manjusari, this is known as purifying negativities. This is known as complete liberation. This is known as having a fix. This is known as attaining the state of abiding. 124. The Bhagavatam also said to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Manjusari, there are some who engage in the negativity of destroying or degenerating each of the 4 roots, the 8 vows, the partial vows, the 10 rules, the having gone to the 3 for refuge, the 5 rules, the 10 virtues, and ethics, and discipline, and who engage in the 5 actions of immediate retribution and disparage the emptiness sutras. Other than those who engage in wrong conduct. 110. If they don't confess and don't repent, then as soon as they pass away from that life, it is without a doubt that they will fall to be a hell being in Avasi. 111. Manjusari requested, Bhagavan, what is the reason it is known as Avasi hell? Will the Tathagata please explain, for the welfare of all sentient beings, what are the causes and what are the conditions for falling? What is the shape and size of that hell? For how many eons does that fully ripened suffering continue? The Bhagavan replied, Manjusari, very wise, very wise. It is very wise for you to ask about the meaning of this. Listen well, and this large congregation of beings should properly reflect also, and I will explain the specifics. Why is it called Avasi hell? Since there is suffering without respite for even a moment, it is called Avasi hell. In one way, there is no stopping, no moving away, and also no changing, and the heat is incredibly hot. The suffering is especially unbearable, without even a moment of leisure. Since there isn't even a moment of rest or break, it is called Avasi hell. In another way, since one enters in a great fire that is blazing, that is increased, ibly hot, burning everywhere, blazing, and flaring, it is called Avasi hell. The Bhagavan also said to Manjusari, son of the lineage, the shape of the great hell Avasi is square, with each side 80 sand yojanas in length. It is surrounded by 7 successive iron fences and covered on top by 7 successive iron nets, and there are also 18 subterranean levels. Around its circumference it is surrounded by 7 successive groves of swords. Within the 7 successive iron fences there are groves of trees with sword. 125. Leaves. There is an iron house built there, with 18 divisions and with 84,000 levels. 112. At each of the 4 corners are great copper dogs, each 40 yojanas tall. Their eyes are like lightning bolts, their incisors like sword blades, their teeth like mountains of razor blades, their tongues like iron hooks, their claws like iron spears, their tails like iron snakes, and the fire that burns from their each and every one of their hair pores greatly flares up, burns everywhere, and greatly blazes. The smell of the smoke there can't be compared with the smell of any worldly substance. At each of the 4 gates of that hell are 18 hell guardians. Their heads are as 8 heads, their mouths are as 8 mouths, on each of their heads are 18 horns, and in their hands they hold aloft iron spears. Within the 7 successive fences are countless iron victory banners. Fire comes from the top of the victory banners, flowing like the fountain. The stream of molten iron flows down, completely flowing everywhere. On top of each of the 4 gates of the hell are 18 large copper cauldrons brimming over with molten iron that flows over the 4 doors and fills up the hell. There are 84,000 large iron snakes within each of the divisions of the building, which have poisonous flames shooting from their mouths, and which go out and fill all the fences. The sound that snakes utter is like the great sound of dragons. 113 great hails of iron ore rain down and entirely fill Avasi. The unbearable suffering there is unequaled, as it contains, among the 8 billion sufferings, all the most unbearable sufferings of unbearable sufferings. Outside each of the 4 gates of Avasi hell are greatly flaring, blazing fires that crisscross the southern, northern, eastern, and western sides, moving constantly. The blaze is also 80,000 yojanas above the surrounding iron fence from where it meets at its zenith at the iron nets, down to its nadir at the ground, completely burning in the 4 directions, and blazing intensely. The suffering simultaneously manifests as just explained. 126. When the actions of destroying the 4 roots and 8 vows, the 5 actions of immediate retribution, and disparaging the emptiness sutras are not repented and confessed as it has come forth from this sutra, which is to say without acknowledging one's fault and having shame. Such people, as soon as they have passed away from this life, will, within the mere extension and retraction of a greatly powerful person's arm, 114 fall into abyssal hell. Their bodies will fill that hell, being afflicted by the torment of heat, and even though their mouths are open and eyes squeezed shut, they aren't able to squeeze any sounds from their mouths. Because of their many negativities, numerous, uncountable sword wheels will fall from the sky like rain. All their suffering comes from their feet and pierces their brains, and becomes a millionfold what was described before. Those who completely destroy the four roots experience this great suffering for 5 complete great eons. Those who destroy the 8 vows experience it for 1 great eon more than that. Those who commit the 5 actions of immediate retribution experience it yet 1 more than that. Those that disparage the emptiness sutras experience it yet 1 more than that. Those who criticize the 3 jewels, those who steal wealth from the asceta, those fully ordained monks and nuns who practice celibacy but then engage in impure behavior, those who pretend to be preceptors and scholars, and those who engage in sexual misconduct with their mothers will experience it for yet even 1 more than all those above. Since those who have engaged in wrong conduct have utterly severed the root of virtue, they will never be liberated from abyssal hell, so they are not included. When beings such as those with negativities experience soothing, they enter into the great, burning conflagration, and they become unconscious and die. The rank Asa Hell Guardians then stakes them to the ground using iron spears, and call out, "Revive! Revive!" Just as they are called, the beings are revived, again and 127. Again, dying 10,000 times and reviving 10,000 times over the course of a single day and night. They experience unbearable suffering, as explained earlier. Then they later leave abyssal hell, due to the karma of having destroyed their ethics as well as having taken donations from faithful sponsors. They then enter into one of the lesser hells. As for those, there are 115 cold and freezing hell, black darkness hell, intense heat hell, filled with razor teeth hell, sword wheel hell, blazing chariot hell, excrement swamp hell, hot water hell, valley of hot coals hell, grove of sword leaf trees hell, iron machinery hell, columns of iron, salmali trees 116 hell, iron throne hell, iron wheel hell, piercing iron hell, iron hail hell, meeting with crushing mountain hell, and exuding molten copper hell. Within each of these they are also afflicted for 8 million years before subsequently being liberated. However, they are always born in the lower class, and for 500 lifetimes they will not hear the sounds of the 3 jewels. In some cases, if they meet with a virtuous friend, it is nonetheless possible for them to generate the mind of enlightenment, but if they don't meet with a spiritual friend, they will fall to hell again. If the negativities of misdeeds are not repented and not confessed, then the experiences of the sufferings of hell will be experienced for 8 million years, with each year being like 1 year of the gods of the abodes of the 4 great kings. If the negativities of downfalls are not repented and not confessed, then that will be produced twofold. If the ascetas remainders 117 also are not repented and not confessed, that will be 2 times that. When those with such negativities experience suffering, they will not be able to speak any words other than Atapa Atadalala of the AVA 118. That will be all they speak. Therefore, all those with such negativities should quickly repent and confess them all individually, having gone to the 3 jewels for refuge. Manjusari, it is also like this. If one desires to quickly eliminate and purify negativities, individually repent and confess just as it 128 is taught from this sutra, and purify through remorse. Take up this ritual once each day for 7 days, and when establishing the state of a Tathagata Buddha through authentic investigation and authentic mindfulness, contemplate the names of the ocean of samadhis such as great man, directly achieving Buddhahood, immovable, complete liberation, having light praise, greatly extended wisdom, endowed with paramitas, and going forth as a hero. Further, in brief, after arising from the samadhi of the obligations of the Bodhisattva Mahatma, entered into the samadhi of mind cessation. After arising from the samadhi of mind cessation, then entered into the samadhi of going forth as a hero. After arising from the samadhi of going forth as a hero, entered into the samadhi of wisdom lamp. After arising from wisdom lamp, entered into the samadhi of characteristic of all phenomena. After arising from characteristic of all phenomena, entered into the samadhi of having marks and light rays. After Eris, king from having marks and light rays, entered into the samadhi of lion's roar. After arising from lion's roar, entered into the samadhi of lion's shaking. After arising from lion's shaking, entered into the samadhi of ocean mind. After arising from ocean mind, entered into the samadhi of complete wisdom. After arising from complete wisdom, entered into the samadhi of Dhruvimadra. After arising from Dhruvimadra, entered into the samadhi of having a body of complete illumination. After arising from having a body of calm, complete illumination, entered into the samadhi of actual Madhatu. After arising from actual Madhatu, entered into the samadhi of king of lions. After arising from king of lions, entered into the samadhi of king of Dharma. After arising from king of Dharma, entered into the samadhi of ending the marks of all Maras. After arising from ending the marks of all Maras, entered into the samadhi of wisdom of emptiness. After arising from wisdom of emptiness, entered into the samadhi of understanding the characteristics of emptiness. After arising from understanding the characteristics 129 of emptiness, entered into the samadhi of wisdom of great emptiness. After arising from wisdom of great emptiness, entered into the samadhi of having a body that pervades everywhere. After Eris, king from having a body that pervades everywhere, entered into the samadhi of discriminating the characteristics of the mind. After arising from discriminating the characteristics of the mind, entered into the samadhi of characteristics of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Vajra. After arising from the samadhi of characteristics of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Vajra, entered into the samadhi of Vajra crown protrusion. After arising from Vajra crown protrusion, entered into the samadhi of all oceans. After arising from all oceans, entered into the samadhi of ocean of all there is. After arising from ocean of all there is, entered into the samadhi of ocean of all Buddha's activity. After arising from ocean of all Buddha's activity, entered into the samadhi of ocean of perceiving the complete liberation of all Buddhas and the exalted wisdom of liberation. After arising from the samadhi of ocean of perceiving the complete liberation of all Buddhas and the exalted wisdom of liberation, entered into doorway of limitless, boundless oceans, the samadhi of primordial skillful means. After arising from doorway of limitless, boundless oceans, entered into the samadhi of ceasing and pacifying the mind. After arising from ceasing and pacifying the mind, entered into the samadhi of Vajra, the doubtless great liberation. Manjusari, after I have passed into Nirvana, when any son of the lineage or daughter of the lineage who generates a moment's faith, or is mindful for a moment and writes the letters of this sutra, reads it aloud, or recites it, and accomplishes a mind of faith regarding the discrimination of thoughtfulness, the discrimination of mindfulness, and the discrimination of realization, in that moment, their negativities equaling the grains of sand of GAGA rivers of 9 septillion 119 will be exorcised. Their obscurations of ignorance will also be completely severed. Therefore, it is clear that Tathagata will always nurture beings and remain, not passing into Nirvana. 120. 130. Then the Bhagavan proclaimed these verses to the great assembly. All-powerful hungry ghosts, vicious animals and elephants, adulterous women and vicious nagas, and limitless horrible beings, such as Vasu, Ajatasatram, Devadatta, and Agulimala. Even though they have engaged in negativities of body and mind that make their fall to abacy hell-fitting, just before the Muni's Nirvana, they generated faith in the victorious ones of the 10 directions and the 3 times and prostrated to them, and hence they delayed it for countless eons. All beings from Majida also generated the mind of enlightenment through the power of respectfully prostrating to the victorious ones of the 10 directions and the 3 times. Kauinya, and so forth, and the 500 perfectly pure Yasravakas will become Buddhas in the future through the power of respectfully prostrating to the victorious ones of the 10 directions and the 3 times. The Turpikas and Brahmins, and the 10 is that our great mantra holders also will achieve arhathood in the present as the reward of prostrating to the past victorious ones of the 10 directions and the 3 times. 131. All groups of bodhisattvas entered into the ultimate meaning, and, through the power of respectfully prostrating to the victorious ones of the 10 directions and the 3 times, were born, in limitless lifetimes, in the fields of the victorious ones of the 10 directions. Prince Virtuous to see, it is like this. Previously, I was the king known as Great I Generosity. At that time, as no Buddha had arisen for a full 20 years, I made ecclesiastical offerings, from food and clothing to homes and bedding, to some 500 Brahmins. At that destined time, I said, may you all generate the mind of enlightenment. But those 500 Brahmins, even as they accepted the offerings given, had no faith in the 3 jewels, and therefore in the very instant, they said to me, there is no enlightenment in the world, and there is no complete liberation. When I heard them utter those words, in order to protect the emptiness sutras, I killed those 500 Brahmins. When those Brahmins died, they fell to the abyssy hell. 132. Having fallen to the state of hell beings, even though their 3 recollections had wavered, still they prostrated to the victorious ones of the 3 times. When they had generated faith in the emptiness sutras and in the enlightened Sangha, and had engaged in the 3 recollections, they immediately arose away from hell, and proceeded to be born in the world drum of honey. Their lives lasted 10 small eons. This itself is the reward of prostrating, with minds of respect, to the victorious ones of the 10 directions. Although all those Brahmins in the beginning, due to disparaging, fell to hell, later, due to faith, they were instantly liberated. What's the need to mention all of you bodhisattvas, who are endowed with a sense of embarrassment? Since from the beginning they don't have the nature of negativity, it is for the sake of all sentient beings that they repent and confess all negativities, from those of the 4 root vows and the 5 actions of immediate retribution to those of wrong conduct. If any ordinary being having engaged in negativities such as those is similarly able to repent and confess, then their negativities of the 4 roots and 5 actions of immediate retribution up through to those of wrong conduct will be purified. There is no doubt that they will achieve Buddhahood. 133. Those who are without faith aren't included in that, but if any of them generates a mind of faith and prostrates to all the victorious ones, then it is impossible for them to not accomplish the Dharma path. Then Prince Virtuous to see and the 3,000 people with him made this request in one voice to the Bhagavan. We pray that once we are established as Buddhas, we will be perfectly liberated from the cycle of birth and death. Since you exist as the most noble among gods and humans, please explain the specifics. How much merit was there for those who, having grasped that after I wrote it out, read it aloud, and upheld it? The Bhagavan replied, Prince Virtuous to see, listen well as I explain the specifics. The merit of someone who, having heard the names of the victorious ones, generates a mind of faith, and, in that instant, prostrates, goes beyond that of a sentient being who fills 1,000 worlds with the 7 types of jewels, engages in charity and makes donations, and on top of that, explains the Dharma and attains the result of arhathood. 134. What need is there to mention one who writes them, reads them aloud, upholds them, and prostrates to them with faith? The merit of that is limitless. If someone generates the mind to write them out, read them aloud, recite them, and at that time prostrates, the merit of that is greater than that of perfectly building 1,000 world systems stupas. Then Mahakasyapa, Sariputta, Ananda, the worldly protector very powerful, 121 the Brahma gods, Indra, the wheel turners, and the 4 great kings, having paid reverence with their heads to the Bhagavan's feet, spoke this in one voice. After the Bhagavan passes beyond sorrow, for the sake of the constant physical and mental happiness of sentient beings, we all will completely spread and teach these, and we will protect those who prostrate. All those who have the negativity of breaking their vows, of engaging in the 5 actions of immediate retribution, or of disparaging the emptiness sutras, because of hearing the names of those Buddhas, will abide happily in perfectly pure lands. For example, just like Prince Virtuous to see. Now and at a later time in the future, they will see the actual Buddhas. 135. Then Bhagavan Sakyamuni spoke to the great assembly. All of you, listen well. I will explain to you all the causes and conditions of previously arisen karma. Limitless eons ago, having heard the names of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times from the Tathagata, Arhat, perfect Buddha known as Bodhidharma light, I generated a mind of great joy. I placed my hands together, and received them with great reverence. Moreover, having adopted them, I went everywhere that there were sentient beings, and spread them and taught them to those limitless, infinite sentient beings, and so they heard the names of the Buddhas. Then at that time, from among the assembly there was a smaller group of 3,000 people who were in accord with the purpose of my Dharma, and having generated limitless minds of faith, directly in my presence they expressed the names of those Buddhas and prostrated, and because of that, they now appear in the 10 directions and are truly enlightened. Sons of the lineage, if you desire to purify the heavy negative ties of the 4 roots and the 5 actions of immediate retribution, up to the negativities of disparaging the emptiness sutras and those of wrong conduct, submit to the control of the mind of faith. Sons of the lineage, it is also like this. Whoever, due to non-faith and disrespect, disparages the 12 divisions of scripture and is fraudulent, 122 or disparages the Vajra body, the excellent being Manjusari, and the victorious ones of the 10 directions and is presumptuous, there is no doubt that they will fall to the state of a hell being. This is not false. Why is that the case? They will definitely fall to hell because of their non-faith, because of their disparagement of the holy Dharma, because of their contempt for gurus, and because they belittled the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times. If they generate faith in the names of those Buddhas and prostrate from the depths of their hearts, then they will recognize their negativities of the 10 non-virtues, 5 actions of immediate retribution, and of disparaging the emptiness sutras, and it is impossible for them not to be purified. That does not 136 include those who are without faith, those without respect, those who sever the root of virtue, and those who engage in wrong conduct. Sons of the lineage, the 10 million emanations of the body of Sakyamuni, moreover, display the deed of teaching and reside in each and every world, and the last of these bodies is me. All the 3,000 humans who were accompanying me at that time are established as Buddhas. The chief among the first 1,000 of them is called Buddha Lotus Light. The chief among the middling 1,000 is called Buddha Vajra Body. The chief among the final 1,000 is called Buddha Maitreya. Therefore, it is appropriate for you all also to, in that same way, express the names of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times and prostrate. In the future, all of you will teach extensively to large assemblies and will benefit limitless sentient beings, pass beyond the 3 worlds and, just like me, act by means of Maya in a peaceful and isolated abode. Then the Bodhisattva Vidura arose from his seat, draped his upper robe over one shoulder, and knelt on his right knee. Having joined his hands together and prostrated beside the place where the Bhagavan was, he said this to the Bhagavan, Bhagavan, what is the name of this enumeration of Dharma? How is it held? How is it meditated upon and practiced? That having been asked, the Bhagavan replied, Son of the lineage, take the name of this enumeration of Dharma to be benefiting all the heavy vows. Take it to be essence of the precious Vajra. Take it to be the limitless doors of the scriptures. Take it to be gathering everything together. Take it to be great, unequaled ornament. Take it to be the array which establishes 3,000 humans as Buddhas. Take it to be purifying negativities through cleansing remorse and attaining merit. Take it to be the all-expansive great liberation. 137. Then the Bodhisattva Vidura said this to the Bhagavan, Bhagavan, if it is as the Tathagata has taught, then this enumeration of Dharma will benefit limitless sentient beings and, in order to perform the deed of great bliss, purify negativities. This sutra, which performs the deed of establishing Buddhahood, is the mother of all Buddhas. It is the path of all Bodhisattvas. It is the eye of all Sravakas. It is the house of all gods and humans because it is endowed with inconceivable meaning such as that. I will grasp it as the I will spread it anywhere that gods and humans reside. Its continuity will not be severed, and it will abide for a long time. The Bhagavan replied, Excellent, excellent. You are a holy being because you uphold all the limitless, great divisions of scripture as the I. In the future, you will go to the abode that I go to. Whatever is my abode is also your abode. When the Bhagavan taught this enumeration of Dharma, limitless bodhisattvas became non-returners and dwelt on unchang, in ground. 80,000 Sravakas generated the Mahayana mind. 10,000 fully ordained monks attained the result of arhathood. 84,000 gods and humans achieved the perfectly pure Dharma. 100,000 sentient beings generated the mind of perfect, complete enlightenment. Then after the Bhagavan had finished expounding this sutra, he went away from that place of the salt trees. After he had left, he and the pool of precious golden flowers also disappeared. The Tathagata's light also gathered together, and due to that, the higher and lower as well as pure and impure realms in the Saka world system were also just as before. All the people, because of their misdeeds, were held beings as before. After the Bhagavan had spoken that, the whole congregation of Bodhisattvas as well as the worlds of gods, humans, demigods, and Gandharvas all rejoiced, and thoroughly praised what had been spoken by the Bhagavan. 138. The Iramokalana Sutra, called the all-expansive Great Liberation, purifying negative deeds through cleansing remorse, perfectly arranged for the accomplishment of Buddhahood, is complete. Colophon's original colophon, the Chinese translation, has 2 sections of 712 verses and an additional 112 verses. Translator's colophon. This text was translated at Siraji Monastery at the direct request of Kayaj Lama Rinpoche. The initial draft was completed on May 26, 2021. The holy day of Sakata was the 15th day of the 4th Tibetan month, Tibetan Royal Year 2148. Many thanks to Jesh Tenjai Rinpoche, Vent Tenzin Lagtsak, and Vent Tenzin Amjong, who all gave valuable editing assistance to Vent Tenzin Jiak, who offered an initial edit of the completed translation, and to Doris Lowe, who offered a detailed and beneficial edit that undoubtedly improved the final translation. That said, all errors remain my fault alone. Finally, I give my deepest gratitude to Kayaj Lama Rinpoche for the opportunity to translate this sacred text, and dedicate any merit accumulated from the translation as well as the reading, writing, and reciting of the translation of this sutra to the long life of all holy gurus. Publisher's colophon, translated by Vent Yilden Lekton from Thags Pod Arpachen Po Fihogs Sud Rachayas Pod Yon Changs Kyis Yes the Yes Byans T Sangs Rachayas Sud Grub Aranam Part B Cod Podges by Albi Feb Pachen Po Yam Do in DKA by Earth DTEBS Ur Mom Volume 67, Beijing, Krongo E Bogrip E DTE Skrunkang, 2008, 551702. Translation reviewed by Vent Tenzin Jiak and edited by Doris Lowe. Final draft reviewed by Vent Tenzin Tsamo and Junaripo. FPMT Education Services, July 2023. 139. Appendices. Table 1. Attested proper Sanskrit names alphabetical by Sanskrit. Sanskrit English Tibetan Wiley. Akasagarba Essence of Space Nam Imps Any Inkpo Alaska Ambumatai Inexhaustible Indal Ep Below Grow Miles Zakpot. Alaska Ambu Undisturbed Miles Krugs Pop. Miles Biski Odd Pot Amitoba Limitless Life OD Deepak Medicine Amitatus Limitless Life Chi Deepak Medicine. Demogazity Meaningful Accomplishment Yob Grub Pop. Shannon Takariki Infinite Deeds Spitode Pa Amphitheas Inatavak Basi Infinite Illumination Snugba Amphitheas ASAGA Unobstructed Thugs Medicine. Avalakats Vera Lord who gazes downward Spian Cross Jizigs Dibiangthia Bidrapala Excellent Protector Bisanskya Bidrasarai Glorious Virtuous People. Bhia Georgia King of Doctors, King of Medicines Manji Y by Rachel Pote. Bodhisattva Path of Enlightenment by Chug Kyi Lamp Broad Magho Melody of Brahma Changs the Edbi Songs Brahmatala Brahmas Net Changs the Edra 140. Sanskrit English Tibetan Wiley Kendra Prabha Moonlight Zla Od Kendra Sarai Glorious Moon Zla Ba Deepal. Kendra Surya Pradipit Brilliant Sun, Moon, and Lamp Ni Zla Marmi Jesala. David Atah Gift of the Gods Elha is by Indivapradha Light of the Gods Elha Oni. Devaputar narrate a very powerful son of the gods born from Manhamthusboche. Deborja King of the Gods Elha Rachel Poteridgur holder of the Durajizung season. Derdmes Vadraja King Lord of Dharmachos Kyidbangthia Rachel Poter Magarba Essence of Dharmachos Kyis Any Inkpo Derdmes Varasatharan of Dharmachos Kyidbangthia Depikalite Giver Marmi MD Zadgibjay Naraju King of Space Nam Impi Rachel Po Gondha Hastan Elephant of Sense Yesthos Kyi Blank Poche. Gond Dakuti Bundle of Sense Drink Brooksegs Gond Her Holder of the Earth SADs Inheritite Frog Ma Mohima Su A Golden Vertex GS or GIGT Sig Fud. Lord of Joy, Lord of the Senses Dgabadb Angpo. This vera sovereign Dbangthia Gisvararaja King of Sovereigns Dbangthia Rachel Podula the Hata Water Carrier Chew Beds. Jayanadvaha Victory Banner of Wisdom Yeshi Rachel Temptation. Kadnathambana Golden Sage GS Tub Cassiopeia Garter of Light Od Srunk. 141. Sanskrit English Tibetan Wily King Develsvara Prabha King Light of the Lord of Gods Rachel Podelha Dbangthia Od Krakuch Kanda Eliminator of Bad Faith Logpar Dadzil Kadgar Holder of the World Jagartan Ds Immobila Very Strong Stibs Poche Mahabrahachat May Great Brahmach Hangs Pop Chenpo Mahakaru. The Great Compassion is any Inarj Chenpo Mahakasyapi a Great Garter of Light Od Song Chenpo Mahama Itreya Great Love Bidams Pop Chenpo Mahaprabha Great Light Od Chen Mahapratib and a Great Courage Spots Pop Chenpo Mahastamo Prapta one who has obtained great power and Thu Chenpo Mace Vera Great Sovereignty Bhangthia Chenpo Maitraya Love Bidams Pop Matribula Strength of Love Bidams the East of Sma Iraj King of Jewel Fringe and Rachel Po Manjasarai Gentle Gloria Jam Deepo Manjas Rekumara Youthful Gentle Gloria Jam Deepo Gyan New Magaraj King of Thunder Brugsbury Rachel Pomagus Vera Sound of Thunder Brugsbury Murder Jabba born from the head spy by both guides Nagadadi God of the Nagas Klui El Hananda Joy DGA Boat Nirma Akaya Emanation Body SKU Sprawl Prabhuteratna Many Jewels Rinchen Mang Praise Nugget Bright Victor GSL Rachel Priyat Darsana Delightful to see M Thong DGA Kuyaki Tiare Merit Field BSOD Bombs KYIZHing Purakan Full Moon Zlagang 142. Sanskrit English Tibetan Wily the Uthakuva Stacked Up Flowers Meet Brook Segs. The Uthagma Ida ornamented with flowers meet Great Giant. Razmai Light Rays Odisar Ratna Kendra Jewel Moon Rinchen Zlaba Ratna Su the Jewel Vertex Rinchen GT Sigfud Ratna Kosa Treasury of Jewels Rinchen MD Zod Ratna Kuva Stacked Up Jewels Rinchen Brook Segs Ratna Pradha Jewel Light Rinchen Ob Ratnazam Herbi a Source of Jewels Rinchen Byungnas Ratnazakan Jewel Top Knot Rinchen GT Sigfud Ratnasarai Glorious Jewel Rinchen Deepo Ratnavar Basa Illuminating Jewel Rinchen Snung Ratnavita Precious Ornaments Rinpoche Ray Giant Sagar Garba Essence of the Ocean Rachaya Emtir Shoei is any Ingpo Sasa Resu 1000 Lights Od Stong Sakumuna Sage of the Sakyas Shakaya Thub Pasamanabhadra. All good kunti you Visa Posamantalaka Complete Illumination kunti you Snung Samanda Prabha Completely Radiant kunti you Ovi Samandavalakite Svera Lord who always gazes downward Kunti Uspian Ross Jizigs Dbangthia S.A. Jania clearly understood Yank Dang She Saramveda Putra son of Saramvatai Shaya Radwadi i.e. Bushel Sarasvatai Melodious Dbangs Kanmasa Refutra son of Sari Shaya i.e. Bushels Seekan possessing a crown protrusion GT Sigtuarkan Asai Ha Lion Sek Jesai Hagho Alliance or Sek Isgra 143. Sanskrit English Tibetan Wily Srigarba Essence of Glory Deepo Gys any Ingpost Erasmatite Stable Mind Blow Beartan Sudavi Excellent Giver Rab Tus by Inshagita 1 Gone to Bliss Vd Bart Shegs Paz Supriya Very Joyful Rab Tudga Basur Yankardha Sunlight Can I Isma Od Sutrid Hera Holder of Sutra Amdo Dizan Subhar Abha Golden Light GSRGYIOD Subhar Garba Golden Essence GSRGYIS any Ingpost Tamara Patra Convena Ganthos Smellangy like Tamala leaves and sandalwood. Ispios Top Mala Pat plus Trot Sandan. Ispios Top Ma Radiate Sandan. Top Mala Pat plus Trot Sandan GYISPOs. Top Ma Radiate Sandan GYISPOs. Hipananda Close Joy Night DGA Boat. Vior Yankard by your light. Lapis Lazuli light by Duria Odi. Valshavajra Ardio Arj Valshrapa IVAJRA in hand Lavna Ardio Arj. Vimalakarthi Stainless Fame Drink Ma Medicine Pod Grags Pa Vimutta Complete Liberation Arenum Gral Vipasine Having seen clearly Arenum Parji Zigs Visudakaraka Perfectly Pure Deeds Spitode Pa Arenum Dagvas Vadhu Protector of all Toms Kadskiyad 144. Table 2. Unattested proper Sanskrit names alphabetical by English. English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wily. Abiding in the middle asterisk Madhyastha Dibangnas. Abiding in the world asterisk locust hog, locasn of ages gardenas. Abiding on the king of the jewel of parasols Jidug Srinpochi Rachel Pornas Pod actual realization of characteristics and Tirshani is mentioned to Artogs actually preceding mention some thong adorned by light Odkyiv Giant Pod already passed beyond all worlds Jigartan Kunlas Das Zimpot. always compassionate artag tu is any encourage can always peaceful artag tu shabag always respectful artag part gus annihilator of all kings of Maras dug kyi rachil po arenums charge cod. Assorted adornments asterisk nana vidhala. Era Arenum Pius Nh Hogsby Ray Giant Pod Authentic Light asterisk Samai Ekpert Hogging Dang Pilioni Awakened Flower by An Chug Me Talk Error of Hardships DKA Thub Becoming King Ray Gild Pothab Becoming King Sumeru Ri Rab Ray Gild Potha 145 English asterisk Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley Bejeweled Characteristic Rinpoche M Tirshaniad Blazing Jewel Rinchen Barba Rinpoche Barba Blazing Light asterisk Javala Prabha Barbaod Blazing Brute asterisk Javala Milat Barba Party Sa Ba Blazing Victory Banner asterisk Javala Viha Barba Rachel M. Tirshan Blazing with Splendor People Bar Body of 100,000 Lions Sench Bumpji Sugs Boundless Termamu Medicine Chose Breaker of all bonds Chinkba Conch Cod Buddha Supreme Unobstructed Wisdom asterisk Jada Natharasa Ga Thogs Medicine Yishi Chog Canopy of Jewels King of the Sovereign of the Power of Analyzing Emptiness. Rinpoche e Black Tong Patni is Dubiar tags the Eastigs Kyidbangthia Rachil Po characteristics of Dharma asterisk Termalaki Hos Kyim Tirshaniad. Chariot here who tames beings skies bushels dulled Beaka lowest by chief among the great and excellent Bizan legs GTSO. Chief among the very supreme Rab Mchab GTSO. Chief of Glory Deeple Gyigvso Chief of the Three Realms asterisk Tralakyajai Hajagartanchsam Gyigtso Clairvoyance asterisk Cabbage Nana Emenjan Parshi Clairvoyance of an ocean-like mind blow Rachaya Amtirshio Emenjan Parshi Pop 146 English asterisk Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley Clean knowing GT Sangshi clear jewel Rinchem GSL clear light asterisk Prabhas Vera ODGSL clear light of long bottoms Putti ODGSL clear light of wisdom asterisk Prajnapratha Svarashi Rab ODGSL clear moon GSL clear ocean Rachaya Amtirshio GSL clear wisdom She Rab GSL clearing the darkness of doubt the Cham Munsel collection of scents asterisk Gon Hogadra each hog's collection of sounds each hog's collector and upholder of all termachos Toms Cadmus does sing D's in pod color of Iria and gold by Duriad Hang GSRGY Michael Dog complete benefit continue Fanji Dogs complete glory asterisk Sardasarai continue Deeple complete liberation th rough samadhi and D's in Arenum part Grawl Ba complete marks continue Amtirshan Ma complete play of Duru Ijizungs Arenum part Rawl Pop complete play of Lions Sect Jarenum part Rawl Pot completed light OD Chug completely arranging light praise OD for Arenum part B Cod Pot completely conquering demons B Dub Arenum part Jones Pop 147 English asterisk Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley completely demon straits with the body Luti Shiams continue Emenjan Parston completely grasped continue Bizum completely grasping Kondizing completely immaculate continue Jiti Sang completely adorned by jeweled flowers Rinpoche Emi Talk Renum Party Ray Giant Ha completely adorned by light rays OD for Renum Party Ray Giant completely adorned by marks of lights ODKYIM Tirshan Max Arenum Party Ray Giant Putty Ray Gild Po completely adorned with excellent flowers Me Talk Bizan Paz Arenum Party Ray Giant Ha completely protecting Konti Yusung completely pure body asterisk Visadakaya Arenum Dag SKU completely pure King Ray Gild Po Arenum Dag completely pure light Arenum Dag OD completely radiant with glorious kindness asterisk Prasadasari Samanda Prabhagrant Deeple Konti UOD completely separated from the continuum of SA Sarok AA Shurbi Rajayud Tang Yang Sudrolbach. Concealed body Luti Shiams is the Eid conceptualized object Yal Renum part Artag condenses all Conti US does constant effort Brooks and Gruss Artag continually lowering their hand lag Rajayun to you Fab. Continually raising their hand lag Rajayun to you Beteg. 148 English asterisk Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley conviction in Dharmachos MOS Krajus giving is by Inha DPA establishing as a hero DPA Bardi Zoogs deeds of cessation got Spido definite mark NG's Putiam Tirshan Ma definitely stacked UPNG's part Segs desireless asterisk gasp hat shags medicine destroy ER of all hordes of obstructing entities asterisk Vinaga. The Hada Bjegs KYI Hogs Toms Cad be calm pa destroyer of all worldly fears Jigartan GYI Jigs pa Toms Cad be calm pa destroyer of the collect of Thor Morris each Hogs Holmes pod devoted to truth mos devotion to teaching chat mos from a wheel asterisk Durban chose kyika low difficult to be in calm, past by thought dka disciplined hero dpabr tool dispelling sadness o spangs drum of honey's ill mngrnga effort of heroes dpa Brookson emerging appearance sharp endowed with constant loving kindness tag to you said Bakan. Entirely glorious concordant marks Antirshant Dunpa Conti Deeple equally and unequally conceptual ambient miles ambient martog. 149. English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley. Equally conceptual ambient part artog equally non-conceptual ambient miles artog essence of qualities asterisk bu 8 garbayon tangi yis any inkpo. Essence of very joyful pile of jewels deacon chop segs rab tudgabas any inkpo eternal pennant light bob dam odr tag excellent marks the color of refined gold emptirtion bezans gs or bds homa em dog excellent non-c raving legs l dan sr medicine excellent thought bs and legs excellently awake and legs part sad expression beyond measure br job deepak das extensive ocean rachaya amtirshio rachaya che faith in signs asterisk lack the oshrat ham tirshani is la dead pot far reaching like od rachaya ring fearful tomorrow speed up scrag fearless asterisk nirvaya jigs medicine fearless son of non craving mile jigs sr medicine kyi bushels fearless vajra ardio arj jigs medicine flash of lightning glog giod flavor of honey's ill mngrgyiro water light chew od flower light meat talk giod flower of the previous king senjin gyi rachile toei neat talk foregone excellence senjin legs for most being skies bushels damp up. 150. English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley. For most birth dampot skies for most pelarkat dog dampot for most form jisugs dampot for most melody dbyongs dampot for most mind dampot for most moons labak dampot for most victory banner rachile amtirshan dampot form of for most pelarkat dog dampi jisugs form of Mount Sumeru rab kyi jisugs formlessness of marks amtirshan jisugs medicine 4 types of gathering bs do ba arenum be free from stains and illusions drink mayas iu ma hang bro ba freedom th rough appearance nungtar giver of wisdom she rabius by in glittering flower asterisk upaj j valani talk tsh or glittering jewels rinch and tsh or glorious brilliance of the sun and moon and I zgsl gy ideal glorious crown protrusion deeple gyigt sig toward glorious illuminating light of the ocean rachaya amtir showy deeple on desnung glorious ocean asterisk sam yandrasari rachaya amtir show deeple glorious respectability deeple decent glory of lightning glog ideal glory of the bases artan pe deeple. 151. English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley. Golden flowers light gs or gyi meet talk giod golden light of the Jambu rivers gold dzam bushels nut of egs or od gone beyond all worldly suffering Jagartan Gys Doug B. Single Tom's Cad Las Das Pa gone to the floating palace asterisk Vibe Managata Elding Kangfin. Gone to the limits of the far short world Antherfin. Good qualities asterisk Gu Ayatan great and powerful effort Brookson Gruff Shade Beedison. Great generosity asterisk Mahadana by in Pa Chenpo great love like that of a father to his only son bushels Jizigni Fidelter Biams Pa Chenpo great lobster asterisk Mahavabasis Ba Chenpo great melody asterisk Mahagho Adibiangs Chenpo great ornament great giant Chenpo great patience asterisk Mahak Entai Bizod Pa Chenpo great generosity drank strong Chenpo yes by in great subdue rab tu dull ba great teacher who leads everyone Tom's Kadran Pakistan Chenpo great and unsurpassable effort Brookson Gruff Chenpo black medicine pa guide asterisk Napadidran Mkon happily abiding BD Barnes he who doesn't teach foolishness blunt milestone. 152. English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley. Heaped incense theos brook segs hidden dermachos gsang ba highest deeds spitod pot black ma highest derma asterisk hator dermachos black ma highest moons labiate black ma highest virtue chbiate black ma highest wisdom she rab black ma holder of the jewel and lamp asterisk ratna prati padguran chems grand ma deezen holy form jisugs dampa illuminated net dra bosnum illuminating blazing light of gold gs or bar bao desnum illuminating Dharma asterisk Dharmavadesa Chosna illuminating lamp of wisdom She Rabs Grand Masna illuminating light asterisk Prabhava Basi Odisna illuminating light of refined gold GS or BDS Oma Odisna illuminating light of the great lamp Zgran Chen Odisna illuminating light of the sun and moon and Isla Odisna Immaculate Wisdom asterisk Prajna Sadashi Rab GT Sangma Immovable Ground SA Mile G. Yo Immovable Light OD Miles G. Yo Bum Imperishable 10 Powers Jibpot Medicine P. Easterts BCU Imputing Generosity S by NPR Tag Incessant Effort R Tag Russ 153 English asterisk Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley Inexpressible Light ODBR Job Medicine Infinite Body SKU Emphasis Infinite Light ODM Thesingle Ep Blow Rig Invincible Tub Medicine Invincible Light Tub Medicine OD Invincible Sounds with Tub Medicine Jewel Hero Asterisk Rat Najaran Chen DPA Bo Jewel in Hondi Asterisk Rat Notpa Irin Chen Lag Jewel in Hand Magra Asterisk Rat Notpa I Mugra Lagna Rinpoche Ethiodrachaya Jewel Lake Asterisk Rat Ambu Rinchen Chu Jewel Light of the Sun and Moon and Isla Nor Beauty Odi Jewel Maker Rin Chen Bide Jewel Mahala asterisk Rat Na Mahala Ma I am Ala Rinpoche EED Kyle Ka Chur Jewel Madrid asterisk Rat Na Yagra Rinpoche Ethiodrachaya Jewel Ornament Rinpoche Ray Giant Jewel Topnut Rinpoche Thorpe Hugs Jewel View Rinchen Biota Ba Jewel Parasol of the Golden Mountain GSR GYIRI Bo Rinpoche EG Dugs Jeweled Sandalwood Flower Rinpoche Sandan GY Meat Talk Jeweled Staff asterisk Rat Nada Rinpoche EEDB Pot Jeweled Vertex asterisk Ma ICU Anor Bu EGT Sigfud Joyful Termachos DGA King Achieving Sovereignty DBangthia Thidpati Ray Jilpo 154 English asterisk Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley King constantly filled with all Termachos Toms Kadar Tag to you Gang Piety Ray Jilpo King endowed with perfect ornamentation Arenum Party Ray Giant Hang El Danthadi Ray Jilpo King Flower Ray Jilpo Meat Tog King Glory and Splendor of the Highest Jewel Fringe and Black Mop Deeple GZIB Jaded Ray Jilpo King Great Light OD Chen Ray Jilpo King Illuminating Light Hell Ike the Mahala of the Sun and Ima Idika Ka Chur OD Snung Ray Jilpo King Limitless Melodies Zgra DBI Songs Deepak Medicine Ray Jilpo King Mount Sumeru Ri Rab Ray Jilpo King Noble Naga Clue Decent Ray Jilpo King of Appearance Snung Piety Ray Jilpo King of Bright Light OD Snung Ray Jilpo King of Colored Flowers Me Talkim Dog Gi Ray Jilpo King Completely Arranged Arenum Part B Cod Poti Ray Jilpo King who has completely arranged the innermost sandalwood Sandan Gyi Fug Arenum Part B Cod Poti Ray Jilpo King of completely arranging by your by Arenum Part B Cod Poti Ray Jilpo King of completely pure ornamentation Arenum Dag B Ray Giant Poti Ray Jilpo King of Dharma among the multitudes Mangpo Inhang Nachos Kyi Ray Jilpo 155 English asterisk Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley King of Excellent Mountains Ri Legs Ray Jilpo King of Flowers asterisk the youth Arajami Tog Ray Jilpo King of Holy Characters Istics of Dharmachos Kyim Tirshani is Dampi Ray Jilpo King of Holy Power and Mystabs BT Sant Dampi Ray Jilpo King of Holy Supreme Melody Chok DBI Songs Dampi Ray Jilpo King of Immaculate Light Praise Odis or GT Sangmati Ray Jilpo King of Jewel Moons Labaran Pochi Ray Jilpo King of Jeweled Crown Protrusions Norbu EGT Sigtor GY Ray Jilpo King of Jewels Asterisk Ratna Rajran Pochi Ray Jilpo King of Jewels Blissful Abode of Good Qualities Yantan Bidi Nasrin Pochi Ray Jilpo King of Joy DG80 Ray Jilpo King of Lamps Conceptualizing the World Jakartan Arenum Part Artapi E Marmi Ray Jilpo King of Lamps Hat is Lord among the clouds Asterisk Migandra Pradita Rajas Priti Bang Marmi Ray Jilpo King of Light Blazes Odi Bar Ray Jilpo King of Long Biomes Poti Ray Jilpo King of Mountain of Completely Radiant Good Qualities Asterisk Guasamanta Prabha Pravarta Rajayantan Kuntiyu Odkyiri Ray Jilpo King of Power of the Heroically Going Forth Samadhi Asterisk Suradama Samadhi Balarajadi Pa Bar Gross Behaving Entities in GYI Stabs KYI Ray Jilpo 156 English Asterisk Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley King of Rain asterisk Vararaja Charpati Rajilpo King of Sovereigns asterisk Isvadaraja Dibhangthya Rajilpo King of Stainless Treasury asterisk Vimalakasaraja Drink Medicine MD Zod KYI Rajilpo King of Stainless Treasury Drink Medicine MD Zod KYI Rajilpo King of Supreme Adornments Wisdom Pennant Yishi Kyi Badam Chogtu Rajayantati Rajilpo King of Supreme Qualities Yantan Chogji Rajilpo King of the Basis Artanpati Rajilpo King of the Clouds asterisk Magaraja Brugji Rajilpo King of the Essence of Love asterisk Maridigard Raja Bidams the Eve Is any Ingpo Rajilpo King of the Majesty of Lions asterisk Asai Hate Jaraja Sekji Egzibr Jaded Rajilpo King of the Ocean asterisk Sagarajaya Amtirshoi Rajilpo King of the Power of Compassion Thugs Archstabs Kyi Rajilpo King of the Power of Fearlessness Jibs Medicine Stabs Kyi Rajilpo King of the Power of Wisdom asterisk Prajna Balaraja Shirab Kyi Stabs Kyi Rajilpo King of the Sound of Generosity asterisk Danisvadaraja by Inzva Rajilpo King of the Sound of the Lion That destroys the Thormaras BWE Jones the Benchi Izri Rajilpo King of the Sovereign of Clouds asterisk Megasvadaraja Sprinty Bhangthya Rajilpo 157 English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley King of the Sovereign of Burma asterisk Jerdmesvara Raja chose Kyidbhangthya Gi Rajilpo King of the Sovereign of Miracles Rikzu Fril Gyidbhangthya Gi Rajilpo King of the Sovereign of Oceans and Mountains of Wisdom She's Rab Kyiridhang Rachaya Amtirshoi Dbhangthya Rajilpo King of the Sovereign of Samadhi asterisk Smadasvara Rajading Enjdees in Gyidbhangthya Gi Rajilpo King of the Sovereign of the Power of the Sound of Lion asterisk Asai Hagho Abali Svara Raja Sekji Isra Eastabs Kyidbhangthya Rajilpo King of Vajras asterisk Vajrarajadardio Large Rajilpo King perfectly adorned with jeweled flowers Rinpoche Nitok Renam Party Rajayantpati Rajilpo King Sol Trishing Sol Rajilpo King Sovereign of Virtuous Seeing Samadhi Gem Thongling Enjdees in Gyidbhangthya Rajilpo King Thundering Cloud Sprint Brug Rajilpo Knower of the World Jikart Anamkayan Victory Banner of Jewels Light of the Lamp Nor Beauty Rajil Tirshan Marmi Ob Lengthy Analysis Ring Dubiar Tag Pot Liberated from Suffering is Dug Bs Light devoid of stain asterisk Vimala Prabha Drink Mob Tang Bro Baod Light entirely manifesting the body Sku Contium Engine Parsed on Palioni 158 English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley Light equal to Mount Sumeru Od Snyams Rab Light of compassion asterisk Kuru at Prabha Thugs Archioni Light of golden ocean GSRGY Rachaya Amtirshoi Od Light of great liberation Arpachen Poioni Light of intelligence Blow Grow Od Light of Marks Amtirshan Mati Od Light of Mount Meru Rab Od Light of the flower that is the jewel of the sky Nam Impi Rint Chan Mi Talk Gi Od Light of the Shumana flower Mi Talk Su Manati Odi Light of the sun and moon and eyes Odi Light of the Uttala flower Mi Talk Beauty plus Pa La Odi Light rays of holy form Jisud stamp Ods or light T hat is difficult to contemplate ODDSMDKA Lightweight asterisk lag Huyangba limitless asterisk Hamada Deepak Tu medicine pod limitless illumination Snung body pack medicine limitless light rays Ods or Deepak medicine limitless melody asterisk hammer tag ho Adibia songs Deepak medicine limitless strength asterisk Amadabilistabs Deepak Tu medicine lineage of the earth e.g. dung lineage of Tasakyan asterisk Sakipkula Shakaya Urugs Lions Mark Sekjiam Tirshan Mob 159 English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley Lions Melody asterisk Asai Hagdo 8 Asai Hisvara Sekji Dbiangs Lord of Glorious Prominent Honorability Amphibitescent Default Gyirj Lord of the King of Medicine asterisk Bhih Svaras Manji Rachil Toi Dbhangthya Lord Sovereign of Nigas Kluarj Dbhangthya Lotus Complete Liberation Pad plus Ma Arenam Kral Lotus Light Pad plus Ma Iodi Lotus Light of Prophecy Lung Instant Hot Pad plus Ma Iod Lotus Ornament Pad plus Ma Ray Giant Majestic Miracle Rikzu Fril GZIBR Jaded Mark of Appearance Nung Bam Tirshan Mob Mark of Brahmachangs Podiam Tirshan Ma Mark of Crown Protrusion GT Sig Tor GYIM Tirshan Ma Mark of Illuminating Light Od Snugam Tirshan Mob Mark of Light ODKYIM Tirshan Ma Mark of Mount Sumeru Ri Rab Am Tirshan Ma Mark of Peace Shabi Am Tirshan Mark of Sumeru Ri Rab Am Tirshan Ma Mark of the Golden Flowers Blazing Light GSRGYI Me Talk Barbie ODKYIM Tirshan Ma Mark of the Sense Powers DBang Poem Tirshan Ma Melodious Teacher DBIong's Stun Melody of the Mind Blowy DBIong's 160 English * Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley Melody of the Sun and Ma DBang's mind attached to pleasant sound Yibzrisnian art Miraculous Flower Ritzu Frul Me Tog Moon of the Ocean * Sagar Kendra Rachaya Amtir Showy Zlaba Moonlight in Water Choose Ladi Od Mountain and Ocean of Wisdom She Rab Ori Dang Rachaya Amtir Shio Mountain King * Parvartarata Arai Rachil Po Mountain Light Ori Od Mountain of Gentle Splendor * Man Justa Parveda Jam Deeple Arai Mountain Peak * Salasi Ri RTSE Mountain Victory Banner Ori Rachil Amtirshan Mount Sumeru possessing the divine Topna Ri Rab Elha Thorpe Hugs Ken Naga Tree Klushing El Jihad Naga Trunk Kludi S Jungpo Name and Sign Mingtang Imtirshan Modnet of Truth * Satitala Bidently Ebra Bot Noble Light Od Fags Noble Light of Sun and Moon and Eyes Li Od Fags Noble State of Wisdom She Rab Go Fang Fags Noble Three Realms Camps Some Fags Non-Linking McMiles Dzums Non-Anti * Sun Yastong Medicine Observing Wisdom Yishi Demix 161 English * Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley Eclipses both the Sun and Moon obstructs the light of the Sun and Moon and Eyes Li Od Grib Obtaining Kingship of Clothing of Wisdom She Rab Kyina Bizi Rachil Pothab Pod Ocean of Wisdom * Prachnazagar She Rab Rachaya Amtirshio 100,000 Reflections Jisugs Verniant Bump 1,000 Illuminating Lights Od Snung Stong One who will completely disperse golden light Gsr Od Kunti Udigrama Gsr Od Kunti Udigram Ornament of Light Od Giant Ornament of the Field Zhing Irate Giant Pacified Senses * Santendria Db Angpo Shaba Parasol of Moons Zlab Aeg Dugs Pirlos Subdue Thub Zla Medicine Perceiving Wisdom * Prachno Darsana She Rab Amthong Perfect Mindfulness * Sitmai Axum Tipyang Dang Palidran Hod Perfected Flower Me Talk Rubzugs Perfectly Arranged Deed Spitode Pot Arenum Part B Cod Pot Perfect Arrangement of Jewels Rinpoche Arenum Part B Cod Pot Perfectly Completed * Sitmai Axayang Dag Ribsugs Perfectly Ornamented Arenum Part B Ray Giant Hod Perfectly Adorned with the mark of good qualities Yantan Gyim Tirshan Gy Guys Arenum Part B Ray Giant Pot 162 English * Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley Perfectly Pure Ice * Visutta Kapuspi and Arenum Dang Perfectly Pure Heart * Visutta Dias Any Inko Arenum Dang Pervasive Illumination Kyidsnung Pervasive Light Od Kyid Pervasive Luster Snung Kyab Possessed of Exalted Wisdom Imkayan Hangzag Zuel Dam Pod Power of Victors * Hinagla Rachil Ba Stigs Powerful Body Jisugs Stigs Powerful Mountain Ri Ngr Can Prayer for Wisdom She Rabs Mon Lamp Precious Will * Kakarodnik A Churlo Rinpoche Previous Virtue Senjin Jijba Primary Jewel Rinchen GDSO Prince Rachil Bushels Produced Through Joy DGABAS Sky Profound King Rachil Po Zag Profound Wisdom She Rab Zag Ebo Pure Belief in OS Pod Hang Ba Pure Light * Visudab Hog Arenum Dag Od Pure Light of the World Jagartan Dag Pali Od Rays of Light King of completely pervasive qualities. Odisar Kundi Ukhidni Eon Tangi Y by Rachil Po Realizing Moon Zlaba Artox Reflection of Incense Yesthos Kyi Jisugs Vernian Reflection of the Moon Zlaba Ae Jisugs Vernian Refuge Giver Sky Babies MD Revealing Jewel Rinchensed on 163 English * Reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley Fruit of Virtue * Kurzalampula Jba Party Essay Bob Sakya's Victory Banner * Sakyad Vihashakaya Irachil Amtirshan Sandalwood Flower * Convenity Upot Sandan Metog Sandalwood Roved Sandan Chil Sandalwood Incense Yestios Sandan Sandalwood Incense Light Yestios Sandan Od Sandalwood Jewel Flower Sandan Rinpoche Metog Sandalwood Petal * Convenit Patrata Sandan Dad Ma Scattered Body Jisugs Thorpe Scholar Handong Teachers on Paliam Kanpo Shape of the Moon * Into them Bizla Jisugs Skilled in answering Landelden Hemkas Paz Skilled in questioning Drink Hemkas Paz Smooth Melody * to go Imbian Per Edbiangs Solid and enduring Vajra Ardio Arjesa Rabiar Sound of the Naga Kluizra, sound of the quaking of Mount Muslinda Betang Bezuruthenium Besnal Beazra, sound of the swan Beadzra, sovereign of clouds asterisk Magus Verasprinti Beangthia, sovereign of miracles Rikzu Fril Beangthia, sovereign of Samadhi asterisk Samadas Veriting Enjds in Gyd Beangthia, sovereign of the precious body Rinpoche Eg Sugs Kyd Beangthia. 164. English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley. Sovereign of Vajra Samadhi Aryo Arjing Enjds in Gyd Beangthia, sovereign of wisdom Samadhi asterisk Prajnasmati. Svarashi Rabding Enjds in Gyd Beangthia, stacked UP mines asterisk Matakuta blow Rupsegs pod stacked up southeast Krebs GSang Bob Rupsegs stacked DUP wisdom asterisk Prajnaku. She's rab Rupsegs pos stainless asterisk Vimal drink Mobrol stainless refined gold dust GS or BDS Oma if I drink Mobrol steadfast glory BR Tindi full strength of effort and good qualities asterisk higher to obula Rupsen Grosyan Tan GYI stubs strength of the bases Artan PE stubs strongest of the strong WHO abides in strength stubs lanas the stubs KYI stubs sunlight and IOD Supreme Army Deepung Chog Supreme Chief GDSO Chog Supreme Doctors Man GYI Black Supreme Flower Me Chog Chog Supreme Glory asterisk Sriparama Deepul Chog Supreme Mind Heat Chog Supreme Ocean Rachaya Antirshio Chog Supreme Reverend King of Wisdom Chog Bidi Sent Yoshi Rachil Po Supreme Sounds Rin Chog Supreme Viduri Flower by Duria in Me Chog Chog Tamer of Maras asterisk Marajat B. Dugdal. 165. English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley. Teacher of gods and humans Elha Dang East on Pot. Teacher of secrets Gsang Boston transcending the limits of reality Yang Dang Payamtha Las Das treasure of jewels nor Gydbi treasury of gold GS or MD Zod treasury of illuminating golden light GS or OD Snung MD Zod treasury of jewels asterisk Ratnakosa Rinpoche MD Zod unchangeable mile Jur unchanging jewel Rinchen mile Gyre unchanging light OD miles Gyre unchanging light of wisdom Yoshi OD miles Jur understood as free throat and false skin medicine Dartag. Unequaled Zla medicine uninterrupted stream of light Od Rajayun Michat. Unmarked by contact Reg Imtirtion medicine unmarked by sickness Bro Imtirtion medicine unmarked by stain drink Imtirtion medicine unobservable like space Nam Imka filtered demix Su medicine pod unobstructed light Od Thogs medicine unreleased continuing Rajayun mile Jitong unrivaled light Od Zla medicine unsurpassable lineage of Nagas. Ki Enji of the Chief of Wisdom. Klui Rigs Black Medicine Pod Yashijidi Sooi Rachil Po. 166. English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley. Unsurpassed Black Medicine B unsurpassed flower Me Talk Black Medicine unsurpassed qualities Yantan Black Medicine unsurpassed by your light asterisk Anatora. By your practical Black Medicine by Duriri Od unwavering light Od miles G. Yoba upholder of the quality of wisdom She Rab Yantan Dizan. Utmost vertex GT Sigdampot by your light of the sun and moon and I by Duriri Odi. Vajra body Ardio Arja the SKU Vajra non-craving Ardio Arj SR medicine. Very joyful light asterisk Sukhar Ida. Prabha Rab Tudga Od. Very joyful undisturbed light Rab Tudga Krug medicine Od Victor of Nigas asterisk Nagajna Kludi Rachil Bach. Victor Wisdom of Love asterisk Matre Puchna Jina Bottoms The She Rab Rachil Bob victorious over austerities TKA Rachil. Victory banner of jewels asterisk Modded Vidnor beauty Rachil Emptirtion. Virtuous isolation melody of the Munch Debian Zlib Aed Bangs virtuous mind Jeep virtuous qualities asterisk Ka Guj Bayan Tan virtuous to see gem thong virtuously contemplating Chbar BSMs. 167. English asterisk reconstructed Sanskrit Tibetan Wiley. White Gondalhast in asterisk Gondalhast ICST Hos KY Blank Poche Deeker Po Wisdom King of Constellations Pure Lotus Pad plus Ma Dang Pa Rach Iusk R Rachil Po Yishi Wisdom Light She Rab Od Wisdom Lotus King of Constellations Under Pink Cloud Sprint Brugswood Rach Iusk R Rachil Po Yishi Pad plus Ma Wisdom Mountain She Rab Ri Wisdom of Dharma asterisk Dharma Puchna chose KYI She Rab Wisdom Prayers She Rab Smun Lamb without disturbance Krug Pot Mild MNGA withstander of hard ships The Roar of Lions DKA Thub Sek GNGARO Youthful ornamented like Gian Nubi Ray Giant Palioni. 169. Notes 1. The Sutra of Great Liberation is formally titled the Moggallana Sutra, called the All-Expansive Great Liberation, purifying negative deeds through cleansing remorse, perfectly arranged for the accomplishment of Buddhahood. 2. Lightly edited excerpts from the Mazoran Paket, Teachings on Thought Transformation, Sutra of Great Liberation with oral transmission, between October 9, 2020 and April 13, 2021, Kopan Monastery, Nepal, 2020. 3. They are only one rebirth away from achieving Buddhahood. For the 5 eyes Tib. Spi and Lnga are 5 clairvoyant or extrasensory minds that are accomplished through meditation. They are the flesh eye Tib, Shahispian the divine eye Tib, Elhahispian the dharma eye Tib, Chose Kyi Spian the wisdom eye Tib, Shizrab Kyi Spian and the Buddha eye Tib, Sangsrajas Kyi Spian. The last one is attained only by Buddhas. 5 Tib. Chose Arenums Kyi chose Need, literally, the phenomena ness of all phenomena, meaning the reality or actual way of being of all phenomena. 6. There are separate lists of 10 powers Tib. Stubsbcu those of a Bob, Hisiva and those of a Buddha. The 10 powers of a Buddha are know, thing, 1. What is possible and what is not possible Tib. Nastang Nasmayir Pod Mkanpi Easters 2. The maturation of karma Tib. Las Kyirnum Partsman Pod Mkanpi Easters 3. The various inclinations of other beings Tib. Mos Pasnh Hogs Pod Mkanpi Easters 4. The numerous worldly constituents Tib. Jagartan Gyi Camps Juma Mkanpi Easters 5. The higher and lower powers of beings Tib. Dbangpo Chob Tang Chob Mayir Pod Mkanpi Easters 6. The paths that lead to all places Tib. Toms Cad Du Gross Ba Lam Mkanpi Easters 7. The thoroughly afflicted minds and their purification Tib. Con Nas Nyan Mongs Pod Tang Renum Part Byang Ba Mkanpi Easters 8. The recollection of previous lives Tib. Senjin Gyi Minus RJ Sudran Pod Mkanpi Easters 9. The transference of death and birth Tib. Kaifo Tang Sky Ba Mkanpi Easters 10. That the Kantami nations are exhausted Tib. Zagpa Mkanpi Easters 170. 7. The 4 fearlessnesses of a Buddha Tib. Sangsrajas Kyi Miles Jigspa Be are explained in a few different ways, and sometimes referred to as the 4 assurances. They are the fearlessness of being able to make these claims. 1. I have perfect realization Tib. Artugs Pa Fun Hogs Pa 2. I have perfect abandonment Tib. Spangs Pa Fun Hogs Pa 3. I have explained those things which cause obstacles Tib. Barduch Kod Poti Chose Beastant Ha 4. I have explained the path through which suffering will genuinely cease Tib. Ng's Pardyung Ba Lam Beastant Pot. The first 2 are said to be for one's own sake and the latter 2 are for the sake of others. 8. The 18 distinct qualities of a Buddha Tib. Sangsrajas Kyi chose Ma Dres Pa Biko Viraj are that a Buddha does not have 1. Error Tib. Kral Pa 2. Noisiness Tib. Siako 3. Forgetfulness Tib. Brandha Nyams Pa 4. Loss of meditative equipoise Tib. Thugs and the Armadian Pa 5. Discrimination of distinction Tib. Tha Dead Pa Ni Id Kyi Dukshi and 6. Non-analytical equipoise Tib. So SOR Mabr tags Putty B tanks Nyans Ni Mild MNGAB80 Rnm Pa. In addition, the Buddha totally lacks the generation of 7. Aspiration Tib. Dunpa 8. Perseverance Tib. Brooks 9. Mindfulness Tib. Brandha 10. Samadhi Tib. Ving Sin 11. Wisdom Tib. Shizrab 12. Complete liberation Tib. Aranam Pargralba. A Buddha is endowed with the enlightened activity of 13. Body Tib. Fkaugyi Frin Loss 14. Speech Tib. Jsung Gi Frin Loss and 15. Mind Tib. Thugs Kyi Frin Loss. Lastly, a Buddha has a non-attached and non-obstructed wisdoms of 16. The past Tib. Daspa 17. The future Tib. Maongs Pa 18. The present Tib. Da Delterba 9. Literally, display a body Tib. Uti Shiams on Par Bide Pa 10. Tib. Lam Raji Udlnga. Usually, 6 types of transmigratory beings are Parent, the 3 fortunate rebirths as God, demigod, and human, and the 3 unfortunate rebirths as animal, hungry ghost, and hell being. However, those as God and demigod are sometimes combined into one, resulting in 5 types of transmigratory beings being referenced instead. 11 For all the proper names in this text I have given the Sanskrit in all instances where I could confirm the name, and the English translation in those that I could not confirm. Since there is no existing Sanskrit version of this text, there are far more that I could not confirm than those I could. I was able to reconstruct the Sanskrit for many names on the basis of similar names and terms. However, since there are a lot of on-the-move terms in Sanskrit, in the interest of accuracy I have left these 171 reconstructed Sanskrit names out of the main body of the text. They can be found, together with all the English names, in the appendix instead. 12 This is another name for Vajrapati. It literally means one who has obtained great power. Tib. Impuchenth. 1380 quadrillion or 80x10 circumflex accent 15. 14 The Sanskrit word was used in the text. It is not clear if this is a specific type of incense or not. Samhaya, which is derived from sam plus dbh, means something that is brought together or prepared. It is equivalent to the Tibetan chogs. Here it seems to indicate an incense prepared from a combination of different ingredients. 15 Shoria robusta. This is a tree native to the Indian subcontinent. In some narratives the Buddha's mother was grasping a branch from a sal tree when she gave birth to him, and in some narratives the Buddha was said to be lying between 2 sal trees when he showed the aspect of passing away into parinirvana. 16 The Tibetan literally says, the middle spring month Tib. Dpi is Zlabringpo, which the Great Tibetan Dictionary defines as Horslani Ispa, for the 2nd calendar month. The Tibetan tradition generally accepts the Buddha showed the aspect of passing into parinirvana on the 15th of the 4th month. Whether the sutra is implying that this teaching was given 2 months before his parinirvana, or whether there are just some discrepancies in month nomenclature, is unclear. 17 To pass beyond sorrow Tib. Mayanji and Las Daspa is usually translated as to achieve nirvana depending on the context. It is sometimes translated word for word as it is here and sometimes as nirvana. 18 Another name for Sariputra. 19 Or, more literally, sorrow that is not self-emergent. This is highlighting that the distress Ananda is expressing does not have any valid circumstantial basis. 20 Vaidurya generally refers to a precious or semi-precious stone that is mostly dark blue in color, though it also has other shades of blue. 21 The 8 qualities of pure water Tib. Yantan Virach I add tang el dan the e chujiti sangma are that it is 1. Cool Tib. B silba 2. Sweet Tib. Mngr ba 3. Light Tib. Yang ba 4. Gentle Tib. Jam pot 5. Clear Tib. Giesel ba 6. Odor, less Tib. Drink Nga ba medicine pod and at 7. When drunk it doesn't harm the throat Tib. Thungs in the Angel la mile yogpa and 8. When drunk it doesn't bring about illness in the stomach Tib. Thungs in the Eldion miles naba as per the classifications of Vinaya Tib. Dul ba aranam par bide pot. 172. 22 The Uttala is the blue lotus Nymphia cerulea, the Kumuda is the red or pink lotus Nymphia pubescens and the Payurika is the white lotus Nymphia nuclei. 23 This is referenced in numerous sutras, and it is possible to find different explanations of what it means and at which point on the path of spiritual development one attains it. What is most commonly accepted is that non-arising refers to the ultimate mode of abiding that has not arisen from its own causes, which is to say emptiness, and any non-arising phenomena then, is that which is emptiness. When you no longer have fear with regard to it, then that is patience with regard to it. Mile sky bae chosen I rang rajayu las ni sky baenas lugs enter thug strong potni id ky I chose du la / de la mile scrag part bizod pana miles. Sky bae chose la bizod podges by / It is said that when you first have an actual realization of emptiness, although conceptual and not direct, it brings about a certain amount of fear, as you have actually begun to actually realize the true nature of reality. When your realization of emptiness is no longer accompanied by that fear, then you have achieved the patience regarding non-arising phenomena. The Jalug system recognizes 3 different levels of subtlety to this patience, achieved at 3 different points on the path. The first is achieved on the path of preparation, when you no longer have fear of special insight focused on emptiness. The second is achieved on the path of seeing, when you have no fear of the direct perception of emptiness. The third, and most subtle, is achieved on the 8th bodhisattva ground, when you have no fear of effortless absorption. This sutra does not indicate which of these 3 levels of subtlety is being attained. 24. It is not entirely clear what is meant by wrong conduct tib. Log spitode, which is defined as conduct that goes opposite to what is appropriate chal las log par spitode pa and can encompass a number of different behaviors. In many sutra contexts, especially those regarding vows, it is used to specifically mean sexual misconduct, and that may be the case here. There is a more specific term for sexual misconduct tib. Log g.yam, which is used twice in this sutra, and so I am hesitant to interpret it as such. The only possibly elucidatory context for the term within this sutra comes in a verse a little further down. There are 2 types that are not included // those who disparage the Moggallana Dharma / and those who view it as wrong conduct or enampani ishikmajitox t / thebchen. Chose la smod podpang / log spitode fihogs hu lta bog o / suggesting that. 173. Wrong conduct is a condensed phrase used to mean viewing the holy Dharma as wrong conduct, which is parallel to the other negativity it is usually paired within this sutra, disparaging the Dharma or disparaging the emptiness sutras. Because of the ambiguity in this sutra, I will translate it simply as wrong conduct. 25 tip. Be calm dan das by hampa chenpo. This line could be read, these light rays emitted by the Bhagavan Mahatma Maitreya, but it seems unlikely that he would be referred to by 2 different names in the same section. The same Buddhas speaking this line refer to him as Sakyamuni in the next sentence. This seems especially true seeing that one of those 2 names is that of a member of his entourage who spoke just a moment prior. 26. That is to say that the Bhagavan taught the Dharma by means of the Sravaka vehicle, the Pratyekamadesha vehicle, and the Bodhisattva the clean as 3 distinct philosophical interpretations to suit the needs of his disciples, as opposed to teaching them as 3 different aspects of the same vehicle. 27. In some versions of the Kanpire there is a different verb used here. Those read, because the previous Tathagata pay homage to it. 28. The text actually reads jigs chogs kyigs can, or embodied transitory collection, meaning the collection of the 5 aggregates that serve as the basis by means of which beings are imputed. 29. This name translates to one who carries water. The Tibetan translation, Chubebs, might be more directly translated as one who causes water to descend, but the Sanskrit has the clear meaning of carrying or conveying water, and the same term is often used as a euphemism for a cloud. Regardless of the particular flavor of the verb, to carry or to cause to descend, the name has relevance here due to the context. 30. Here the text actually says yes rank rangs, or to count the sang, which is a unit of measure. 31. Those who possess the transitory collection of aggregates, i.e., all sentient beings. 32. The Tibetan phrase Chu-od literally means water light. My guess is that it means the reflection of light in water, similar to the name that occurs later, Chuzlabioni, moonlight in water. However, without any other context and without finding confirmation of this as a condensed version of that name, the literal translation seems most prudent. As a phrase, Chu-od does not appear in a lot of dictionaries, but it does appear in at least 174. 1. With the definitions of Shwa-od, Chu-log, or od-pot, which all have a shared definition of flood, but that seems less appropriate given the context. 33. Tip. Jitisig. The vertex is another term for the crown of the head. I use it to differentiate this from an ornamental crown that is worn on the head. 34. Literally, who obstructs the light of the sun and moon. 35. The Tibetan here is Espios Tama radiate sandan, and it occurs again later in the text as Tama radiate sandan gy by Espios. In Tibetan, sandan and Espios mean sandalwood and incense/fragrance, respectively. Tama radiate is not a Tibetan word, and I cannot find it in any Sanskrit dictionary, either. However, tamala is a type of tree, sometimes indicat, being a type of mangosteen trees at the time USI pictorius or Akadura trees Senegal catechu. Tamarlipatra is the leaf of that tree, and within the entry in Munir-Williams' Sanskrit dictionary it indicates that Tamarlipatra can gandha, smelling like tamali leaves and sandal, wood, is the name of a Buddha. Since Tamaratra is not a word, as best I can find, it is likely an orthographical error from Tamarlipatra. 36 In other printings of the Kanpire this Buddha is named sandalwood incense, omitting the light. 37 Reading Drum for Drama. 38 The word in the Tibetan text is simply a transcription of the Sanskrit Shumana. I cannot discern the specific type of flower it is referencing, with most dictionary entries being vague. It comes from the combination of the positive prefix su with the word manas, which generally means mind, and therefore has other definitions such as charming, good, minded, handsome, and so on. 39 Infinite illumination is another name for Amitabha. 40 According to the critical edition of this sutra, although some editions have the number 10 million following the name of this Buddha, most omit it, and so I have omitted it accordingly. 41 Son of non-craving Tib. Sr. Medicine Kyi bushels when used as a name, is generally not the direct translation but rather the Tibetan interpretation of the Sanskrit name Narayana, which would itself be more closely translated as born from man. Throughout different Hindu texts there are different beings referenced by that name, most often, but by no means exclusively, the Iyu. I have not seen the folk etymology explaining how the Tibetans translated Narayana as son of non-craving, and, interestingly, it is sometimes interpreted as Enthuboche, or very powerful. 175. 42 Or former events as examples. This is often listed as the Lta bushels young Pasde, but here it is Das Pabr Job Sde, which more literally translates as the collection of expressions of the past. 43 In the Tibetan tradition, the Bodhisattva Mahasamupranta is equated to Vajrapāya. He is regarded differently in other traditions, sometimes depicted with a female form, but always included among the 8 great bodhisattvas. 44 This is a bit of an odd translation into Tibetan from Sanskrit. The term in Tibetan is Dgabdbangpo. Generally, Dgaba means joy or delight, and Dbangpo means senses/sense organs or lord, ruler. However, this term is found as a translation of the specific Sanskrit name Hikisa, which actually follows a similar uncommon meaning. In general, Hi means glad or happy, which coincides with the Tibetan Dgaba. However, the derivation Hika means sense organs, and Hikisa is found as the name of various beings in different texts, and is generally translated as Lord of the Senses. Although I am confident regarding the Sanskrit name, I kept the English to show the similarities between it and the following name, for which I don't have a confirmed Sanskrit. 45 Golden Light Tib. Gsrgyod. This term is often the translation of the Sanskrit Sutra Aprabha, such as is found in the Sutra of Golden Light. Here, when the translation is of a proper name, it is referencing Sutra Abha. 46 Here, the Tibetan Bruggyirajilpo technically means, King of Dragons, but it is common for the Sanskrit cloud mega to be translated into Tibetan as Dragon Tib. Brug. Hence, the word for thunder, which in Sanskrit is technically sound of clouds is, in Tibetan, sound of dragons. 47 1 Hexylene, also known as a sextillion, is 1x10 circumflex accent 21, or 1000000000000000000000000. 10 Hexylene, as mentioned in the text, is therefore 10 circumflex accent 22. 48 The actual phrase used here is Lambrajayud drug, the 6 continuous paths, but it means the 6 types of sentient beings. Sometimes gods and demigods are combined and the phrase Lambrajayud LNGA is used, for the 5 continuous paths, the 5 types of beings in Essay Sero. 49 There are various lists of the 7 precious jewels, the most common being 1. Pad plus Maharaja Ruby 2. In plus Tr Vanilla Sapphire 3. Bijuria 4. Maharaji Ad Emerald 5. Ardeo Arch the Lamp Diamond 6. Mutig Pearl and 7. By Ruthenium Coral. Sometimes GS or Gold B Angle Silver Ardeo Shell Crystal Spud another kind of coral and Mutib D Marpo Red Pearl are included. 176. Note that the first three are actually Sanskrit terms that are generally transcribed in Tibetan, not translated. 50. The phrase I have interpreted as took the aspect is more literally translated as in the language. The more expansive meaning of the phrase comes from the idea that when you are able to convincingly speak in the language of another group you can pass for a member of that group. 51. The Sanskrit word Sangha literally means those in close contact, a group, an assembly, a community, a congregation, and so on. The Tibetan translation, Jedun Tib. Jedun does not have a similar etymology, and it literally translates as those who aspire to virtue. 50. To hear. There is a single Tibetan term Thunpa which has meanings of both gather together and harmonious, based on the context. The sutra is indicating that by having the characteristic of being Thunpa, the Sangha has to embody both of its meanings, being gathered together and being harmonious. The English translation chosen depends on which best suits the context, but the Tibetan always carries both meanings. 53. The word for term Tib chose is the same as the word for phenomena. This explanation recognizes that expansive set of meanings of the word. 54. The term used here is aretinal by Raspitodpaba, which is usually translated to mean a Yogacarya, or Siddhamatra, practitioner. However, in this context the Buddha simply means a meditator or practitioner who has cultivated the yogic direct minds. 55. I am not entirely clear on what constitutes the 8 distortions, or 8 perversions Tib. In Sialog Rai ed. It is most common to see references to the 4 distortions, which are to apprehend that which is impure as pure, that which is selfless as having a self, that which is suffering as happiness, and that which is impermanent as permanent. I did find one reference that seemed to suggest the 8 distortions may be to hold any of those 8 impure, pure, selfless, suffering, happiness, impermanent, and permanent as inherently existing. 56. That is to say, the 5 sense desires. 57. The numbers are added for ease of reading, they are not included in the original. 58. What is meant by definitive terms Tib? NG's put each week is the definitive analysis of a term or phrase's meaning. This often differs from the literal meaning. For example, understanding the definitive term form is empty from the Hard Sutra means understanding that it actually means form is empty of being inherently established or truly existent. 177. 59. Reading Rinpoche for Rinpoche, which is in accordance with the response given on page 66. 60. There is a distinction made in Vinaya literature between proscribed, or forbidden, misdeeds Tib. BCA's put ekonoma thoba and natural mbis, deeds Tib. Rank B ekonoma thoba. The difference is that the latter are actions that are naturally false, such as killing or lying, whereas the former are only false because the Buddha has forbidden those activities within the context of vows, such as eating food after midday. 61. This question actually reads, not sever the Buddha essence, but in answering it below the Bhagavatam clarifies the continuum of the Buddha essence. The question is amended for clarity here, to parallel the response. 60. To hear listen refers to studying or learning. 63. Tib. Rabtu Young Ba is defined as a general term for an ordained person or one who has gone from having a home to being homeless Tib. Keeping Nas keeping medicine Parfine pot. 64. Here it says ambiente bias, but the same term is mentioned again later, Hasam's ambiente subaya ba, and I am translating it here in accord, dance with that. 65. That is, not conceptualizing them as being truly existing. 66. What this actually says is, as found in one of the fourfold practices above, not narrating patients regarding phenomena Tib. Chose la mile sky b zodpot. However, repeatedly in these sections of the sutra, where thus benefits of having heard the discourse are being explained, patients regarding nine-horizon phenomena Tib. Mile sky b chose la b zodpot is referenced instead. Given the context, this latter phrase is what is most likely intended. 67. While the previous phrases indicate precious jewels Tib. Nor bushels Rinpoche, the phrase here simply says Rinpoche, which can be an adjective meaning precious, as used above or, in this case, simply as the noun jewel. 68. The verb here, juba, means to receive, consume, or imbibe offerings, but more specifically it means to do so appropriately, which is to say, offer things that you are worthy to receive, as opposed to receiving or consuming offerings that, because of your improper behavior, etc. You are not actually worthy to receive. It is not the simple receipt of offerings but that as well as the recognition that you are deserving of them. This is hard to capture in a single English word. 178. 69 Sojong Tib. Jsoas Byong is the monastic purification and reconciliation ceremony that all monastics are called to participate in twice a month, where they confess all the breaking or degeneration of their vows and then renew and restore them. One of the requisites of being recognized as a monastery is performing this ceremony at the appropriate times. 79 to 0000000000000000000 or 90 to x10 circumflex accent 18. 71 To receive a prophecy from a Buddha means, in this context, the prophecy regarding one's future enlightenment. 72 This Tibetan phrase, Im Kyan Had Hang Zag Suel Dan Had, technically translates to endowed with knowledge and feet, and it is a translation of the Sanskrit phrase Vibhukara Sampana. In that compound kara does also have a definition of foot, but it also can mean behavior or good or ethical conduct. 73 Brahmacharya is the practice of chastity and celibacy, generally as part of life of religious or spiritual practice. 74 What this actually says is not narrating patience regarding phenomena tib. Chose law mile sky b zodpot. However, repeatedly in these sections of the sutra where various benefits of having heard the discourse are explained, patience regarding nine arisen phenomena tib. Mile sky b chose law b zodpot is referenced instead. Given the context, this latter phrase is what is most likely intended. 75 My preference here would be to keep this in the Sanskrit, Mahayana, but throughout these verses there are poetic analogies that explicitly refer, since the imagery of a vehicle, and that can be lost on an English-speaking audience that does not immediately associate the Sanskrit yana with vehicle. Therefore, to make those analogies clear and maintain consistency within this set of verses, the English is used throughout. 76 Tick. Thegshung. It is more common to see the term Theg demon, which is commonly translated as lesser vehicle. The term Thegshung references the same thing and could be translated as lesser vehicle, but I chose small vehicle so the English would parallel the Tibetan's use of an alternative term. 77 The three knowledges tib. Rinpoche are generally said to be the three knowledges of an arhat, which are the last three of the six klargoi, ant minds. Knowledge of past lives tib. Senjin Gy Shipa Nol, edge of the process of death, transmigration, and birth tib. Kaifo Bobtang Skies Bob Shipa and knowledge of the exhaustion of defilements. 179. Tib. Zagpa Shipa. These apply to Esravak and Pratyekadacha arhats as well as Madhalana arhats. 78 The three liberations tib. Aranam Arjasam are the different liberations, or nirvanas, of the three different vehicles. 79 A miraculous foot is defined as a samadhi that is an exalted knower that is dependent upon the 8 compositional factors of abandonment that are antidotes to the 5 faults. These 5 faults prevent achieving a samadhi of calm abiding, and they are laziness, forgetting the advice, minds of sinking and excitement, not applying the antidotes when they're necessary, and over-applying the antidotes after they're no longer needed. There are 4 sequential antidotes to laziness and then 1 for each of the remaining faults, 8 in total. Faith, aspiration, effort, and plianki are the antidotes to laziness, and then mindfulness, meta-awareness, applying the antidote, and stopping the application of the antidote are antidotes to the remaining 4. There are 4 types of miraculous feet: the foot of miraculous aspiration, effort, intention, and investigation. They are called miraculous feet because by means of these feet one travels to countless Buddha fields. 80 Vajralikh Samadhi is achieved during the last phase of the path of meditation, right before achieving the path of no more learning. 81 In the text these are not numbered, but they are presented in a list and I have inserted the numbers for the ease of reading. It should be noted that these 32 are found with some variations, as well as variations regarding their causes, across different texts. 82 The backs of both hands and feet, the shoulders, and the back of the neck will all be slightly rounded or protruding. 83 The Tibetan phrase used here is Arid Wagsina Idbai Inha, which comes from the Sanskrit Gyaka. The Sanskrit word Iya is defined as a species of deer or antelope described as being black in color with beauty, full eyes and short legs, In Sanskrit, when the word iya is modified into the possessive case it takes the YA ending, and when the term was transmuted into a Tibetan term it kept the case modification, and then the Tibetan possessive case marker, I, was added to that. 84. The Tibetan phrase here is Nyams Suthan Paesiate, or literally, food that helps those who have deteriorated. 85. The marks of having 40 identical teeth mark 17 and having identical teeth mark 19 are in fact different. 180. 86. That is to say, the melodious voice. 87. The banyan or Indian fig tree, whose Sanskrit name literally means growing downward, because fibers descend from its branches to the earth where they take root and form new stems. To have proportions like this tree suggests having an arm span equal to one's height. 88. This is a reference to the reflection of the moon on a still pool of water. 89. The term here is Shedkan, which is, literally, one endowed with power, but it is also the Tibetan translation of the Sanskrit Manu. In Indian mythology Manu is considered a primordial being because he survived a great flood that covered the earth, saving his family, plants, seeds, and animals on a boat that he built, and therefore, he is the patriarch of the surviving human race. 90. All of the entries in this sentence are intended as possible synonyms for the self. This is a common enumeration found when explaining the selflessness of persons. 91. The first 6 groupings above were the 6 sense faculties along with their 6 respective objects, hence form was included as the object of the eye sense faculty. Form is now repeated again because this next grouping is positing various phenomena's existence in relationship to the 5 aggregates, the first of which is form. At the conclusion of this grouping it indicates that similar relationships, or rather their negation, are to be posited for the other 4 aggregates as well. 92. The term equality tib. Impiapatni is considered, in this context, to be mutually inclusive with emptiness. 93. This is usually rendered using the Sanskrit dharmakaya, but to make it accord more closely with the following lines it is instead rendered as dharmabody. 94. The Tibetan term Sripad Sum, translated as 3 worlds, could also be translated as 3 existences. It can be referring to a number of different things, such as the 3 regions some of below the ground where Nagas reside, above the ground where celestial beings reside, and on the ground where humans reside, or to the 3 realms some of the desired realm, form realm, and formless realm. It can also refer to the 3 types of becoming, those of birth, death, and the bardo. The context here does not clarify which meaning is intended. 95. The 3 obstructions are generally enumerated as afflictive obscurations Nyatmongs Kyis Gribpot obstructions to omniscience Shibias Gribpot and karmic obstructions Las Kyis Gribpot. Other instances 181 include the first and third of that list but replace obstructions to omni science with completely ripened obscurations or enumsman Gyis Gribpot. Other times, they are enumerated as obstructions of attachment Shags Thieves Gribpot, which is synonymous with afflictive obstructions, impeding obstructions Thogs Thieves Gribpot, which is synonymous with knowledge obscurations, and the lesser obstruction Demon Thieves Gribpot, which is the wish for personal liberation. 96. What the text actually says here is the disparagement of impiapatni or equality. However, this term is defined as kundi uchid rang stong or all-pervasive nature, emptiness. This is not referencing disparaging, or belittling, emptiness itself, but rather, the disparaging of the sutras that teach emptiness, and it is specified a few times impiapatni kyimdo later in this sutra. For the sake of consistency, I have translated all the instances the same way, as the emptiness sutras, since even those which use condensed language indicate the same thing. 97. Without disturbance Krugpot mild mng8 is another name for a last theobule, or undisturbed mild Krugpot, but I cannot confirm an instance of that Sanskrit as opposed to a derivation of it being translated into Tibetan in this way, hence the English. 98. The 4 ira fruitions, or ira results, are the statuses of a stream, an error, a once returner, a non-returner, and an arhat. 99. The 5 divisions of the Asaka Tib. Jdan Sdlnga are the divisions into novice nuns and monks, probationary nuns, and fully ordained nuns and monks. 100. The monastic vows are categorized by their weight, or how egregious they are. The 4 root vows are the heaviest, whereas the remaining vows have less karmic weight, so to speak. The gross infraction is usually a derivative of a defeat, which is to say when one of the defeats is broken but not all the factors are present, such as accidentally killing the human being, which lacks intent. 101 Here I am reading Gsg Shang as Gsg Shang, as that makes much more sense. Gsg Shang is an archaic term, the one more commonly used is Karsil Tib. Karjisil. The Karaka is a monastic staff. It is not simply a walking staff, but rather a staff with bells on the top. When begging for alms, a monastic is not allowed to verbally announce themselves or make requests, and therefore, they are to travel with this staff as a way to announce their presence. The Sanskrit term is somewhat elusive, appear 182. Most definitively as Karaka in Franklin Edgerton's Buddhist Hybrid Sanskrit Grammar and Dictionary, but with derivations such as Kakara, Kakara, Kakaraka, Kakara, Kakaraka, and Kake, Bikara, among others. Noted. 102 The term actually used here is Samsdpa, which just means being, but context indicates it is short for Bhayan Chug Samsdpa, for Bodhisattva. 103 Free from both anger and attachment. 104 The Tibetan phrase I boss blanks used here literally means received with the crown of the head. This is a euphemism meaning to receive something with great reverence or respect, as the crown of the head is the highest part of the body. This line of reasoning also explains why one touches the crown of their head to the feet of their guru, or why one receives blessings by having scriptures and other holy items placed on the crown of the head. 105 What is lost in translation, and in adopting both English and Sanskrit as part of the translation, is that the Tibetan term for Tathagata is Debyang Shegspa, or one who goes to thusness, and that the Debyang is repeated numerous times in the previous two verses which, here, by way of acknowledgement, has been translated as in the same way and exactly the same. 106 Commonly rendered in the Sanskrit as Arhat. There is no classical Sanskrit grammarian source etymologizing Arhat as foe destroyer, but rather, the Tibetan folk/spiritual etymology, giving us the Tibetan deed would be calm. Due to the verb tense, this actually translates to the one who has destroyed the foes, but since foe destroyer has become accepted in the English language from a world I used that. 107 Here the distinction made between observing and seeing is indicating the difference between the mind's observed object and its apprehended object. Just because the mind observes something does not mean that it apprehends it, or in this case, sees it. This section is saying that, even though you are an ordinary being without any special realizations, if you make these Buddhas the objects of observation and prostrate in this way you will actually apprehend, or see, them. 108 Reading So E Sky Bo Arenums Kyis for So E Sky Bo Arenums Kyi. 109 To establish the ultimate is another way of saying to have a direct realization of emptiness. The distinction between an ordinary being and an era being is that the latter has had a direct realization of emptiness and the former has not. 183. 110 As mentioned earlier in the sutra, wrong conduct cannot be purified in the way their negative actions can. The wording of this statement here is indirect, but it means that with regard to any of the actions mentioned, if you don't confess and repent, you will definitely be reborn in avasi, whereas if you do confess and repent, then the imprints from all the negative actions other than wrong conduct that will lead to birth in avasi will be purified. Proper confession and repentance will purify all the negative deeds listed other than wrong conduct. 111 English, incessant hell or hell of incessant pain. Within the normal enumeration of a cold hells and a hot hells, this is the hottest and most torturous. 112 The language here is a little unclear. It could either be referencing a single building with 18 sections or room and 84,000 rise, as I have translated it, or it can mean there are 84,000 separate houses, each with 18 floors stacked atop one another. 113 The sound of dragons is also the Tibetan euphemism for thunder, so this could rightfully be read as great thunder. 114 That is to say, in the mere amount of time it would take for a greatly strong person to extend and retract their hand, or, very quickly. 115 There is a common list of 16 hells made up of a hot and a cold hells, with the list sometimes augmented to 18 by adding the ephemeral hell and the neighboring hell. However, Only 2 of the hells listed in this sutra, 3 if you include Avasi, overlap with the more common list. 116 The Selmali tree, Bombax sabe, is more commonly known as a cotton tree, silk cotton tree, or semal/simul tree. When these trees are young, their trunks and limbs are entirely covered with sharp, conical spikes, though these do eventually erode as the trees mature. 117 The vows taken by a fully ordained monastic are grouped in different categories depending on their severity. The heaviest vows are a group of 4 vows known as the root vows. The second heaviest category is a group of 13 vows known as the remainders. This second category of vow is what is being referenced here. 118 This phrase varies across different editions of the text. Since these aren't actual words, there is no way to verify which is most accurate. As given here is the way that occurs most often, with the second most frequent version being der Papa Atadalala of the 88. 119 9x10 circumflex accent 24. 184. 120 This final statement asserting that Tripagata will always remain and not pass into nirvana seems contradictory, as the preceding one explains what will happen after they pass into nirvana. The point is that, even after the Tripagata shows the aspect of passing into nirvana and no longer displays a coarse body emanation for ordinary sentient beings, he and his actions will still exist in and through the form of this sutra. 121 The Tibetan name, which is literally translated as very powerful, Imthusboche, is found in various texts as interpreting either the Sanskrit name Devaputra, son of the gods, or Narayana, born from man, depending on the text. Without any other source for this text, it seems most prudent to leave it in English. 122 I am reading both Dbyangzaspa and Dbyangzaba as it occurs in the second half of this line to be derivations of Dbyangzaba. 185 Yes Sutras published by FPMT. Long Life Sutra, the sutra of the great vehicle called Unfathomable Exalted Life and Transcendental Wisdom. The array of Sukhabeti Pure Land, a concise Moggallana Sutra. A Sutra Dharmatariya, the exalted Moggallana Sutra called Pacifier of Black Court Cases, the heart of the perfection of wisdom Sutra. The King of Glorious Sutras called the Exalted Sublime Golden Light. 21 chapters version K. Vitagarbha 10 Wheels Moggallana Sutra from the Great Collection. The Noble Sutra on Entering the Great City of Vaishali. The Sutra on What is Most Precious to a Monk. Vajrakutter Sutra. Care of Dharma Materials. Dharma materials contain the teachings of the Buddha and thus protect against lower rebirth and reveal the path to enlightenment. Therefore, they should be treated with respect. Printed Dharma materials, as well as phones, tablets, laptops, and hard drives containing Dharma, should be kept off the floor, beds, chairs, meditation cushions, and all other places where people sit or walk. Dharma materials should not be stepped over or put in places where the feet or buttocks will point at them. They should be covered or protected for transporting and kept in a high, clean place separate from more mundane materials. Other objects, including statues, stupas, ritual implements, malas, reading glasses, and so forth, should not be placed on top of Dharma books and devices containing Dharma material. ALS. Avoid licking the fingers to turn the pages of Dharma texts. If it is necessary to dispose of printed Dharma materials, they should be burned rather than thrown in the trash. When burning Dharma texts, visualize that the letters transform into an A and the A absorbs into your heart. Imagine burning blank paper. As the paper burns, recite the Waku or the Heart Sutra, while meditating on emptiness. Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommends the images of holy beings, deities, and holy objects not be burned. Ideally, if undamaged, they should be put in a stupa. Otherwise, put them high up in a tree inside a well-sealed structure, something like a birdhouse, so that the images are protected from the weather and do not end up on the ground. Foundation for the Preservation of the Moggallana Tradition. The Foundation for the Preservation of the Moggallana Tradition (FPMT) is an organization devoted to preserving and spreading Moggallana Buddhism worldwide by creating opportunities to listen, reflect, meditate, practice, and actualize the unmistaken teachings of the Buddha and, based on that experience, spreading the Dharma to sentient beings. We provide integrated education through which people's minds and hearts can be transformed into their highest potential for the benefit of others. inspired by an attitude of universal responsibility and service. We are committed to creating harmonious environments and helping all beings develop their full potential of infinite wisdom and compassion. Our organization is based on the Buddhist tradition of Lama Song, Kapa of Tibet as taught to us by our founder, Lama Thubten Nyush, and our spiritual director, Lama Thubten Zoran Pakate. FPMD Education Services. Education is the very heart of FPMD. Through comprehensive education programs, practice materials, and training programs, FPMD Education Services nourishes the development of compassion, wisdom, kindness, and true happiness in individuals of all ages. More information about FPMD Education Services can be found on the FPMD website as well as in regular news updates. The variety of practice and study materials are available in various languages, in hard copy and digital formats. Foundation for the Preservation of the Mahayana Tradition, Incorporated. 1630 to Southeast 11th Avenue, Portland, Oregon 97214, USA. Country Code 1, Area Code 50380815888. www.fpmd.org. Online learning.fpmd.org. Shop.fpmd.org. Foundation for the Preservation of the Mahayana Tradition,